The recording has begun.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us for our April 14th, 2026 regular meeting. Madam Clerk, I'd like to officially call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. Madam Clerk, would you please give us a roll call?
Councilman Gutenberg,
Here.
Councilman McCormick,
Here.
Councilman Sampson,
Here.
Councilman Johnson,
Here.
Mayor James.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. If I could ask you all to please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Council, if you have had a moment to look at tonight's agenda, I will entertain a motion to accept.
So moved.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next is on our consent agenda. Council, if you've had a moment to look over and review those, I will entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oppose.
Okay, duly noted. Thank you very much. Motion carries. This brings us to a part of our agenda that we have public comment. If you would like to speak, I ask that you please state your name, whether you live within the incorporated town limits, and please limit your comments to about 3 minutes. Do I have anybody that would like to speak this evening? Okay, moving on to our next item on the agenda is Arbor Day proclamation. I am going to ask Councilman Gutenberg to read the Arbor Day proclamation, please.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity as a person who planted 5 trees on La Plata this year myself. All right. So, whereas in 1872, the Nebraska Board of Agriculture established a special day to be set aside for the planting of trees, this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed around the world and throughout the United States on the last Friday in April, and whereas trees can be a solution to combating climate change by reducing the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, reducing heating and cooling costs, moderating the temperature, cleaning the air, producing life-giving oxygen, and providing habitat for wildlife, while increasing property values, enhancing the economic vitality of business areas, and beautifying our community. And whereas the town of La Plata has been recognized by the Arbor Day Foundation as a Tree City USA for the 5th year, and whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. Now, therefore, we, the Council of the Town of La Plata, do hereby recognize April 24th, 2026 as Arbor Day and April in the Town of La Plata, and urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day, to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands, and to plant trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations. Signed, the Council of La Plata.
Thank you very much. So April 24th is the big day this year. All right, moving on to our matters of council discussion. Mr. Stevens, Charles County tax differential.
I think we just covered that in our special meeting, so unless there's any final comments or thoughts, I think that this agenda item can be closed.
Thank you. I would just like to, for the record, to publicly thank Jake Dyer again and the county for explaining to us what the tax differential is. All right, moving along, we now move on to agenda item 4.3. And before I recognize Councilman Johnson, I'd like to briefly frame this item within our current rules of procedure so that we're aligned on expectations. Under section 4-2 regarding agenda development, items brought forward by an individual council member, such as this one, are presented for the purpose of determining council consensus on how or whether to proceed. At this stage, the item is not before us for formal debate or final action. Rather, tonight's step is simply to introduce the matter, allow for a clear presentation from Councilman Johnson, and then gauge the sense of the council on next steps, whether that be further development, referral, or placement on a future agenda. With that in mind, we'll keep our focus on listening and understanding the proposal as presented and then move to consensus. So with that, Councilman Johnson, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. Because I can't help myself. We don't need a pep talk with every agenda item.
We don't, but it just makes me allow it for the people that are watching. So thank you for that.
Okay. The rule of procedure is how the council operates. It's a reminder. It's not for the public. So my agenda item, it is really simple. It is 4.2, board and commission interview process. I apologize for not getting it out in 7 days in advance, but I probably figured I probably should have got one together just in case to help relieve any questions. The simple purpose of this agenda item is to establish a formal, consistent, and transparent process for reviewing and appointing applicants to our town boards, commissions, and committees. This proposed process ensures uniformity in how applicants are evaluated and strengthens council's oversight of appointments, as the boards and commissions are an extension of the town council and the work that we ask them to advise us on. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, so we're looking for a consensus to either move this forward.
Can we ask Councilman Johnson just a couple questions or no?
If you want to deviate from the rules of procedure.
I'm just
you
asking.
can.
Okay.
But it is just not up for
Nope,
debate.
no problem.
If you have a question, that's not debate.
Okay.
For clarification.
Just a quick clarification, Councilman Johnson, what you're pitching here, is that similar to what the county does or different than what the county does?
It is, yes.
It is the same.
Similar, yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Apologies.
Thank you.
I'm
That's
reading
it.
something.
All right, consensus to put this on a future agenda. Is that what you're asking? Councilman Johnson?
1 second. If you all the rule I'm reading, and it says it may be placed towards a future agenda. Obviously, it is going to require a future agenda item because I'm asking staff to go do some type of resolution. But there's things like 4.3, although we're not on that, may not require a future agenda item. It might just require a conversation or direction of council. So I'll read the rules. I'm reading them now, but I'm pretty sure it says it may be.
It says it could be further development, referral, or placement on a future agenda. And that's under.
Where applicable. So we can't forget the last sentence, where it
Yep.
applies. So it may not apply in every agenda item. So
Right.
we can't forget that last item. That's very important as we come up to 4.3. And I just want to make sure that that is not the way that this little rule, the rule is being interpreted to council. That comma where applicable is where that may apply as the council deems it may apply. Hence, this probably will apply because it will require a resolution that's not drafted tonight by staff for conversation. So this will be appropriate to move forward for future development, in my opinion, the way I read that sentence.
Okay.
Yeah. So then if I could ask a question.
Absolutely.
So procedurally, do we have to pass a resolution to just conduct the interviews for boards and commissions because we're already empowered and do make the appointments. So if we're just saying by policy, we're going to schedule those directions and then those interviews, then we certainly don't need an ordinance. So do we have to do it by resolution? We just do it by internal policy.
The answer is either, and it would be at the discretion of this council to decide amongst yourselves, but the council hasn't had an opportunity to talk about it. And so if the agenda item tonight is just to present the item and then decide whether or not you want me to bring it back on a future agenda, happy to do that and open the floor for a conversation. I believe Counselor Johnson had originally requested a resolution, so I think that may be why it was phrased that way. But I don't know that you necessarily have to have a resolution.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So I am looking for a consensus to move this, to place this on a future agenda. Councilman Gutenberg?
Point of
Yeah,
inquiry.
please.
Point of inquiry, yeah. So I just want to be clear on the councilman's agenda item. Is he asking us to put it on a future agenda, or is he asking us
I think
to
that's
make
what
a
he
decision
said.
on this?
Yeah, so Mr. Stevens, you're correct. I think I asked for a resolution. I would appreciate a resolution so that way there's no ambiguity about what was asked or what was a consensus from the council on this process. So in that case, I believe it would require a future agenda at some point in time. I would just so there's no blurred lines of what was being asked and what council may or may not decide. That's why I would appreciate a resolution.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
So you're fine with putting it on a future agenda?
Yes, now I'm ready to say I'm
Okay,
for
good.
putting it on a future agenda. Thank you.
Councilman McCormick?
Aye.
Councilman Sampson?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Yes, and I believe this should be on a future agenda as well. So now we come down to you again,
Thank you.
Councilman Johnson.
This probably could have been escaped. I think I got to it too late. But the way we do it now for the public hearing notifications, I believe we post it to the meeting platform and is advertised in the newspaper for public hearings. I know we had a conversation about how do we get people more engaged in our government. Obviously, every topic that requires a public hearing means something different to each resident. However, I don't believe it would hurt to take a step of going to social media and advertising it via our social media platforms as we do other events. Not everyone reads the paper, and not everyone visit our meeting platform as much as we would probably appreciate or would like them to be engaged. So this is one way where we could continue to meet residents where they are to get involved in their government.
All right. So what is your request?
Yeah, I think it was maybe this. Now that I think about it, it's probably a conversation to engage with you, Chuck, on what do you think is the best course of action?
Yeah, I think this one can be easily solved by just having council tell me to make sure we put it out using all of our tools and all of our mediums. I would be hesitant to memorialize this or codify it in any way, because I think it just gives us a point of failure. If something were to happen and Facebook were down and it didn't go out, now it opens us up to something,
Sure.
you have this resolution. But I think if this council just says, Chuck, anytime there's a hearing, like use every tool at your disposal to get it out there. We just make it a matter of practice and we just do it.
I agree. Thank you.
Please.
And my only caveat is, number one, it has to be the official website of whatever local plate or whatever social media site would be. It wouldn't be anybody else but the official. And also, it wouldn't change, as you mentioned, it wouldn't change the actual code. Those would be the required. As far as all the other websites, those would be the ones based upon the instruction of council. But the required ones are the ones that are in essence have to be done. And these are the ones that are just you following their instructions.
All right, so then I'm going to ask a procedural question. Since this is an item agenda request and 4.2 on our rules of procedure have certain ways we're supposed to follow this, can we deviate from that to give you direction? Are you comfortable with that, Councilman Johnson, to say, if it is the will of the council to use all tools in the toolbox, or do you want to follow one of these? It's limited to, but it's not limited to. It's discussion only, referral to town council committee, referral to town manager for development by staff, or placement on future council regular agenda for further action.
Yeah, I think I'll go back to my comments earlier while opening it up, and I'm glad that we have the rules of procedure coming up tonight. That sentence, the last sentence, where applicable, I think that applies. Not every item. I mean, I can make a motion right now to do anything. And it's either it's going to fail or it's going to pass, right? So that last sentence were applicable. I think that's up for discussion. And Mr. Pounds, Madam Mayor, if I may, I don't want to get you on the spot, but
No,
can
please,
you
please.
give us a
I can
opinion on 4.2 on the word, like where applicable?
I can tell you as far as 4.2 and 4.3, first of all, these public notices, we have to move, that's what's most important in anything on any agenda, is to make sure the public was 100% informed as to what an action may be. This notice does not specifically state that an action is going to be taken, as opposed to, how it would be addressed. And as far as you taking an action tonight, I would feel much more comfortable if this was done by resolution as to instructions for Mr. Stevens, because I want to make sure there's no confusion at all. Like, the required notices are not going to change as to what has to be done, but additional notices for public interest is going to be additional requirements that is being requested upon him. So the fact that notice was not sent out for tonight that an action was going to be taken, as well as I want to make sure there's clarification through a resolution that indeed what action will be taken, Mr. Stevens. I don't want assumptions or beliefs, to make sure we understand what he's being instructed to do.
Sorry, Mr. Pounds, my apologies. I was asking for an opinion on our rules of procedure section 4-2. And I know it's put you on the spot, but we're talking about this line here. Items added to the agenda by individual.
But this is not an item added to the agenda.
Yeah.
Okay, by an individual council member shall be included on the first regular session. Council consistent to proceed. Where applicable. Okay, well, I have an issue with the condition items added to the adjustment, which would be fine, but we have an item which is on the agenda, except for the fact that it's not indicated that it indeed is used to actually take an action for this evening. This is just for discussion item.
So, Councilman Johnson, if I may, if one of the criteria is to referral to town manager for development by town staff, and that is essentially giving direction to the town manager to make this happen. Would you be comfortable with getting a consensus for referral to the town manager for development?
If I can make this a little bit easier, I make a motion to suspend rule of procedure 4-2 for this agenda item.
Second.
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion to suspend 4-2 for this evening only of our rules of procedure. It's been seconded. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. Okay, motion carries.
Just for the record, again, I have concerns with the fact that the public was not put on notice that indeed an action would be taken tonight, based upon what is said in the agenda. So
Where?
Now we're going to another
so
discussion now.
point of inquiry, right?
Yeah.
Like my inquiry would be that we were getting hung up that this was an agenda ad, and which is what brought those two items to this agenda. And I think the point that I'm hearing is that we want to just give and in the rule of procedure, there's not a clear section that says what a consensus even is. We use that term a lot, but it does say that if we make a motion, that the motion stands until it's acted upon, correct? And so if the motion is that we're just going to give direction to Mr. Stevens that in the future, just simply add a non-mandated by code additional level of effort to communicate through social media where most of our constituents are, that he will go and do that. And
with the resolution.
Well, no, I'm just saying with the motion, we're just communicating that as a body to Mr. Stevens through the act of the motion. And I think what our CEO is telling us is that he doesn't need a formal document to tell him to do that. But if we'd like to, as a body, give him our consensus, by using another term, that we could do that, and that he doesn't require a piece of code then that he has to, or a resolution that he now has to comply with, that if there was an issue with a third-party service provider, which these social media platforms are, or the networks that we use, that he doesn't want those issues to then be brought back to the town by someone to say, well, you aren't following your own policies and you didn't communicate this to me, and therefore make us go back to the beginning of a process on a very lengthy thing like an APFO debate, right? And so I think that's all we're trying to do here.
And
Would
this,
you change it to instruction? That you
Yeah.
were giving him instruction, would you
Sure.
change with that? Then I have a problem.
but then I would just this is on the agenda.
Yeah.
It says agenda item, you know, that's that public hearing notification. We're talking about the public hearing section, and whoever it may be, we are given direction to Chuck. I don't think we need to spell out on the agenda, in my opinion. If I do, I would like a clear opinion that what council is going to decide to do, because we don't know what council is going to do.
No, and I agree with you. The fact that it says request is the request.
Yeah, I
of the
think
state,
that,
and
you
that's
know,
a request now. The request is now given Mr. Stevens instruction.
yeah, I do respect that. I think that unfortunately, as we talk about the rules and procedure tonight, it's a word game that's being played that needs to come out and needs to stop, in my opinion.
And I know that we suspended 4-2, but you're absolutely right when Councilman, when our town manager said council just needs to give direction, that would be referral to the town management for development of town staff, because he has to develop something to come back and say, hey, here's the policy. Even if it's one line that says the words, will make the best effort to add that extra layer of putting it on social media,
Yeah.
and not going against any of the other rules that are mandated by state law.
Yeah, I didn't think this agenda item would take a 15-minute discussion, but I'm truly enjoying it. I don't believe Mr. Stevens need to come back. I mean, and not to put you in the middle of the fight, Mr. Stevens, or the discussion. I think your comments were, tell me what you want to do and I'll make it happen.
Right. But I think that this council knows that I do try to operate in the public domain. And so I would come back to council and either through a report or one of my written reports or attaching the policy to one of your packets so that it's in the public domain. Like, here's what I plan on doing. Here's how I plan on meeting your intent. I will absolutely close the loop with you in the public domain.
All right. So Councilman Johnson, your ask for the record.
Yes, for the record. The motion was suspended to suspend the rules. Now I'm asking. Okay. Yes, my ask is for the town to use all available tools at their disposal to ensure that our public have proper notice of public hearings, i.e. social media platforms ran by the town of La Plata,
And how are we executing that?
through the town manager.
Okay, so,
Could I ask one friendly amendment to that, if I would, to include all requirements that is obligated by law?
This is in addition to the code that governs public hearings in the town of La Plata.
all right. Since we have really had a robust conversation over something that really is very easy, is there a consensus
Yes.
to refer this to the town manager to utilize all tools in his toolbox, in addition to the legal requirements in order to get the notifications out to our constituents through social media? Councilman Gutenberg,
Yes.
Councilman McCormick,
Yes.
Councilman Sampson,
Yes.
Councilman Johnson.
Yes, thank you.
I am a yes as well. All right, didn't see that one coming. All right, very good conversation. And look at you suspending that.
I gotta be quicker than you.
Yeah, there you go. All right, next on our agenda, Mr. Stevens, governance documents.
Okay, I don't think this needs a lot of setup. I think we just had the setup. Since this council was seated, coming up on a year. You're all coming up on a year, in fact. I think you're at about 11 months right now.
In 2 days,
And, okay.
11.
I think May 9th, I think you were first day in office. And frankly, since then, there's been a lot of tension, a lot of conversation about the rules of procedure, how they're applied, how they're interpreted, lack of clarity, and there's been a desire on behalf of council to address those. In the 11 months that you've been in office, all of you have communicated both in the public forum, in this room, in public meetings, and also individually with me in person and an email, your different desires for the governance documents, those being the rules of procedure, a code of conduct, which the town currently does not have, but there was a desire to bring one forward, and also an ordinance to compel an elected official to resign their office if they were to run for another elected office. So what I've done over these past few months is collect all of your comments, all of your communications with me. We've provided all of that to legal counsel. That's why the town attorney is here this evening. Rolled all of that up for you and have concluded those in the 3 documents that were included in your packet, the rules of procedure, code of conduct, and the resign to run. And this is your forum this evening for all of you to have a candid conversation about what you want to see in those documents or not. Staff is prepared to take action on those items this evening. If council wants to take formal action, they have all been agendized. They're here under matters for discussion. They are also included on your legislative actions on this agenda. So if any of these are satisfactory to you as written, we can move them forward for action tonight. If they are not, staff will just take what we have, take direction from council, go back to the drawing board and make edits and come back to you at a future date.
All right, thank you very much. So first item on the agenda is the rules of procedure. Is anybody in favor of adopting it as is? All right, let's have the discussion.
All right. So you're trying to get out of that for a minute.
There you go. No.
All right.
I've got a lot. So we're going to take this page by page. If there's nothing that needs to be updated, changed, discussed, it's a quick move. If there is something, then we all are going to stay in an orderly fashion instead of jumping around. All right, the first, with the introduction, I am going to open the floor. Any changes for the introduction? Okay, I have one. I do not believe that we need to adopt Robert's Rules of Order. I believe that is very constricting. And the minute we deviate from the rules of order, Robert's Rules of Orders, we paint ourselves into a box with that. I can tell you that I am not well versed on that. And once we adopt this, all of us have to be well versed on it and not just sections. So I would like to hear the will of the council on this one. Is anybody hard pressed to adopt the Robert Rules of Order?
Not in favor of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of that either.
All right. Councilman Sampson?
I'm indifferent.
Okay.
I do.
Councilman McCormick?
No.
Okay.
I do have a point of clarification. Mr. Stevens, there's going to be a lot of amendments in this document tonight. I can probably almost guarantee it. Would you have this document back to us at our last meeting in April? Or can you give us a timeline that's reasonable, that's not too far out?
I think it depends.
I can commit to giving it our best effort. That's 2 weeks from tonight. That is already shaping up to be a very full agenda. You've got APFO, you've got LEOPS, you've got budget hearings already scheduled for April 28th. And I think something else that I'm forgetting. So it's already a full calendar, which requires a lot of staff work on the front end. I can commit to giving our best effort. And the reason I hesitate is because I don't know the magnitude of work that's going to be required tonight. We're going to try and take notes. Michelle and I are both here, but I think we both believe we're probably going to have to pull the transcript from this, and we're probably going to have to print it off and listen to it carefully to try and make sure that we capture the intent of council and get the product back to you that you desire.
Okay, so if not, and we can get further into discussion. If not, then hopefully May. I would not appreciate this to drag out until June or July at this point. So as we get further in conversation, I guess I'll lay out a motion or direction on not having this out too far after this meeting tonight. So
All
just
right.
for clarification.
In the introduction, I have a question for you, Mr. Pounds, and it is wordsmithing. Strictly, when it says on the bottom of the first paragraph, the failure of the town council to strictly comply with the rules of procedure, the strictly paint us into a corner. That's a term that.
And I can appreciate that, but the purpose of that was to kind of give you discretion. Okay, is to, to say that, indeed, just because it's not a strict, the failure to comply with strictly comply with the rules shall not invalidate any action by the town council. So in essence, what I was trying to say there is that in essence, you still have discretion
Okay. All right.
from strict compliance. with the
Okay. I just don't.
Minus
words-
Right.
laws, that's,
That's
Yeah.
minus the Open
Yeah.
Meetings Act that's labeled here.
If I may, like, if we're going to nitpick all of those kinds of words like that, like, I think those fall into the category of like terms of art, right? Like, it's not like this is not the tablet with the 10 commandments here. This is, there's just a lot of wiggle room in some of these words. And if I may just make this like in general comment, right? Like this, all of these documents, in my view, are going to be painful to go through because they are quite verbose, and that's coming from me.
You know what? I appreciate that.
Okay, yeah, the context there is important. Yeah.
So I guess my
You and
question
me
would
both.
be is, should I strike that if you're not comfortable with it?
If you're okay with that, I just don't want words have meanings. And if you use the word strictly comply, I just want to make sure that there's not we're getting ourselves in any type of legal problems. with that.
Mr. Pons, for example, I think we have Open Meetings Act in here. We are legally required to follow that act, correct?
Mhm, of
So
course.
strictly that's not a rule. That's just an extra layer of oversight for the council to make sure we are adhering to the law.
All right. If we're good on page 1, let's go on. All right, page 2, we have purpose and basic principles. We have the section 1-1 and 1-2. Do I have?
Point of inquiry, Madam Mayor, just for clarification. You had brought up that you did not want Robert's rules, but I don't know if we ever decided on that or not. I just wanted to make sure. I mean, you brought it
We-
up.
We all went around and we said yes.
That's,
And
okay,
you
I
said
thought
you
you
were
were talking about-
indifferent to it.
okay, all right,
I listened to you.
all right.
Hi.
It's gonna be a long
So
night.
it's only 21 pages and we're on page 2. Any questions, any comments on the rules, the purpose or the basic principles on that section 1-1 or 1-2? Are we good to move on to page 3?
Yeah. So I will say it this way, and probably for staff, right? Like, so there are areas of significant overlap with all of these governance documents right now with this code of conduct and this. So if we're going to march through each one of these, at some point, I'm going to want to make like some overarching comments because I think what I struggled with how we're doing this actually, because I know we have marched through, page by page on things before too, but I fear we will lose sight of the forest by focusing on the trees here. And I think that context is important when we get to whatever final direction we may or may not give here tonight. Anyway, I'll just kind of leave it there.
Okay.
And I guess the intent of what I'm saying here is that, when we're talking about conduct, that implies the code of conduct context and how this may interplay with that. And so where you may not hear me comment on every section, I'm going to have comments at the end that tie this all together that will be applicable if that.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
makes sense.
okay.
And that does make sense.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. Any edits is what I'm looking at for page 2. Any edits under section 2 for meetings, section 2-1, 2, or 2-3? All right, hearing none. Any edits for page 4, which is 2-4, 2-5, or 3-1? All right, moving on to page 5, sections 3-2, 3-3, 3-4, and 4-1. All right. And going on to page 6. This is section 4-2. that you might
There
know.
are comments.
And 4-3 and 4-4. I will, Councilman Johnson, I heard that you may have some suggestions. Yeah,
Yes, I
the
have
floor is yours.
comments, and I think this needs to be cleaned up from this last agenda item. It is our agenda items, you know, I look back at, I don't have that agenda in front of me, but a community member put something on the agenda, and I don't know if it said request in front of it. And if it did, I stand corrected. However, as council members on the council, if we decide to bring something forward, there needs to be a framework in how we do that. I agree. We can agree on it being the first Tuesday or the second Tuesday of the month. I agree. I can agree that we should give it within 7 days or X amount of days to staff to publish it on the agenda. What I don't agree with is being managed on what direction council might take at that meeting. If a motion is laid out on the table, the motion is laid on the table. Either it passes or it fails for a particular agenda item. So I would ask that, I see now there's some different language in the new one where it don't says where applicable, that we include some type of language where it is applicable, right? Like some stuff like a resolution, we know we're probably not gonna have a resolution drafted by you the same night on the agenda item. But something as simple as the example from 4.3 with, you know, the intent of council after that discussion to increase the public awareness around public hearings, does that need to come back before us? You said you'll operate in a transparent way, whether that be some type of report, but does that have to be back on a future agenda item for discussion, right? So I think the agenda item is too straightforward. We're coming up on 12 months. We are a different council today than we were 11 months ago. So maybe that rule was appropriate then. But I think it's just handcuffed the ability for council to take direction if it desires. So I would ask that my peers agree with me on 4.2, and I have more there's more for 4.4, but I'm gonna stay on 4.2 now. But I would ask, personally, I am okay with a certain Tuesday of the month for agenda items, and I respect the time frame that we got to give the staff for requests. I disagree that action can't be taken that same meeting if it's warranted.
Thank you for that. Mr. Stevens, so the agenda request item that was put on there for the social media awareness on that, should that even have been an agenda request item like that? Or could it have been in I don't know how else to do it. To me, that is operational, and Councilman Johnson brought up a great request going, hey, can we just make it so it is more visible? Could that have been just a conversation or I mean,
That could get dangerous because
it can be, but this is
individual direction.
You can't give them direction, but it was an idea. It was an idea and you didn't direct them to, and it was a smart idea. You just put it on there for everyone else to see. This is where you get hung up because you added it, we added it to an agenda as an agenda request item, which by the rules of procedure that we're currently operating under, you have very specific things that they have to follow. Direction, adding a future, more research, all of that. Something like that so that we don't get stuck in this loophole on there. How would you handle that?
If I may, Mr. Stevens.
Oh, Mr. Pounds, go.
Please.
Yeah, I'd rather,
Please.
there you go.
Definitely want to jump into this. I mean, and now I'm going to speak not only as the attorney, but also on behalf of staff. I mean, number one, as I said a number of times during that other discussion with regard to the agenda item, as long as all of the requirements are met.
Right.
To me, that's number one that has to be done. Number two is this, staff has to take directions, but staff only takes direction from council. Not individual members of council. And I think, and to answer your question, Madam Mayor, I think you are correct in that could this have been done more easily just by giving to instruction from council. For something like this, that as long as it's in compliance with all the other regulations, you are correct. I think it could have been done, except for the fact that this is, as far as staff is concerned, I think it is very good for, both town administrators here to know that this is a decision of council, okay? And not a decision of any particular members of council, but this was a decision of council. So maybe it did go on a little long, could have, but at the same time, on behalf of staff, because I can tell you, staff trickles down to me real quick. It's good to know that indeed this was a direction of council.
Yeah.
So this was on behalf of them, because I can tell you that email would come from Mr. Stevens to me. It's a good direction for us to go in to make sure there's no confusion. So
Thank you.
If with the conversation we just had still fresh in our minds, I'd like to read to you the last sentence of the draft language, not our current rules, which is what we just engaged with. But this is the last couple of sentences of the draft rules, and it says, so this is following the council, it's been agendized, you've talked about it. Following discussion, if the council determines that there is interest to proceed, the council may take action, including but not limited to.
Okay.
And then it says referral to a committee, referral to the town manager, or a placement. So I think we've tried to capture what I've heard in these last few months to give you some wiggle room. So I would ask now, in the context of what we just went through, if these were the rules, how would that conversation have played out in a favorable way for the council?
And I appreciate you highlighting that. I did miss that part because I was looking for the comma where applicable. So thank you, because I think that does capture my concern on that, because everything, and back, I don't want to put Chuck into a position where he runs afoul with the rest of the council because y'all found out that I'm his favorite and he did something I asked him to do. Not claiming to be his favorite, but it could put Chuck into a position that's not good for the rest of council. Had I had access. But moving on, I do
youngest
think
child
that
syndrome.
that captures the intent of my question, and I apologize for missing that sentence. But since we're there, I will just ask that the debate word too, because depending on what comes up, can be very contentious or controversial. And for us just to say, move forward or not, I think some things deserve conversation, but I'm done talking.
That's exactly where I was going to go with that too, because it's, I'm going by the adopted rules of procedure, and to ask a question, a clarifying question, yes, but for the agenda item that we approved for a further future agenda, it would have been nice to be able to say, okay, where's your mindset? And have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? And had a discussion. But the way the rules of procedure are written currently, we cannot have that debate. But it is very controversial here too, because it says, and this needs to be changed, I think, the merits of the proposed item shall not be debated at this initial stage. Following discussion, okay,
Yes.
so I get the word debate is going back and forth, but discussion, what's a discussion? So to me, those are contradictory in that you can't debate, but following the discussion. So I think we need to clean up the language a little bit. And if it is the will of the council to have a conversation with that person presenting, instead of saying, okay, thanks for the material,
Yes.
think it
So,
needs to be
so if I could, so
Please.
for me, right, this is exactly the issue that I get hung up on with this, and is that it is very difficult to not debate the merits of the issue, right? And that is a fine line. And so I'm ready to accept that, there has to be some level of debate, right? And if in an initial offering, we want to limit it by time, instead of 10 minutes, it's 3 or something, maybe that's a way to govern that a little bit. But I kind of pair this issue with, there's another feature of this that kind of makes it difficult. And I think it makes it difficult not only for us, but potentially for public and public perception of what we're doing, because council members, when we follow the procedure and it's not clear to me that this update to the procedure doesn't still do the same thing. We saw a title that can be anything the council member wants the title to be. And then in the background, we might get an email that has that information we have in the past, but the information is not on the public record. And I understand that is a double-edged sword. That is a problem for me if we, and I'm sure it's a problem for staff, if council members can just put anything they want on the public record, and it's difficult for the public to understand whether that has been staffed, been vetted professionally, and is factually correct. And that is a risk to us. And I realize we have to do it, but I'll also point out to you that applicants come in off the street and ask for letters of support on things, and they are able to add it to our agenda and have it be on the public record. And I feel like we are actually limiting ourselves as council members to have less access to our agenda than somebody who wants a letter of recommendation. And then that's the tension point I have with this language still.
How would you
Just
change
had
it?
not staffed on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could have a policy or part of the procedure that if a council person is providing information, that it is clearly marked with header and footer on every page, that has some block statement that protects the town and public perception from thinking that staffed information is one way. And then the other way is exactly what we do here, right? You bring bad stuff, then you as an individual are going to have to bear the responsibility for the evaluation that your peers are going to critique you on. And that has to be the way we police ourselves, probably, because I don't know any other way because anything other than us doing that part of it ourselves puts more work on staff. And then that starts to, and this was a problem for me earlier on in this term, was that things were being asked in these agenda items that had great potential to burden staff when we've already prioritized them for what it is the body has, or the council has asked them to do. But these agenda items, if we don't manage them that way, could end up interfering with those and causing all kinds of consequences that aren't intended as a group decision.
May I comment on
Yes, please.
that? The Maryland legislature addresses that issue. Okay. And in essence, if someone wants to add, so you, me, or anybody else contacts our local delegate and says, would you add a bill that says XYZ? Then at the end of the bill, by the delegate's name, it says by request. So that it is very clear that it is not any type of anything other than some other entity other than that legislative individual who's making this request. So that could easily be done here.
But we can go further. I mean, if we gotta make it clear, 'cause I think it is a concern of yours and staff's, that it could be a big red stamp, not vetted, not staff product, like a big block, if that's the case, right? So that way we're not giving the perception to the public that, oh, this is the position of the town council. Now, if it's further development, it becomes the position of the town, then obviously staff will go draft. But I get what you're saying, like, you know, the public can get my work product anytime they want, right? Whether it's posted to an event platform or not. But why not have it there readily available for the meeting to know what we're discussing?
Right.
One of the sentences that I'm hung up on here that says the merits of the proposed agenda items shall not be debated at this initial stage. Could we add maybe discussed? Because debated, I think, is going to go back and forth on that. And I find that word to be a little bit more contentious. But just like Councilman Johnson, today, you know, we wanted to ask questions. Many of it's not clear that we can do that because now are we into a debate? Are we into a clarifying thing? So if we have looser language that allows us, we are grown adults, and we want to ask the question, what is your mindset behind A, B, and C? Why do you want to bring this forward? Because, you know, all of us are passionate about something when we put it on the agenda, and we should be able to have a discussion.
I say just get rid of that sentence because
I agree. Thank
keep
you.
the other sentence following discussion.
Yep.
Just get rid of
I
the
agree.
merits of the debate. And
Then it becomes your discretion.
yeah, like if we want to say, all right, this will be a long night, 3 minutes each.
Yep.
Okay.
Whatever.
Yeah, the presiding officer then would.
Yep, we'll just
have to
open it.
control the throttle on that, yeah.
Okay, so okay. All right.
I'm going to ask a question if that's
Please,
okay
sir.
while you're taking that note. So Barney, style it down, hold me guilty. That's okay. But I just want to walk through this. You used a really good example when we're talking about the budget back in December, but it's, let's say a council member wanted to put a Ferris wheel in the middle of the town. So let's say, and I'm just going to use somebody random here, but let's say Councilman Sampson wants to propose that agenda item. I just want to make sure I'm following the logic here. What is happening now with this rule? I know we just talked about a lot of different things. I heard some competing things. Councilman Sampson wants to introduce an agenda item that puts a Ferris wheel in the middle of La Plata. What is, does he have is it just that agenda item is introduced, but there's no
Well,
report, or what were we
I
talking
think
about?
what
Sorry.
we're asking is to have the work product uploaded to
Okay,
the
okay,
Yep.
good.
Yeah,
Then
yeah.
I'm,
With some
then
type of
okay.
disclaimer.
Yeah.
Yes, like not vetted, and that's the big
But
mistake
in
we're talking
but
about.
in addition to that, right? It's
It could debate.
you can debate it because
Absolutely.
it's impossible to
Discuss.
regulate.
I totally
whether
agree.
you're
I just want to
discussing
make
or
sure I
debating.
had what you were saying correct.
Discuss.
On board with everything. Thank you.
But can I clarify, when you say work product attached associated with that agenda item, that is not work product that the staff has produced?
Correct.
Okay.
And it must be, I think what we're saying is if it is exceptionally clearly annotated.
Yep.
That
Like
it
when I
is-
sent in,
yeah.
it should be a big red stamp that says not staff product or something that,
Right.
that puts the town at ease that this is not the position of the town tonight.
Right. And then the only thing at risk in that scenario is the individual member is putting their reputation at stake with what they're putting forward. And then we as a body would, as a council would police that.
Police each
Yeah.
other.
Great.
And are we getting rid of that one line that the merits of this shall not be debated at this time?
I would be in favor of that. Yes, remove that line.
If
And
it,
we just
So-
govern the time depending on the topic or how many agenda items.
Yeah.
I
if
think.
it does not put us in any type of trouble, I have no. And again, I don't want to add more to it, but a great point was made that if it needs to be vetted. So if I bring you something forward that I want on the agenda and it is not legal or not ethical or whatever, and I'm telling you, you have to put it on there. It's got to be vetted beforehand. Now, I think that opens us up for risk once something is put on here. If I request something to be put on the agenda and I follow everything in 4.2, 7 days, here are all my documents and all of that, and it is something that we can't do. It'll get us in trouble. It is not prudent. Shouldn't there be some type of gatekeeping
Yeah,
going?
that's the debate, right? So that would be Councilman.
but-
Yes,
Well,
no, just real quick.
Wait a
So
minute, no, wait a minute, let me finish my thought. Putting it up on a public forum here that says I'm going to do, I am introducing an agenda item that is against whatever, law, code, charter, whatever. It shouldn't even get that far on there.
I
And that's
disagree.
where I'm saying it protects the town. And that's what the town attorney is here for, is to.
I have
protect the
I can
town.
give you a practical application, right? So let's go back to when Councilman McCormick brought in his tax proposal, right? We got to see the tax proposal, but it wasn't on the public record, right? Someone could FOIA it and get it, but we looked at it, and the concern was, that this would take, too much staff time was the thing we talked about. But in practical application, right? What he was asking for, and he stated it very clearly, he wanted staff to devote time to vet out XYZ of it, right? We would discuss that, and my concern that night was it was like too much time, and that wasn't what we prioritized. We just had to prioritize me. So what I think we would have done that night, but effectively what we did do as part of that debate is say, no, we don't want to move forward. But if we did, let's say that Mr. Stevens said to us, you know what? This will take us about 35 minutes. It's not an impact council. It's not going to affect your prioritization of what you've already asked us to do, the big rocks you want us to move. We may have then said, okay, let's investigate this. Now we direct town staff to bring us a staff developed work product that is an actionable staffed item where the town staff brings us the results of all of the things that we're asked them to do, and then we make a decision on that. That's the way I would see that work in practical application.
I think, I hear what you're saying. I think you're asking a distinct question about the legality of something, if we could do legal or not.
Okay.
So what I will offer is I don't want to put staff in a position where they're blocking agenda items of a council member, right? But what I will propose is if the council will say, like, depending on like, yeah, I've been doing this for a while. If something don't look right, we still have the agenda item, and maybe the town attorney adds some type of excerpt to the agenda item that this violates X, Y, and Z. And then because who is the gatekeeper? I know what you're saying, like the gatekeeper, but do you want staff to be the gatekeeper of denying
want-
an agenda item?
Our attorney to say,
No, absolutely. You're 1000% correct. Staff, that's not staff's role. Okay.
right,
But there's one thing that happens every meeting that nobody really pays attention to is the agreement on the agenda. And that's where you would stop it right there. As far as, let's face the facts, you're politicians. You were put in here by the voters. The voters made a determination that each of you is going to be holding this office and seat. Therefore, you've been given a great deal of discretion, a great deal of power to do that. If you want to add something to the agenda, you have the authority to do it, okay? But then if something is crazy that indeed you don't want it to the public, then all of a sudden you say, do we have a consent to the agenda? No. We need to take number 4 off, okay? And then number 4 is taken off because it is out there and cannot be, and everybody votes, is it taken off? 4 is then taken off.
So
Okay, but that doesn't need staff.
So can I
Council.
ask a further question? Because I believe the county, and the agenda is an administrative item, correct? Like it's administrative.
Public notice. It's administrative item, but it is a notice to the public.
Right. So if there was to fulfill your fears of something that's potentially illegal or crazy, right? And to govern ourselves administratively, I know we don't have much time between going over the agenda and getting it to us at 12 p.m. on a Friday. It's an administrative item. If it's something contentious, do you just say, hey, is there a consensus for the agenda item via email? Because I don't know, you have to tell me, the meeting, everything we do in the meeting, make a discussion, has to be before the public. I look at the agenda and the items going on the agenda as an administrative function of the Open Meetings Act. So would it be appropriate that should something raise hairs on the back of your neck to say, let's get a consensus from council if they want to move forward, or do we think it'll get too messy that way and just deal with it the night it come up?
You asked about 5 different questions.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, and so let me answer your questions sort of as we go. So let's say that indeed, so a council person who has the authority to do it, puts something crazy on the agenda, okay? And of course, staff is going to do it because instructed to do it. And they wouldn't have any reports or anything like that, but they have it on the agenda. Now, the question you have comes into is, can you, in essence, take it off the agenda? Okay, the problem is in your scenario, staff pretty much as soon as the agenda is completed, it goes through the process and then it becomes made public. Now, the Opens Meeting Act doesn't mean you guys are, locked in your rooms and can't talk. You can talk, okay? You can't make any decisions, but you can certainly talk. So in essence, if you come back and say, look, number 4 is a mess, we can't do this. Okay, then you could do 2 things. You can instruct, to say, hey, staff, take this off the agenda, or you can sort of and you can have sort of a mini consensus to tell them to take it off the agenda, or then you're gonna have to go back and at the beginning of the meeting saying, no,
Make a
number
motion to
4,
amend.
remove it. Okay, but as far as having staff sit there and say, no, this is inappropriate, absolutely not.
you brought up a great point, is that we should be communicating with one another. So if I put something on the agenda that is, and it has my name by it, that is, maybe exposes the town to risk,
That
but
you
it's,
didn't know about.
yep, but it's on the agenda. I would hope that my colleagues would, once they see it posted, would go, what the heck? And then at my discretion, because I'm the one that requested the item, that I call up Chuck and I say, pull it. Or we go through the second process where we do it publicly. We could remove that item, or we could do it at the agenda approving. Yeah, thank you for that. That does make a whole lot of sense.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So I'm trying to walk this through in my mind. So let's say I put something on the agenda that's crazy, whatever it is.
I mean, truly crazy.
Yeah, whatever it
Okay.
is. What's the harm? So like I hear us talking about, we say there's legal exposure, but if it's on the agenda,
We can shut it down. Yeah.
I mean, I mean, like what happens, what is the actual harm that we're trying to prevent?
Okay, let's go through your scenario then. Okay, you put something on the agenda and it's, I mean, really, really crazy. Okay. And then in essence, then all of a sudden at the beginning of the, and then all of a sudden you say, I'm not taking it off. I want it to stay on the agenda through the, and then all of a sudden at the beginning, you have the agenda, is there approval for the agenda? Okay. And let's say Mr. Johnson comes back and says, no, I don't like number 4. Okay. It's crazy. And all of a sudden there's a vote. And now you're gonna say, do we have approval of the agenda? No. Now you have to vote. No, the agenda number 4 has to be taken off.
But I
Okay,
guess,
now, and then if the rest of you say, no, it's gonna stay, crazy or not, hey, you're gonna talk about it.
I hear what you're saying, but I guess I still don't understand what is the harm.
This is where I'm going with. It could be as crazy as can be. I don't care. If it exposes us,
But that's what I'm saying. What is the
that's,
harm? Like, give me an
it's
example,
something,
like a
but
tangible-
if, because people are always watching. So we have a crazy item on there and it exposes the town to
Like, give me a
risk.
tangible example. I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like,
I
what
don't
would-
know it. That's why it is. But
Because, like,
what-
This is so
So
obscure.
let me
what
let me
we're
just
talking
go.
about.
Let me just walk through with a over the top example. Let's says Greg Sampson wants a proposal to, I don't know, shoot somebody. All right, I'm just making up over the top ridiculous example. Okay, and I say I know I'm adamant. I want to discuss shooting somebody, whatever it is, and one person says no, that's stupid. That it doesn't make any sense. But for whatever reason, it's voted on. Then what is the harm after that? We discuss it. It's voted down. I
Okay,
mean,
so I want to make
what
sure
is
I
the
understand your
harm?
scenario. So
Yeah, what
staff,
are we
you make the
exposing?
suggestion, staff puts it on the agenda, okay?
Mhm.
And then all of a sudden, they come back and they say, do you want to take that on? And you say, yes, I want it on the agenda.
Mhm.
And then it goes through the process of the consent to the agenda item, okay? And you're making the assumption at that point that indeed the rest of the council says, yes, we're approving that. Is that the next step?
I guess where I'm getting hung up at is the purpose of the agenda item is to discuss the item at question,
Mhm.
correct?
Mhm.
So I'm trying to figure out what is the legal exposure of discussing something at that point in time.
That now we're talking about discussion. That's for you
Yeah,
guys.
I don't.
we are
For
getting
example,
in.
like
Yeah, I don't
Into
support
the
that. I
council
don't
gave
support
with-
the item.
like the councilman gave with the tax proposal. It went on there. We said it was ridiculous. So what's the harm? That's what I'm trying to figure. So I'm
So
trying to think of
here's
a
an
tangible
example.
example then
I want
that
to
I could
change.
see where.
Hypothetically, and I don't want to do this, but I want to change the burn law. And I want, it doesn't matter if you live in Pine Grove where the homes may be closer together, or if you live out in Clark's Run and they have more property, but I want to be able to burn on my property. And right now, we don't have a burn code there, but it's not prudent for us to suggest that. We should be reeling it in a little bit more and saying, no, you shouldn't be doing that for fear. Does this expose the town? And I see totally where you're coming from. You're saying, put on anything you want because the council is going to police each other and say,
What I'm saying is this, to me, it would make more sense to say, but if the goal isn't, what I hear, the goal is not to burden the staff. I agree with that. Greg Sampson puts on an agenda item to burn or whatever, like you were saying. Town attorney says to the town manager, nope, not legally sufficient, or there's a violation, or I have a concern. We have a meeting, we talk about it. They said we got feedback from a town attorney. This could be a question. All right, town council votes. I don't, the only harm I see is that then Greg Sampson's reputation
Sure.
is at risk.
yeah,
Somebody might say, well, that dumb councilman is bringing up stuff that violates the law, but I haven't heard, like, what are we preventing is what I guess I'm trying to hear. I agree. Every idea, every agenda item should not burden the town council. I'm comfortable with saying, hey, put your reputation out there. If that's what you want to do.
So I
I'm trying to
heard-
figure out, what are we preventing? What are we stopping?
So I heard a way out is that if we don't like this and we put on something that is crazy, well, we're going to police ourselves by either not approving the agenda or
Amending.
we
the
are-
agenda.
not approving the agenda as there and amending it, or letting you have your piece, whoever it is.
Right?
So-
Words, not town style product or by request.
Okay, right. So it saves it from the looking like,
It's the position of the town. at that
Correct.
point.
all right.
Can
Are
I,
we-
Yeah, can I ask one more layer of this is just procedurally right now, we've started doing something new, which is posting a forecast of agenda items. And I think also what this is saying is when we have a councilman's, a council member's agenda item, we're going to target that for the first meeting of the month rather than just let them come on at any time, right? So setting aside matters of timeliness, right? It like those are a sort of a separate category. But if it's not an issue with timeliness and if individual members submit agenda items and we see them on that forecast, is that not an opportunity to speak to the internal issues or evaluation of them as an administrative action? Because that's just an opportunity to, in the edge case here where there's something just factually just crazy that we don't want to have out on the public record, because as a body we think administratively as a group we go that shouldn't even make it to it, then it never even gets into the agenda packet.
Well,
to have to be removed.
I guess it depends if I would have turned in my work product soon enough, right?
Right.
So I think at
Right.
that point, that's when you pick up the phone and say, TJ, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Because depending, like if I have an agenda item for late August and I'm doing all of it now, but I already gave it to Chuck, mark it on August, probably not gonna have the work product by then. But you might see it on the forecast, and that's when we can, not
Have
three of us,
conversation.
but two of us can say, do you really want to talk about that?
Right. We that would trigger me to go have a discussion with another member and go, hey, you're bringing up a thing. I see you want to talk about this in the future. You want to build the Ferris wheel out on the front lawn. Show me the math on that, or is it, we're not making a decision. We're talking about it. That's
Yeah. So
okay.
could that be something? I guess what you're getting is that's something that Chuck can add to the forecast. Like if someone submits it in a timely manner, like a late agenda item.
Well, that's exactly the problem is if I have it in advance and not all the meetings always line up,
Mhm.
right? And the forecast being new, I'm really trying to tailor that for really big ticket items. And not more of the routine administrative functions, because I thought the intent of the forecast was to maybe call attention
To
to
certain things.
like the APFO hearings or the budget hearings or things like that. So I can certainly, it's super easy and takes seconds to do. So if I have it in advance, I can certainly put it on forecast, happy to do it. But it just comes down to timing. If I don't have it,
That's a different, yeah.
Yeah, I
I'm gonna
like,
put that in the rules though.
I like on the forecasting, the big items and not putting on, because things change rapidly. All right, 4.2. So the change that we made, if I can capture this, is remove the merits proposed agenda item shall not be debated at this initial stage. And then also add in presiding officer may limit remarks to 3 minutes.
I
May-
Here's why I think
I disagree. I think
Okay.
depending on the agenda that night and depending on the item of discussion, council should determine.
well, we do by rule of procedure, right?
Correct.
So if the presiding officer says, I'm going to limit debate tonight to 3 minutes because the agenda's packed, or 5 minutes, whatever it is, all we have to do is say, point of order, I would like to appeal to the council, right? That I would like more time. And if as a group, we're like, hey, we're willing to commit to this and let's get it all worked out, then we can do that.
We can appeal or suspend the rule. I wouldn't like the blank statement, and obviously council of the presiding officer may limit debate.
Yeah, may,
Maybe I think it should be
Maybe
no
remarks.
less than 5 minutes or no less than a proposed time frame.
Yeah, agreed.
Because I guess I agree, we can suspend it at any given time depending on the merits.
Yeah.
okay, so presiding officer may limit remarks, may limit debate, may limit discussion, whatever that word is that
Sure,
best
then we
fit.
just, it could be
Okay.
appealed depending on the topic.
All right, we good with 4.2?
Well, did we get alignment on items, our product being added to the agenda? I think that's where we was getting at. Was there alignment on that?
Oh, to the forecast?
No,
The actual
the agenda
council
platform.
members work product, if
Yeah,
you will.
like
Yeah,
the agenda item summary, like with the caveat of it being some type of disclaimer.
Right. So, Michelle, can I ask you, you're taking notes, can you
Oh.
Can you summarize what we have said, or Mr. Stevens, either one? Uh, Okay, good. So we have that. We have the presiding officer may limit remarks, and we're removing the merits of
May not be debated.
the proposed agenda shall not be debated.
That's what I have captured.
Okay, good. So you're taking notes too. Sorry. Thank you about that. All right, any discussion on 4.3? All right, any discussion on 4.4?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I would like to appeal to council that we get rid of the consent agenda. I think I understand why it exists. However, I look at it as a rubber stamping of items that's coming before us in certain instances. For example, no discussion was asked on the consent agenda after there was a motion. There was no question on discussion, but I have concerns with the Ethics Commission appointments. But if that was on an agenda item, that could have been discussed at that time. Or if there's a trash truck, and I'll be transparent. I had a question to Mr. Stevens. I can't remember, maybe yesterday, about did we bid out or do the procurement process, because it was very vague. I seen in the agenda items before, certain amount of quotes was listed. This wasn't. He explained the process, which is okay. But we get our agenda at a Friday at 12. All of us work. The weekend, sometimes our weekends are relaxed. Definitely work on Monday. So we got to do our due diligence with the agenda item, but not that we don't, but it can cause us to be lazy because it's on consent and we trust that it's been vetted, and we know that it has been vetted, not taking any knocks to staff, but some of these items deserve conversations. And just last meeting or 2 meetings ago, on consent item, we appointed a member to one of our boards and commissions, and that member was in the room and we didn't even recognize him or say congratulations, right? Because it was on consent and that was it. So I would appeal to council that we completely get rid of consent agenda, in my opinion.
If I may, or at some point.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Just a quick question, if you don't mind, Mr. Pons, I apologize. Correct me where I go wrong on the process. So Friday, the agenda comes out, the consent agenda is there. It was my understanding if any council member had any question on that, it is automatically removed from consent. Do I have that right or wrong?
That's correct. And it's
Okay.
in paragraph B on the next page. It says that council can remove. Yes, you can remove any item from consent. And so in using the example from yesterday, Councilor Johnson had a question about the trash truck. And I think the first sentence of my response was, we will happily remove this from consent. I mean, it's yes, anytime.
Yep.
That there needs to be a conversation, or to recognize, and you can do it even when you're approving the agenda. And oftentimes that's where you'll see this is if you're in the room and you see, oh my goodness, that individual's here, at agenda approval, you can say, I'd like to remove that item from consent. Now we remove it, put it in matters for discussion, and now you have the opportunity and you can recognize that individual that showed up.
So I'll ask this question back. Councilman Johnson, you asked us a question. I am indifferent. I think I lean in favor of removing the consent agenda for the transparency issues you brought up. But let's say there truly are things that we go through a meeting similar to tonight where we know we're not getting out till whatever time. And there are 4 or 5 things in there that, hey, we all agree to. Mr. Stevens presents it to us and there is no debate. Nobody says I have an issue with this and we're good to go, right? You basically vote by the 72 hours of the St. Thomas More standard, right? Silence is consent. Would you be comfortable with, if every council member had the ability to go to Mr. Stevens and go, nope, I want this removed for this reason, could we still keep consent agenda and then allow that process to work out? Or do you want it gone completely, no question asked?
In my opinion, I think that deviates the consent agenda, because
Okay.
if at every
I think that's fair.
Friday at 12:15,
We're going through it, yeah.
Say, hey, can you take all 4 items off consent?
Fair.
And
No,
I
that's
have to
a good
provide
point.
an explanation, right?
Yep.
I can see where that can be a recurring thing, right?
Yep.
Like I get the minutes, but things where yes, a trash truck is budgeted for whatever,
Yep.
and not picking on the trash truck, but since it's here tonight, is budget for X, Y, Z, and it's within the budget. The examples could go on and on, but they go buy an RV of a trash truck, right? Or a Mercedes Benz of a trash truck, and the maintenance on that is 10 times more. And I don't know, I'm only saying, I don't,
Yes.
right? There's no.
But there was no discussion on
there's
it, to
no
your point.
discussion
Got
on
it.
at this.
Yep. Like I said, I'm leaning towards agreeing with you. I just want to play devil's advocate there. Thank you.
But with the consent agenda, like you said, minutes, do we need to go through each one and approve the minutes? But also with and what we have seen in the past, and we have just recently put in consent agenda from with this council, it's because we have had departments that have had their budget approved. It's over $20,000 that they're requesting an item. They've already approved it, but now they're drawing down on that money. So they have to come back and say, please, sir, can you now give me what I needed? That document, they have to, we've already approved $50,000 for a trash truck. If it comes up $50,000.01, it becomes an item for discussion because it has exceeded what we approved. So that is, it's just a way of, and it's not rubber stamping. When you have, tonight, we had members that we approved to be on different commissions. I think that it is prudent for in the mayors and council reports to say, hey, that's where you bring it up. Thank you for approving Ms. McCourt. I interviewed her. This is what it is. And we have the resume, if you will, an application there. So where I see for transparency, I know that I've seen this time and time again. We've already approved and had a robust conversation about a trash truck costing $50,000. They went and did all of their vetting on it, and it was approved in the budget. Yay. Now they have it, and they're coming back and saying, you already approved this. We're drawing down on it. We're buying it within this budget. Why should we have to go through that
So I
process
can
again?
give you an example. One, our number one obligation is to provide oversight. Secondly, let's just say, not to put you on the spot, but town manager got a budgeted of $80,000 for a town take-home vehicle for town manager office, right? And the consent agenda's out there, and I don't know, they don't say what type of vehicle he's buying, but he's bringing back a Cadillac Escalade that was $62,000, right? The perception is the town is buying Escalades. Now, obviously, the council got to do their due diligence, but is it going to get to every Friday at 12:15? I say remove everything from the consent item and it's discussion anyway, right? I guess that's where I'm getting at. Like, a lot of stuff deserves conversation.
There are some things that do deserve a conversation, but not everything deserves a conversation. I don't care to discuss the merits of our meeting agenda, our meeting minutes. Approve all the meeting minutes unless there is a change. And at that point, you pull it off consent and say, this was not captured right. But we have that opportunity because it is sent to us several weeks ahead of it being on the agenda for any of our edits. So to go through that just to pull off consent, I am not in favor of it, of removing consent on certain items, maybe so. But we're going to have a long meeting. Tonight's going to be a long meeting.
You're elected to, that's what you're elected to do
Yeah,
public business.
that's what we are elected to do.
If I can, Madam Mayor.
Gosh.
So placement of items on consent length of meeting has nothing to do with it. That's not why we put items on consent. Items that go on consent are routine items that usually don't require discussion. The purchase of approved items in the budget that exceed the $20,000 threshold is a great example of that. It's already been approved, really doesn't require any further discussion. You can look at the packet when we do the packet properly, and then you can see the information there. We shouldn't make an assumption that just because something's on consent that we're being less than transparent. It's in the public domain. It's part of the packet. It's published in advance. We are giving the public an opportunity to see and react to it. And any counselor has the ability to pull an item off of consent up to and including at the moment of the meeting when you approve the agenda. So I've heard a lot of the conversation, and you've heard me say this before. We're going to do whatever this council tells us to do. Okay, we will do it, and then you're not going to get any resistance from me. But the conversations around, well, it's going to be a long meeting. No, time is not a factor when I'm looking at building an agenda and deciding what goes on consent versus matters of discussion. It has nothing to do with how long I think the meeting's going to be.
All right, conversation. Anything?
Yeah, can
Oh,
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
close out
Well,
real
wait a
quick?
minute.
Sorry.
I actually don't have a comment. I mean, until we go ahead and, if we're going to ask the consents.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, so thank you for that clarification. Madam Mayor, I think you brought up a lot of good points. So when presented with new info and new debate, I do personally think, I know I spoke earlier about maybe removing consent agenda because of transparency, but listen, I think the process is already in place that we can remove it if we have a concern. I'm good keeping the language as is.
All right. Any further discussion?
No changes then.
Okay, so we're okay on keeping, I would, on, after this robust conversation too, I do want to have a discussion with council on one item. We talk about transparency, and I think that this council has done an amazing job on being transparent and allowing the residents be part of the process. One thing that I would like clarification on is adding something to the agenda that has legislation approved on it when it's not attached to it. I'm sorry, when it was not previously published. And we went through this and we had that discussion. And I think because the rules aren't there, but something that I have kind of put together in recognition that the town council conducts its business in an open and public forum and to ensure transparency and meaningful public awareness, it is the general practice of the council that substantive matters, including proposed legislation, be made available to the public in advance of the meeting whenever practical. The addition of new items, particularly legislative matters, at the meeting is strongly discouraged and should only occur upon a determination by council that the matter is time sensitive or otherwise cannot reasonably be deferred to a future meeting. Any such addition shall require the approval of majority of the town council and must comply with the applicable notice requirements and the Maryland Open Meetings Act. So just because we want something on there and it's not an emergency, that's different.
Are you talking about adding a section? Just so I'm following along.
Actually, it's not adding it would be under, it would still be under approval of agenda and consent or wherever.
I feel like that should be a need for adding items to the agenda, 4.2, somewhere in that line.
I put it under 4.4, but wherever it is, but I just want to make it.
How is that different from the existing language?
Because I think it cleans it up a little bit that unless it's a 911, that we don't have any other way to do it. We owe it to the public for them to be able to preview it.
Yeah. So agreed, but the language is still there that would have, so we're talking about the practical application of this is the thing we did the other day.
8B.
Yeah. 1142, right. And so the language that hinged on was where applicable. So when there was a timeliness element, so it was, and we as a group agreed to that. And then the other factor was, well, can it go practically to another meeting? It could, but we debated that. And because that was the fully booked, full day of review by of the budget, we decided now is okay, right? And so based on the context of what that was, like, I think this rule doesn't, like the modification of those words doesn't change that outcome. And I don't disagree with what you're saying, by the way. I agree with what you're saying, but the outcome of the use case that we're using here would have, I believe, passed through that exactly the same.
Yeah. I think because the word legislation is being used broadly, right? And I guess resolution is something for ordinance requires 2 readings anyway. And none of us want to bring forward an emergency ordinance, right? Because we didn't staff it. We definitely didn't get a legal opinion on it being voted.
No, but staff was extraordinary on this HB 1142 that they did get legislation together at the last minute. We can debate whether it was time sensitive, but I don't want this to be the norm where we introduce something that hasn't been attached to the agenda.
I think that goes back to our debate earlier about 4-2 though. Like you are putting yourself on the line, your reputation. And I think that one example, what you're saying, it was a quick turnaround. It was work product that's been vetted by an organization that this town is a part of.
Oh, absolutely. It was
So,
vetted,
yeah.
but the public did not get to see that when it was published on Friday.
And it can always
at
change,
noon.
because I can amend the agenda. I mean, it can, they're nowhere having a meet, Fran. Like they don't, I know what you're saying. I
But
get
it
what you're
wasn't
saying.
on there. So if someone's looking through the agenda, and in 3 months, and they're looking for something particular, it wasn't on there. It'll be in the minutes and
Right.
it will be attached to the next one. But I want to make sure that the public knows that we aren't trying to, it could have been something that
Yeah.
was not, it could have been I'm going to say, and well, I can't say that because it requires a public hearing, but something that doesn't require a public hearing that impacts the residents. This did not impact the residents in
Ye-
monetarily or anything like that. So
Yeah, so if I
That's where I'm
could, so
going.
yeah, so
Please.
I don't disagree with anything you said. Other than I want to point out that the modification in the language won't achieve any difference in the edge case that we just applied. And here's what I'll say about that though, and why I think it's okay, is that ultimately at the end of the day, we have to police ourselves. So we say the intent of this rule is that when these things occur, this is not intended to be the norm. So we're already saying that we don't intend that to be a regular practice, right? And that's only going to be true if we hold ourselves to that, right? And so
Okay.
so I think that's where, we aren't going to be able to massage these words to just like eliminate every bad thing that each of us individually want to avoid. There's going to be some accountability of us having to make hard choices, right? We're not just going to be able to always read a rule book. There's going to be gray area that we have to deal with, right? Otherwise, we could just, we could have anybody in here and do this. But, we got brought here to do this because we signed up to, I'm going to make hard decisions when we come in here, right? Like some nights it's easy, some nights it's not, right? And
Tonight.
town manager warns us of those nights, right?
All right, any other conversation on this? I see where you're coming
Yeah,
from, Councilman Gutenberg. I just want to make sure that we are not putting extra duties onto the staff at the last minute, and that we are very transparent. So public can't come back saying, wait a minute, it's not on the agenda and this is what you're passing.
Yeah, I agree.
So
with you.
can I try to summarize then? So the mayor read a statement, but I didn't hear broad support to include that. Did I capture that correctly?
There's no support for
Okay.
me on that. No.
And also, if I may, the mayor, and I was listening carefully to your statement. Basically, your statement, though, to me was complying other than emergency situations, most of your statement was sort of complying with current law. Okay, because you mentioned the word legislation, I think twice in your statement, as well as requirements of going through, the Open Meetings Act and also, so in essence, that's going to require the 2 readings anyway. So
Ordinance, yeah.
in your scenario that you said in your statement, under the current law, unless it's an emergency situation, as you said, it's sort of where we are right now.
It's ordinance that requires 2 readings, but with a resolution, what we did was we introduced and as we do with all legislation, but my one concern was it was not attached to the agenda. So people coming to the meeting on Tuesday, when they received the agenda on Friday, had no idea that this was being introduced. And we did it by the way the rules and procedures have, but I want to make sure that we are never accused of not being transparent, and that unless it's a 911, that something comes up, which we have done in the previous councils, that we adhere to something.
Something that just occurred to me though, like by previous rule or practice, when a council person brought a agenda item, the work product didn't come with it. We've now addressed that. So we would, in this scenario now, that work product would have been amended to the agenda and would have been publicly available. But this was actually a discussion I had with Mr. Stevens. Was his hands were kind of tied. He couldn't repost that. It just, our rules didn't allow it. But I think we fixed that part of it. It's
Okay,
fixed.
good.
Yeah.
All right.
And
Good.
then if I can continue, I don't know where we landed on 4.4 and consent. So if I could get clear.
I withdrew it
direction.
and I will respect the language as is written today, in particular section B.
All right. Oh, a consensus. We'll go.
Yes.
Yes, good.
Councilman Sampson.
What is that?
Yeah, you're good. All right, we're all yes. A lot of words to get 4.4 through. All right. 5.1.
Change.
Okay, I do have a change. I know. I did my homework.
Happy
I
to be
did.
here. Happy to be
Okay,
here.
order of business. So one of the, we have the order of business, but one thing that is not defined, and I don't know if it is the will of the council to define it, is mayor and town council reports. Right now, we can report anything we want, that I took my dog to Tillman Lake and he jumped into the lake, hypothetically. What I believe the intent of that when it was set up is to say, to report out as the elected body, as the elected person, you elected me, what have I done in my role? And that's what I'm reporting out to the public. It's not used, and I've used this myself, so I'm tattling on myself. I've used it as a platform. We're learning. It's not a time for a platform. It's not time to say that, you know, we took our dog to a Easter Bunny thing. It is our time to say, as council, this is what we have done as an elected body. And I have, with the help of my friend ChatGPT, rewrote some of that just to define it so that it is in here. So forevermore, it defines what our report is. And it is up for our discussion here. But I think without having it in here, it's a report, and we can report or use a platform or.
Can you give us the language you have proposed?
Oh, thank you for that. Reports of the mayor and town council members are intended to inform the public regarding activities, initiatives, and engagements undertaken in their official capacities. These reports promote transparency and provide an opportunity for elected officials to share information of community interest. Such reports may include summaries of meetings attended, community events, regional coordinated efforts, and updates on matters affecting the town. Reports are not intended to serve as a forum for deliberation, debate, or direction to staff, nor as a substitute for matters properly placed on the agenda for council consideration. Nothing in this section shall be interpreted to limit the free expression of elected officials. However, questions regarding staff response, request for action, or matters requiring council deliberation are encouraged to be brought forward through the established agenda and administrative processes.
ChatGPT did you a good one, didn't
They
you?
really did, didn't they? So in a nutshell, we're not doing a Q&A to staff at that time. We should have already been doing that. We're not telling them that we went, I went scuba diving with my husband. It is our role as elected officials. What have we done? Events that are coming up. It's not used for a personal platform.
I have something I'd like to say on that. And I think just for this discussion tonight, we should, I would ask that we consider tabling that, because that goes into a bigger topic. It's not as simple as it seems, because in a weird way, it indirectly parallels a question that came up before about if a council person wants to do something as in their role, separate from the rest of the council, can they? So if Greg Sampson wants to go, I'm just making something up. If I want to endorse something at, say, at some swimming pool or some aquatic center or whatever, and I say on the thing, hey, I was down there, I recognized them, I did that, and this and that. There's a question that has been repeatedly brought up. Is that the town's position or is that the individual's position?
Kind of like
So my thought is we should leave it the way it is. It's been going all these years, because I don't think that question has ever been addressed. My thought is each one of us was hired. Each one of us can endorse whatever we want. Each one of us can speak in favor of whatever we want. Each one of us can attend any meeting we want. I don't care if one council person goes to, I'm just making this up, another elected body's meeting. I don't care if they speak. But I think that needs to be addressed first before we address this. Because I think because if I'm speaking in my capacity as an elected official, then I'm voted by the whole town. Then I can speak on anything involving the town.
Right.
So then how would that be applicable? Because if I want to say, I endorse this, or like, we just.
Kind of like
had
a
that
mulch
meeting-
cell at La Plata High School.
Yeah.
You,
Or just recently, we just had that thing with the, what was that, arts thing? If I wanted to say, yeah, I'm in favor of that, I support it. What I hear that saying is, well, no. And then it would be a question is, well, could you do that? Because that's not the town's position.
and what this is, and thank you for that and opening up a conversation. What this is meant to do is that Mayor James, council person, whatever, attended, if I were mayor contest, it attended the arts as my capacity, in my capacity as mayor, in capacity as council member, you attended this. Didn't mean that you were saying you endorse it. This is meant where the language comes in is, all I'm trying to get at is report out what you've done in your capacity. Nobody cares that I took my dog to Tillman. That is just a lot of language that there. I did that as Janine, not as mayor. What have you done as in your elected capacity? And if you attend something that is not pertinent, then don't report it out. I mean, that's what it is.
I do agree in principle what you're saying. However, it's so subjective. That's the problem.
It is.
Because what's important to me may not be important to somebody else. Who cares? You know, if I go down to say, hey, I went down here to show my support for X, somebody else might say, what does that got to do with?
But you've done
Right,
that
16
as a
attorney.
council member.
Can we simplify, like maybe it's not question Q&A to staff?
Yeah, so not a Q&A and staff, not used as a platform,
Yeah,
which,
I'm not interested in limiting a member's comments. But if we want to use that as a opportunity to Q&A staff when we have an agenda item process, I can agree with that, but I'm not interested in limiting how members address their business.
Yeah, I guess
Okay.
the other question is, and I'll just leave it to everybody else is, once again, I'm trying to figure out what is the issue. I mean, I agree. I mean, unless I missed something, I'm not aware of anybody in a previous report that has Q&A'd a staff member. Now, I could be wrong.
it has happened, and it's happened several times, which is
Yeah.
fine, but we don't have guardrails
In
put
the-
up there.
In the report? Yeah.
Yes. And so it's I know, we're probably ready to punch out at that time. And also, as I said, it's policing ourselves. I have, by the way the agenda is, I have the last word. So I could sit there and I could go on, and I could talk about a platform. I could do whatever. If it's in the rules, no, I am not sitting there giving a report out that is anything other than what I have done in my capacity as mayor.
Do we want to put a time limit on how long your new business reports are?
No,
I mean-
because I have a lot to say. I do a
But I think that
lot.
might address what
But-
you're
but-
saying, like the filibuster thing at the end. Like if somebody want to go on and on about something, right? Because I'm not interested in limiting the members' comments at new business. I'm not.
No, but I'm not for limiting, no. But I want you on point. What did you do as an elected official? That's what your report is on. Whether you served on a board, a commission, a
But I
committee.
think we're all saying the same thing with, might not have to report on Park and Recs, but to Councilman Sampson thing, I might have went to something that's completely important to him as an elected official that no elected official would even think of possibly, right? But, and his, so I guess I agree with them. The principle is there. I think it's just, it's a lot of guardrails.
If I could too,
Please.
because part of what you're trying to address here is like questioning or directing town staff or asking for, somebody to come in and say something. Like, isn't that just a matter of like normal decorum? Don't we already have that rule? And as the presiding officer, couldn't you just manage that if that occurs? I mean, I think by
I
rule
could.
already, right? Right.
I
I'm
could.
just
I
asking.
just,
Yeah.
I just wanted it defined what that report is for. What you've done as an elected official.
The concern I would have with that, right, is it is hard to then ask a presiding officer to make judgments of what it is you decide you want to talk about. I think, and it could get really, I just worry about that getting really like ugly. trying to enforce it.
It's true,
Right.
but it's not, I guess what I'm getting at is it's not a platform for, I'll be very transparent, when we first got elected, it was people, council members saying what they felt that had nothing to do with our roles as elected officials. And I was very guilty of that too. I took that opportunity to make statements. It shouldn't be. That report, it's a report. What have you done as mayor? What have you done as council members? That's where I'm headed on that, is to avoid what happened early on. That's where I'm at.
If I may, thank you for your vulnerability there. I'm also guilty. I was the one that Q&A'd the staff, and I think I've done it several times. I have no problem admitting that. There is nothing currently against the rules that I'm tracking that stops that. And if there is, then just please correct me day of. I'll make a compromise. I'm perfectly willing to put in language that says no Q&A during councilman statements. But I also agree with Councilman Johnson and Councilman Sampson. I'm afraid of putting whoever the presiding officer is in that position to make that subjective call. Because listen, it's no secret. There's bad blood between some members here on the council. And if I were to say something and you as the presiding officer ruled me out of order, it would get crazy quick. You know what I mean? So if I decide to say, and for the record, I never have, I don't know where the dog examples coming from, if it's just a hypothetical or if somebody said that. But let's say somebody takes a dog to Tillman Lake and walks around or whatever. And if I have said it, I apologize. But if somebody takes a dog around Tillman Lake or whatever, I think then the body has to make a decision, or the town has to make a decision in 3 years. That guy or gal's wasting my time, and I need a new rep from whatever ward. You know what I mean? So like, listen, if I were to say under this current rule right now, let's say it gets adopted and gets passed, and Easter happens after this, and I go, Happy Easter, you'd be like, well, point of order. Did you attend Easter in your official capacity, or are you just, come on, what are we doing, right? I get it. The Q&A, fine. Yep,
Yeah.
totally on board. I'm willing to move forward with language that removes Q&A, leave the rest the same, give the power back to the residents. If they think people are wasting time, then let them make that choice. I have a feeling they don't.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I agree. If we want to put that it's not a Q&A session for staff,
Yeah.
right? I like, we have the agenda item process for that, right?
Can I, yeah,
Please.
I'll give an example though. A couple of times, right? Staff has decided to weigh in. Mr. Stevens will hear something that's being talked about in that section and just go, hey, if I could, because I can just put a bow on this real quick for everybody. And it allows that thing to be wrapped up and it's in a nice, neat bow when we move on. It doesn't have to be brought up again. Like, so I wouldn't want to limit staff's opportunity
So
to
should we
do
do
that.
that to the end of the item?
Well, I just wonder if, we don't, I'm concerned that we're just going to add like so many rules that
Just
it's
leave it
just,
where
it's
it
just,
is.
yeah, I mean, there is a, what I'll say is, as a group, right, we are different in our ability to navigate some of these things probably than we were when we first came in, as anybody would be when they first come in. So maybe we can self-police it in that way. I mean, just the fact that we've had this discussion in this way probably is a good tune-up for all of us in what the expectation of that time is.
Yeah, and for the record, totally agree with that too. I was just going to make the concession up front because it sounded like the Q&A ruffled some feathers.
Well,
That's all.
And it is a report. So we're reporting out. And as long as we can police ourselves, that's a big thing. It's not a platform. It's not a Q&A. It's reports.
So are we changing language or no?
Well, do you think we all can police ourselves then? As a presiding officer, or TJ when he is a presiding officer, to have to police one another, that's not right. But that's also, I don't think that this council now, 11 months and 2 days into their session.
What's on your page?
Hey, you know what? We're having a discussion and you brought up some good points. Mark this day. So,
Madam Mayor, if I-
yes,
I-
please.
I just wrote down no direct Q&A for staff.
Yeah.
Anyone
That might
do
be better.
I'm good with
Yes.
Is
that.
that
Yep.
okay?
I'm
Good.
good with that.
Yes.
Yep, thank you.
I'm going to ask Mr. Stevens, are you okay with that language?
Yeah, absolutely. And I do just want to say, I appreciate this conversation, but I want everybody to know, I mean, I don't know that the staff has ever complained about getting questioned, okay?
Oh, yeah.
So I just want to say that for the record. I mean, we're here to answer questions to the best of our ability. Sometimes it does put us in an awkward position if we haven't done the work and you can make us look foolish and we can lose credibility with the town. So there is risk and, you know, it's not theater in here, but if you do have a question, I absolutely love when you let me know in advance so that I can come forward with you know, a comprehensive response. But I hope I never gave you the impression that we were.
No.
upset
No.
with answering
No.
questions.
Not at all. It's just cleaning up the language or defining. It's actually defining what the report time is for.
And
All right. So is everyone, Mr. Stevens, can you repeat back what or Mr. Pounds, so we can get a consensus on that?
Sure. Here's what I captured, and Mr. Pounds, if you can help me wordsmith here. Under section 501A, and then I guess as another sentence or maybe as a C, there'll be some kind of language that there'll be no direct questions and answer period directed at staff.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm still in this section since it says mayor and council, and this is not for Mayor James, just collectively throughout all our documents, we're the council of the town of La Plata. It's not two separate entities. So we can refer to documents as the council of the town of La Plata, kind of like this resolution here, council of the town of La Plata. It's not the mayor and council in this particular form of government.
I
As we
think,
go through our documents, if we can make sure that's clarified, please.
well, to your point, are we going by what the charter says and the code says? Because we can't deviate from that
Yeah, the
unless
charter-
we change.
Charter establishes the officers of the council, like the members of the council. But if you, the first the first portion of the form of government is the council, and then it spells out who sits on the council, which is the mayor and council members.
Yeah, I would have to look at what that actually says, because I don't have my charter
I
right.
keep the town charter very.
Good. I'm sure you do. I'm sure I have it in here too, but
Article 3, all legislative powers of the town shall be vested in the council consisting of a mayor and 4 councilmen. So that is the council of the town of La Plata, which
Agreed.
happens to have a mayor that sits on it as a member.
what does the code say?
Well, the charter is,
Would supersede
yeah,
it,
yeah.
but I don't have a problem with that. If that
I
is,
think it's administratively, of course, there's 4 other people in the room.
It's addressed in the first sentence of the introduction, so we just need to make it consistent to say town council.
Just consistency, yes.
yeah. Do we have a consensus to?
I'm indifferent, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Let me down, McCormick.
5-3?
I have clarification.
Good. So do I.
believe, Mr. Stevens.
Well, I was just, so there's some Scrivener's errors throughout the document, and I just want staff to know, so there's a sequencing error there. So you went from 5.1 to 5.3. We've recognized that. There are Scrivener's errors throughout this document. It's a draft. We'll clean up anything before it comes forward for council. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Got it. I might have read somewhere where a member of the public comments may be limited at the discretion of the presiding officer. Right, but this rule strictens or enhance with the governing ordinance. I think it's an ordinance, don't quote me if I'm wrong, that it will be 3 minutes, not no discretion or no yielding. It is 3 minutes, the way this new language is reading. Correct? I believe there was one somewhere where it says at the discretion of the presiding officer, it may be limited to.
From memory, I think in the rule of procedure for the planning commission,
Or might be
there's a
town code.
discretion word. That's but here it is clear.
Here it's clear as 3 minutes, right?
And I have language on that, but I have corrections on A, but if we're on B right now, I have a lot of corrections on that one too. You're right, and it shouldn't be for less than 3 minutes. It should be up to 3 minutes, but it is always at the discretion of the council. If we put that, I mean, that's our rules, and it's at the presiding officer. If you have somebody that is really, and you've seen this on the planning commission, you've seen this on the Board of Appeals, if they are going on and they really have a thought, at 3 minutes, the buzzer goes off. Do you bring a hook out and get them
Yeah.
off?
I think we open ourselves up for liability if we do it for one member of a community and then 2 weeks later, someone says something about you or me as a presiding officer I don't like, your 3 minutes, you're done talking. Well, I still got stuff
Yeah.
to say. Well, you're done talking, right?
That's true.
So
That's true.
And look, citizens don't only have access to us at a meeting, right?
So up to 3 minutes on that. Yeah, you're right. You
I
bring up a
wouldn't,
good point.
yeah, I wouldn't.
I don't want to put in the discretion because you're right. If I don't like the person, you have 3 minutes.
You don't like the
and-
person comments. Yeah.
Comments, yes. And they're being very mean. And then someone comes up and they're very flowery and very complimentary and I let them go on for 6 minutes. Yeah.
So the Counselor Johnson's point is spot on, and I thank you for saying that. And I had another point and now I've lost it. See, I thanked you and I.
That was your first
no
mistake. That was your
favoritism.
first mistake.
It's still early. It's only
Okay.
7:56. It'll come back.
So, on B, where I have changed some of the language a little bit. The public, if you'll indulge me, the public comment participation portion of the agenda is designated to allow individuals to address the council on matters of town business for up to 3 minutes per speaker. Individuals need not give prior notice to the town. And kept that. I took out citizens because what happens if they're not a citizen? I'm not looking to see if you're a citizen. I put in individual, and that could be changed too. But it's designed to allow individuals to address council, and I put on matters of town business. If they want to talk about something that is just not in front of, that's not pertinent to the town, do we allow that? It's not to restrict I would never stop someone from
I
saying,
think if 3 minutes is the rule,
Yeah.
can we bear it for 3 minutes?
Members of the public, it's a citizen.
Yeah, I-
3 minutes. And it's-
Yeah, then you pull them out.
We
Yep.
saw, this is a position that, and we see it all over
Mhm.
social media of the comments that are made before public bodies.
Yeah.
All right.
It is-
That's why you keep the time. short.
Showing your rear end is not the business of the town, but the Supreme Court of Maryland said
You can.
you can do it.
Yep.
so to address the town council for up to, it said less than, but for up to 3 minutes.
Sure.
Per speaker. And then I had a problem with citizens. I
That's
just,
fine, yeah.
individuals.
You don't have to be a resident to speak or anything
No,
like that. Let
you
anybody
Be
speak.
a resident. So a citizen, with everything going on in the world and you use citizen, as someone looking for cards is
Let
what
me-
I'm looking for.
Let me ask this question real quick, because the speaker point, I think the language is clear, but there has been a crazy example that's happened in Maryland recently where folks signed up and then yielded their time to somebody and gave them 21 minutes to speak.
No,
Absolutely.
I
not.
agree. For the record, is this language clear enough or do we have to add a sentence in?
No, the speaker said per speaker.
Perfect. I just want to
Yeah.
make sure, because again, it's a crazy example, but it literally just
Oh,
happened.
no,
Yep.
it literally happened at a public hearing that we had a few years ago that they kept on yielding time. That is where a rule came in that you can't yield time.
And if you'll indulge me, I remembered what I wanted to say now. So,
Please.
so the next argument you'll hear that you're going to hear when there's a really controversial topic and people want to come in and talk is they're going to tell you that 3 minutes isn't enough time. So there's this perception that somehow standing in this room in front of this podium bears more weight. It doesn't. So if you have comments that you can't get into 3 minutes, you can provide written comments.
Mhm.
And you can provide them at the meeting, you can give them to me, I'll take them, I'll make copies, we'll put them in the public record, I'll distribute them to the dais. I don't like people approaching the dais, so I'd ask whoever's presiding to direct, give the town manager the written comments. But you can give me a novel and we'll go copy it and I'll make sure every member of council gets it and we'll put it in the packet. Okay, but that'll be the next argument you hear when it comes to the 3 minute limitation, and just be prepared for that. That standing here doesn't bring extra weight, right? You don't get extra points for being at the podium. You can provide those comments. And frankly, if you provide your comments in advance of the meeting, even better, because now you've had a chance to review them and actually let it sink in before you're sitting on the dais being asked to make a decision. So written comments, way to go.
All right. For A, going back, I had a problem with the way that it was worded. And so it says no person other than a member of the town council, town manager, or town attorney shall have the right to discuss any matter in a meeting of town council unless by consent of a majority of the council or when that person is scheduled to appear before the council on the agenda item. This comes under public comment participation. So the way I read that is, now you go into two and it says the public comment participation, but it's very limiting on that. That language I didn't like at all.
What's the intent of it, though?
Um,
I think the intent is not to have people pop up at a meeting and just say,
so
Exactly.
what I ended up writing with the help of my friend, the town council shall provide a reasonable opportunity for members of the public to address the council at each regular meeting consistent with the requirements of the town charter, including the provision that individuals be afforded a reasonable opportunity to be heard at public meetings and in accordance with the Maryland Open Meetings Act as amended. Lots of words, but I don't want it to look like your speech, your comments are limited. And I interpreted that first one as saying, no, only these people can bring something up. I think it's,
Except for B.
except for
yeah,
B,
a
right?
B,
Yeah.
but you're reading A first.
But
And it
that-
says,
I think that
so-
in terms of, let's just say, I don't know, an estranged wife or husband come in here outside of public comment to address the council, outside of public participate, like that is not allowed to happen, right?
Or a county commissioner couldn't just show up at our meeting and say, I am here to talk to you.
Outside of the public, out of what's
Right.
allowed.
Right, and it wasn't on the agenda.
Right.
So
Right.
do we even need that? Because it's an agenda thing. Do we need that language to put in there? That,
Right.
so we have, Joe Schmo come in and he has a presentation on,
This is going to
I
get a
think
little,
the code, back to your thing, the decorum, that's code. The presiding officer has the right to enforce decorum of members who disrupt the meeting. Right? So I think if there's a,
Let me tell you why it's there.
yes,
Okay.
please do.
Is it to give you discretion and control.
So
Okay?
if I,
So then, all of a sudden, this is sort of, a statutory construction. That is the broad language, and then B is the specific language. Okay, so in essence, that gives you the authority to make decisions, and then B is how decisions are made.
so
That
if
was the
I,
thought.
so, and I love that. Thank you for sharing that with me, but, or with us. When you have somebody that shows up out of the blue, and passionate, has a presentation, wants to present to council, it would be, the council may say, cool, we're like that, but you would have to amend the agenda in order to put this person in. Otherwise, they are only 3 minutes.
No, because you have the agenda item, public comment under the agenda item as an agenda item.
But they're limited to 3 minutes. So the way A is read is there. If you had someone that wanted to do a presentation, they could do a presentation in 3 minutes if they want to show us whatever it wants. But this language there is constrictive. I don't know if it's needed because we already have the right to say all of that.
but I think and if I may, I know what you're saying, but I think this protects us that our meetings cannot be disrupted outside of a certain section, right? Like we allow you 3 minutes, but on this discussion, one of the members in the gallery cannot come up to this table right now and input their opinion.
But why is it under public comment? Because public comment, they have the right to stand up there for 3 minutes and say whatever they want to say, because we're not restricting their freedom of speech.
They're on the agenda and they're invited.
They're on the
By
agenda.
B.
I be,
Right.
yeah,
By
Right.
B and only B.
Yep, that's,
So
but so
A,
why do we need A?
because that's
Because
defined
A is the
outside
control.
of that, who else
Right.
can speak to us?
Right. It is enforcing our agenda. We are here for a public meeting on the public agenda. They are invited
And we
by
dictate who
B
present to us,
to do,
right.
yes.
Yeah.
So is that misplaced? Is A misplaced and B, it should be under,
I don't know.
Me personally, I take what the town attorney just told us. He said it's there, it's the construct, and then B is the specifics of how it's applied. So
Okay,
think
I don't
it
want
works.
anybody to
Yeah.
interpret reading A and not go on any further than B saying, okay, it's only these people that get to talk unless the majority of council say you're good.
We haven't ran into that problem, I don't think, with
Yeah.
public comment on the agenda.
I don't think we have.
Yeah,
either,
I don't think,
but
I don't think we will.
worst case scenario on that.
Okay.
All right. So are we fine with keeping A?
Yes.
All right.
okay.
And then the changes on B, are we okay with B? All right.
S-
And just to reiterate. the
Yeah, if you don't mind,
changes
just
were-
refresh my memory. Yep.
The changes were changing citizens to
Got
individuals.
it. In 3 minutes, firm
and,
stop, right?
Instead of less than, up
Up to,
to
got it.
3 minutes. And it's,
And we agree there's a hard stop on 3 minutes.
Yeah, once three's up, it's up.
There's no discretion.
okay. And then on C, so we're good on page 7?
I think so.
Okay. I just tweaked some words on there and I wrote public comment is intended to allow the council to hear from the public and is not a forum for dialogue or debate between speakers and members of the town council.
That's already there, yeah.
I feel like,
It's not
yeah,
intended to serve as a form of debate.
yeah, the forum for
Yeah.
debate, I think it's
So
already
it's just
answered.
tweaking language a little bit.
Debate means discussion, conversation where we won't engage in.
Yes, sometimes you have to make it crystal clear.
So I guess I'll ask this, just left and right limits, and that's kind of what we're talking about here in intent. I don't think this council has had a back and forth with a resident that was out of order, and I think the language as written is fine. We don't need a change to it.
No, we haven't, but we have addressed them from our
Councilman reports,
from
very,
reports.
very different.
Which is
Yep,
a-
which you have the prerogative to do, and if it's a dumb comment, then you get voted out in 3 years.
Any change? So are we in agreement that we don't need to change that? Do you?
Yeah, there's no.
Agree.
Yeah,
No
I
change.
need to change it.
All right, public hearings. I think that's pretty straightforward unless you have tweaking of language. Anything? All right, page 9, more of the public hearings, and now it goes into closed meetings. This is dictated by Maryland Open Meetings Act. Any changes on that?
No.
All right. 10, forum. Any changes on that?
So this gets into a question Councilman Gutenberg asked earlier about process. We're going to have an opportunity at the end to make general comments. I just want to make sure, again, I got that correct, right?
Well, do you have something that is pertinent to
I
this?
don't, because I don't know if it's pertinent to this, but it discusses showing up. Yeah, fair. Okay. So I'll bring it up and then let me know if it's out of bounds or not. So one of my concerns is not with this body, thankfully, but being process oriented and trying to move things forward, is some sort of show clause when it comes to quorum. And again, I don't know if that's code of conduct or that's rule of procedure, if it's something maybe we don't even want.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
So attendance?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, I will tell you that I was sharing this with Councilman Gutenberg. There is a municipality that they have specifically written, and it has been codified. So it is an ordinance that says if you miss more than 3 meetings in a row
In a row.
without without any
Done.
reasoning, you're done.
Wow.
And this happened, and the mayor had been serving for 17 years, and council bid him a fair adieu.
Wow.
That, I can see where you're going with it.
And again, I'm just asking the general question. Is it here? Is it code of
I think what
conduct?
you're asking is the statement say that you shall advise the presiding officer of your absence from a meeting.
No, not quite. So I'm not talking about anything that's specifically
I don't
written
see
here.
anything written, yeah.
I understand.
He
My
wants
question,
to add-
my question is, for example, let's say I wanted personally, I don't know, you have to show up to 70% of
You want
meetings in a
agenda-
calendar
you
year.
want a Attendance requirement.
That's what
Just
I'm
tell it like
asking
an
you.
agenda item request.
Got it. Okay. So different than this here.
I would, yeah. 'cause I wasn't
That's what
prepared
I
for
was
that.
asking. I'm not proposing a
No,
policy.
conversation.
I'm asking if it fits here or not. Yep.
If
Yeah,
it is
I like it too.
Yep. That's all I'm asking. Yep.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult because are we looking for a problem? I mean.
No. And that's what I started with, right?
Yeah.
I don't think this council has or will, right?
No.
To be fair, we've all shown up, but let's not kid ourselves. I'll call it out. I speak very candidly. Last council we did. right? It's only one
Absolutely.
council ago.
Absolutely. And we didn't have rules for,
And that's my point.
To
Does it,
address.
does it fit here or does it fit later? That's what I'm
Ordinance would
asking.
Probably be on an ordinance.
Got it.
Yeah.
That
Can we
yep.
stay?
And that's what I'm asking. Yeah. Yep.
Not
That's
on
all.
the
Thank you.
minutes,
Yep.
All
Thank
right,
you.
anything on page 10? Thank you for that conversation. 11, preservation of order.
No, member ask.
Yes, so I have a question here. I can't find it specifically, but I guess I'll ask it generally if that's okay. So an appeal to the presiding officer, that does, correct me if I'm wrong, require a second, correct?
It does.
Okay.
It says it on G, I think.
Thank you. And again, I apologize. I couldn't find it right away. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I do have a question of clarification, and this conversation has not been had in over 12 or 13 months. Section D, the presiding officer may adjourn the meeting without the town council vote or appeal in an emergency. I'm going to assume that means life-threatening
Oh, yeah. If
and not
someone,
emotions,
yeah, if someone, well, or it could be that,
a medical emergency
it
or.
could be that you could have members of the council, town council. See how I did that? Not mayor and town council.
As it should.
Members of the town council.
Coaching helps.
Yes, it does. Two of them getting ready to throw.
Right, like that's a
Yeah.
active, okay, so
So-
we're not saying like, cause someone emotions. is-
No,
Okay,
no.
all right. Not that it's been practiced, but it was a question.
Yeah.
Before.
Yep. All right. Any other questions on C62? We're good to go?
Move along.
All right, 6.3. I did have something. Of course I did, right? No discussion that question of sectarian or political nature should be allowed. That, again, I don't like no's, because it's kind of, people can interpret that other ways. I put discussion shall be confined to matters relevant to the business before the town and conducted in a respectful and orderly manner.
Look at this, 11 months, 2 days. I agree.
There you go.
I totally agree.
So, because if you
And
put
I think it's the
political
decorum.
nature,
Yeah.
we don't run, we're
We
not.
make
partisan.
we make political decisions.
We make
Yeah.
nonpartisan decisions. If I come in and I start throwing, I'm just gonna say Green Party, I am supporting the Green Party, isn't that
That'd be
right?
It's a poll.
Yeah, there you go. And I'm talking about that. That doesn't have any business in local government. We aren't run by D, Rs, or Gs. That's Green Party.
Yeah.
So that's why I wanted to make sure that it is, you're not limiting discussion, but you are defining
I think that's a
discussion.
rock looking for a windshield.
And yeah, it's usually my big windshield. So, but you're not saying no. So the minute somebody says, I went to whatever party, does a presiding officer, meaning a political party, does a presiding officer have to say, oh, excuse me, member of council 6-3 says you cannot.
Yeah, it's up for appeal if that's.
I
if that's
do
the
think,
presiding
though,
officer you
that,
wanna be.
I can't quote it verbatim, right? But I do think that that language is lifted right out of the charter. The charter does talk about strict limitations to strictly nonpartisan.
So let's assume it does, just real
Yeah,
quick.
yeah.
So let's assume it does. We can't change this then is,
No,
Okay.
I'm not
I'm
saying
just
that.
asking,
I'm
yeah,
just
yeah.
saying, you
I'm
know.
legitimately asking for the record.
Yeah, no,
This is not-
I
got
get
you.
it. It's just, you know,
Yeah, let's-
I'm just looking at it from a perspective of like,
Well,
what are
consistency
we,
across them, right?
what are
Yeah,
we
nothing.
fixing here?
Yeah, nothing,
Yeah.
nothing's in the charter saying.
But I do think Madam Mayor has a point. Listen, at some point, right, and let's call it 3 years down the road, all 5 of us decide to run for reelection again. We're going to go to the Charles County Democrat 4th and 5th Club. We're going to go to Charles County Republican Club if they host debates. And does this limit that? And the other thing is, you just brought it up. We do make political decisions every day, right? So I'm always firmly in favor of including more ability for us to basically expand that left and right limit
Yeah,
than it does to limit it. Because again, like, let's say, for example, Mayor James and I don't get along on a specific issue, and I bring up, well, you know, I think some typical Republican talking point is a good thing for the town, does she turn around and go, well, that's political in nature, we can't have that open in the
And then
debate?
so she's,
Yeah,
she's
well-
making, she's making a ruling. If you don't like the ruling.
Yeah,
it's-
you appeal, but my whole point is
Well,
like, you can just
now-
eliminate it with that.
Yeah, now
language. Yeah.
now though, right?
Mhm.
Like, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, no, you're good, please.
But that touches back to why I think we should look back at the charter and validate that.
I
We
agree for the
don't have to
record,
do it
yep.
right now,
Mhm.
and here's why. Because that is so polarizing.
Yep.
And I think the intent of the charter is that we are here to conduct town business.
Agreed.
And so if we are tempted to bring ideas from a political party into solve problems, boy, if you're, you know, you really need to wrap it in
Yeah.
a very nonpartisan way and not.
Yes, and I might not be
you know what I
making
mean?
myself clear. I am not saying or advocating that somebody should have the right to do that. What I'm saying is if it just takes one personality disagreement and now we're doing rulings all the time on, let's say somebody does I don't know, a normal Democratic talking point, same thing, right? Like,
Yeah.
I get your
but
point
you're-
because you want to wrap it
I
up
think that's
nonpartisan.
I think that's two different things.
Yeah, I
I
think
don't think
we're
it's the
fair.
language written here is not at the intent of.
Yeah,
of
I-
Can we
what you're-
strike that
Okay.
language?
I think the language is appropriate.
I think the language is appropriate
I
too.
think it's
and
too- I think it's
and
far
we're-
extreme example.
Well,
Yeah,
so-
the way you could
Yeah.
limit your ability there, or you could limit the risk of
Yeah.
that is just, you can say whatever you want.
Just don't say it's tied to a party.
Well, yeah, as
Yeah.
soon as you start interjecting that
Mhm.
this is a Republican concept or a Democratic concept.
Now you're at
Democratic
risk, yep.
Party concept, that's a
To-
problem. But sure, if you're borrowing ideas, hey, most ideas are borrowed in this day.
And
age,
that's-
right?
that's
Like,
where
there's
I was
very
getting
little
at.
new
Yep.
thought.
Yep.
So my only point is, like, we have to be careful how we present our ideas because
Agreed.
we're
Mhm.
conducting town business. We can't, if we become a partisan body, it's
So I
not
agree.
good.
Then it's awful.
mean-
So for the record, I agree with everything you said. I just want to make sure that limit
I think
wasn't
that-
there.
that
You
the-
clarified it. Yep.
So to your
I'll
point
change, yep.
too, okay, we're talking 5 years down the road, and we have new members of the council, of the town council. You like that? I'm going again. All right. And that they say, where they're talking about no discussion of a political nature, and the presiding officer, whoever that might be, says that is political. You are shut down.
They amended.
Why?
this-
But why not
That's a-
avoid that by just saying matters relevant to the business before the town council?
This rule of procedure governs this body, not a future body.
Yeah.
But they-
Potentially, right? They have that is,
They have the right, but
I think we
Yeah.
should focus on this.
go
body
back
today.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I don't know. I just think that that
think
could be.
we-
Councilor Goodman
we
Great.
aren't
I
having
agree.
that problem. And so, and
We're
the
not.
next council will have their own rule of procedures, right? Like, I don't think it's a problem.
And for the record, I was on board with what Mayor James said earlier. I think
I
we
want that
wrapped
for
it
the
up
record, please.
very, very well. Yep.
I do have a quick question.
Thank you. Yes.
And this is a sincere question. Just to see how this would fit, it just popped in my mind. So I remember distinctly that what is that group? The 4th and 5th Democratic
Mhm.
Club and the Republican Party invited us to speak, and we gave a report, or some of us gave a report, all of us, I guess all of us gave a report. Would that be stricken or prohibited by that clause? Because we were
I'm going to ask
at a
the,
Democratic and Republican
I'm going to ask the
meeting, and we
attorney.
were telling, and the reason it popped in my mind is because just a few minutes ago, we were talking about,
Yep.
the town report and it's subjective, what is business, but we all said, hey, we went there, we represented, so I just wanted to make sure that's a sincere question.
No, that's a
If we were
great
invited
question.
now, we're not going there to politicize or bring it back, but we're just saying, hey, because in my mind, we were speaking, all of us, to be transparent. So I'm just wondering if this would prohibit that.
That, to me, that would be town business.
That would be town, okay.
So that would be allowed if I went to my Green Party there and I spoke in my capacity as mayor. But the 4 other members of the council don't support what
I don't
I'm
think-
saying.
Yeah, I don't,
Am I not speaking for the town?
No.
no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yourself.
I can give you an example. Last night I was at the Democratic 4th and 5th, and at the end, the president said, Councilman Johnson, do you have anything to report that the town is doing?
Yeah, now that one is very,
But to your point, if I wanted to report, it's a little different going to an HOA meeting on Wednesday night, giving an update on the town business, right? And I'm just reporting. It's different when I say, hey, Given the example of when I bring in the parties, like this is what they talked about, we should do it here because it's a XYZ party initiative. I think that's two different, it's a different coin flip.
I think as long as the attorney is good with the language.
Yeah. Now, let me ask some, because just so I can clarify and make sure we're clarified on this side of the table. So discussion revolving or the discussion is going to be relevant to town business and not partisan or other similar issues.
Yeah,
Does
we're
that
not changing
cover-
it. I think we're keeping it
Yeah.
the way it's written.
Okay, so it's going to stay.
At least that's, I don't think.
I
Right,
agree.
it's a town
Keep it as written, and I think we have your understanding, your opinion that frankly, I think Councilman Sampson and Mayor James asked perfectly, hey, would this qualify? And you said, nope, it's
Yeah.
town business.
And I do thank you, Councilman
Yeah.
Gutenberg, for saying, this is our rules. Don't think about 5 years down the road.
That's a
All
great
right,
point.
good. Anything on action by town council? I had one thing to add on A, action on ordinance shall be required in accordance with town code and town charter.
I apologize. Where are we right now? What page?
6.4,
Thank you.
shouldn't we add town charter in
I
there?
don't believe, I mean, other than, I think the only thing that address ordinance in the charter is the salary of the council member and mayor, I believe.
But our actions, I don't,
Well,
is that
ordinance
overkill?
is, no, ordinance is how we adopt.
Action on ordinance shall be required in accordance with town code. Is that just, do we need,
I don't
And-
think we, I don't think we need a rule for that. I mean, that's the law.
yeah,
Yeah.
do we need, and if
Yes.
we don't need it, we don't need it. It's
Yeah, I think
okay,
we're good.
redundant. All right. Moving on, page 13. Anything?
I just want to, yeah, 6.5. And I think I did a perfect example of this earlier today on agenda item 442 when I made a motion to suspend the rules. There is an understanding that a motion can be made on any agenda item on the agenda, right? It's just a matter of if there's a second or not, right? Kind of, I know there was comments in the past about a motion can't be made, or I think someone asked a question and the motion can't be made. Well, says who? The rules don't say that, right? So I just want to make sure there's clearly that, before, I don't know, 4.2, when I made the motion to suspend the rules of procedure 4.2, there's a motion laid on the table.
And we went with it.
No, I
didn't
know,
we?
no, good. No, I'm saying that was a perfect example, but I just want to make
Yeah.
sure it's clearly that it don't happen often because I don't think we really make many motions in matter of discussions. Because Mr. Stevens said, I don't think a motion is needed. I understand the intent, but just so if there is a motion on the table, we do understand this governs that a motion can be made at any point in the meeting if it's on the agenda item.
Do we need to add that in, or since this is,
Well, I was going to ask that. Are you looking for language change or are you just
Oh,
making
no.
the statement, hey,
No,
this is good to
no, I
go?
think
Perfect.
I agree with the language.
So do
agree
I.
with it
Okay.
today, and I
Okay.
agreed with it
Perfect.
Yesterday. Yeah.
everyone good? All right. Page 14. Anything?
Yes. Please.
Go ahead.
Is this one where it says a silence when no one?
Yeah.
Okay, so are we taking consensus when we ask for consensus? If there's no yes or no, is that to be made an affirmative, or are we only talking about? Well, I guess consensus is a voting. So,
Mhm. So
so-
it would be a
so
yes.
if there's no comment, then the clerk is to record the consensus as a yes.
And we're on 6.8, right?
Yes.
The duty. of-
Yes.
Okay.
Unless the member,
Person says no, of course.
yep.
Okay.
Okay.
And this leads to another question. So we've done a little bit of vulnerability here. There was a consensus way back. I can't remember exactly what it was. 4 folks voted, and then I think Councilman Johnson made a comment to the effect of like, well, Mayor James, how do you vote on it? That silence would have been recorded as a
Yes,
yes automatic. Okay,
Absolutely.
got
That
it.
was
Okay.
just-
It was
And
just
that's,
a
but I'm
It was
asking,
consensus.
yeah, but I'm asking that specifically just to make sure I have
Yep.
to clear,
No.
not calling out a situation.
no-
Got it.
So I don't have to do
Okay.
that again.
Correct, because now we know, hey,
Yeah.
and again, we're a newer body then, we're an older body now. Got it. Okay.
All right, page 15.
I have a question.
Please do.
All right, on 16, 16, good grief, 610.
Yes.
A. Should it read that we notify the town manager or the town clerk instead of the mayor? And the only there's 2 reasons I asked that. One, it seems unnecessary because I don't see any kind of enforcement mechanism. Like, so let's say I'm gonna be absent. I call you up and you say, okay, I don't agree. Then what?
No, I don't think it's approval on that, but I think it should say, instead of mayor, I think it should say presiding officer.
Yes.
because otherwise, I mean, it's just cleaner that way. And if you say, if you have decided to take an extended leave and you've moved to the Caribbean
Mhm.
and you are just going to or Hawaii, and you're going to be conducting everything over there and you have no intent of coming back, I think it's just a courtesy to say, hey, presiding officer, whoever it shall be, that I'm not going to be there, but I'm going to be coming in. So you're expected. So if at 6 o'clock you're not here, we didn't hear anything, we're going to assume that you're coming. I think it's a courtesy thing.
I guess
And-
my question is, and I actually agree with what you're saying. To me, that what you're saying goes back, and that example goes back to what Councilman McCormick was talking about with the attendance thing, being present. I was just looking at it as a practical application. You know, if I know I can't make it in, I just notify everybody in general so they're aware. If somebody has an issue with that for whatever reason, they can address it. Otherwise, in my mind, it's just an operational issue. You know, okay, you want to remote in. All right, if the town clerk says they can do it, they can do it. I mean, the town, in my mind, that's more of the town clerk's lane. Hey, if we don't have if the system's not working, can't remote in. I can't accommodate you. You either need to be here. You know, so I was looking at it more of just a practical application type thing, not as so much an approval. But I noticed that when I looked at it, there is no enforcement right now the way it's set up. And that's not so much saying that the mayor should hammer somebody. I'm just saying I just noticed that I
Again,
called in every single meeting. I want to be remote. There's nothing in here that says,
people are watching,
yeah,
right? And you can see that has happened in the past and it has happened with commissions. So, but I'm sorry, TJ, one thing that I would like to change, instead of saying mayor, I'd like to change it all to presiding officer, because
Is that consistent throughout the whole document?
um,
I was just, can I make one suggestion?
we can make that.
I
Yeah,
was just saying, notify the council and town clerk.
Yeah.
Because it's really the town clerk, and as a professional courtesy to let everybody, let your peers know.
Yeah.
And the town clerk, because it's an operation issue. I mean, that's all I was saying.
it should go through the town manager. I mean, the
Well,
town manager
yeah.
we shouldn't be directing anybody. Go ahead.
I
Mr.
mean,
Steve.
I think I have two. I think I see what you're saying. Like, you're still attending the meeting, right? Now, I will agree if you're going to be absent from a meeting, there should be courtesy, i.e. the commissioners yesterday notified whoever at the county that there wasn't going to be a quorum, and then they put on the public that there's not, so that don't waste the citizen time of showing up to a meeting where business is not going to take place. But in terms of just virtual or not, I think that's operational.
Go ahead, Mr.
Please.
Stevens.
No, I just wanted to get clarification. I thought we were wrapping that conversation, but.
Oh, no.
Yeah, sorry.
Buckle up.
So the two of you had an interesting exchange. I just want to make sure I got this right. The way this language reads, it's more of a information to the mayor, not that the mayor can or can't approve somebody joining virtually. Do I have that right or do I have that wrong?
I think the way it's worded now, I don't think it's asking permission. I
Okay,
think it's,
And I'm asking that for a specific reason. I'm about to have my second kid. I will probably be attending some meetings virtually in the first couple of weeks. Just to make sure I'm squared away here. Right now, as the language is written, it's as simple as saying, Madam Mayor, on, I don't know if this is a date or not, June 15th, I'm going to be attending virtually for this reason. That's it, right? It's not you going, okay, well,
so here's something, sorry to interrupt.
No,
This
you're-
came in before. If conditions and requirements of the policies have been met, the town council shall approve the member's request by
and
majority vote.
that's why I'm asking.
So, okay, so you've ticked everybody off and we don't want you to attend. And all of-
Hypothetically,
all of us
this
get
is not
together
11 months and 2 days ago. We've established that.
all of us get together and say, no, we don't want him participating, or we know you're going to vote no on something and cause a ruckus, hypothetically. I don't
That's
like
more
that.
Johnson than me, I think.
I don't like that language in that we have to approve a virtual.
And that's why I'm asking it. Are we good to
Yeah.
take out that language? Because I do think it's as simple as, listen, Councilman Gutenberg, myself, we were just talking about how we're traveling to Texas. Heaven forbid our flight gets delayed and there's a meeting happening that Tuesday. We can't get out of Texas. It should be
The trip together?
no. He's going to Austin. I'm going to Fort Worth for work. Very different. But my point is, if we're, heaven forbid, the flights to get delayed and we have to be there till the next council meeting, I don't think personally it should require a vote of this council to go, yes or no, you can attend virtually.
Can I make a proposal that
Mhm.
There should be a requirement that if a member is going to be completely absent from a meeting, regardless of how you attend that meeting, notification is made to the presiding officer.
Agreed.
If you're going to attend virtually, you coordinate it with the town manager. I don't know. I don't know why we need to, like, because you're still attending.
I'm
the
fine
meeting.
with
What
that
does
too.
it-
Yep.
You're attending the meeting.
I don't think
see-
that we should have to approve it as.
Yeah, I don't see
And I agree. That's
Now-
what I'm bringing up.
But
complete
why not?
absence.
Well, why not notice it though?
Notice it, absolutely.
Notice it to the presiding officer.
Yep.
Correct.
But this language right here says,
We have to
Here's
vote
what I
on
would
it.
want to know, and I speak from firsthand experience. I had to become a presiding officer on the planning commission one night, right? And there was a bunch of back and forth on who was going to be present, who might be online, and that drastically changed how I was going to, like, in my own mind, how I was going to be managing the meeting as I'm prepping to think about who I'm going to consider, how I'm going to call people out, and maybe I should just leave it for you, Madam Mayor, presiding officer. But I would, as if I were a presiding officer, I would want to know if people are going to be online or in person. It's just helpful for how it works.
so go ahead.
I'm sorry. go ahead.
Go ahead, I'm done.
No, I was just gonna say the purpose of that is to make sure one of the members doesn't say, no, I'm not showing up anymore. I'm virtual forever. That's sort of what the ultimate purpose of.
But this
the-
is where that ordinance could potentially come into play. If we think that's a risk, part of your requirement could be in person or virtual or whatever,
Yeah,
right?
We just take out section C that you don't need our permission to attend.
I agree.
virtually.
No, I think
Right.
notice,
I think
If-
noticing the presiding officer makes perfect sense. I think I'm talking about different things, so I apologize. You should absolutely notice the presiding officer. Councilman Gutenberg is a great anecdotal example.
right.
It's do I need permission from Councilman Johnson, you, Councilman Gutenberg, Councilman
No.
Sampson to attend virtually? I don't think so.
I don't think so either, but if it does become a problem that someone keeps on going virtual.
Can we address that?
Then we address that with,
Or with an ordinance or whatever. Yep,
I mean,
perfect.
That was Councilman Sampson brought up the topics. I don't know. Probably should circle back to him.
is
Yeah,
that,
like I said, all I was,
all you
all I
need?
was just asking is the practical application thing.
Yeah.
We just notify our colleagues that, and the hit manager, that's all.
all right, Mr. Stevens, what do we got?
So here's what I think I heard. In paragraph A, we want to change the language from must notify the mayor. And then that really weird sentence about, or in the mayor's absence, the member who will chair the meeting. That's just bizarre. We just wanted to say something cleaner, like must notify the presiding officer
Yep.
of the meeting that the member is unable to attend the meeting. And then down in C, I think we want us to make a modification. It says at the start of the meeting, the presiding officer shall advise the town council of the member's request.
Yes, and
Not the request that he will be
That
participating.
he will, yeah, because we
Yeah.
don't want
It's a
the
commission.
vote.
Yep.
Yep. Or I should, let me
Members
refer, I don't want the vote.
participate
Yeah, sorry, I'm not trying to speak. for
Just
you.
By
that
remote.
that
Yep.
someone's remote, yeah.
and then, Mr. Stevens, where it says, in B, following receipt of notification as required in by subsection A, remote participation is authorized if the town clerk makes arrangements. Do we,
Yeah, we should.
I mean, are we okay with that, or do we need to, does it make it sound like council is saying, okay, town clerk, we're bossing you around?
No, I think the opposite. Get the boss around and say,
Yeah.
oops, the mics are not working, not accusing our town clerk of doing that.
No, I think that's
That's
My-
right, come out.
I'm hypothesizing here that probably is, it's giving some kind of wiggle room, presuming that everything's working. Like what if the system's not working that night?
Right.
So,
Okay, so we're okay with that?
Even more that that's authorization. That's what really that is, making sure that indeed you're authorized to do it. And it's sort of an assumption if you can't communicate with the person electronically, then can't do it, but that's at least authorizing the electronic process to occur.
If the town, I think it would, the read is if the town clerk makes arrangement, we already have arrangement. It's just a matter of if technology is technology then.
Right.
That
I
night.
mean, we could be in
I
a
don't-
big
I think-
storm. If we're okay with that, we're moving on.
Yeah, I don't think we need.
All right, this is brand new section that we have all had a bite at the apple on. Do we need to take another bite at ex parte communication?
I like it. It only applies to planning.
There you go. Any changes? Okay. Going on to 17. We have, as it stands tonight, I know that you have a request for a future agenda.
Two different things.
Okay. Any comments on any of this?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
One, this section applies to council members, not residents being.
Okay.
appointed. Yeah. Secondly, I have a question. And this is no dig at you, but you serve on as the council liaison to Tri-County or something?
Oh, that's one of the ones that I do on Tri-County.
So
Mhm.
the council approve your appointment to that board, right? Like how, like what will happen if I was tapped? Not saying
Yeah.
anything's wrong with it, but what happened if I was tapped to serve as that? I don't need council's permission to serve as I think it's I don't know what, is it council liaison, town liaison? I don't know what the title is.
It is municipal
So. the
liaison.
town-
So
Yeah.
it is where it went. And you know what? That brings up a good point because there are the 6 municipalities that are in Tri-County
Mhm.
Council. And Tri-County by legislation actually went
Sure.
and approved municipalities to have a member serving there. And then what happened, since it's never happened before, is that the 6 mayors were asked, who do you want on there? And it was the mayors that said, okay, La Plata. Well, it was because I put the legislation.
Yeah, I
in.
know. No, I
That's,
think,
that's
no,
where it went
yeah,
for
I'm
there.
not-
But I see where you're going
Yeah, I'm not
on that.
interested in the creation of.
But that's how it came about. So it was not that I said, I'm it. It was the municipalities
Take
got
you out of
together.
it. What I'm getting at is if any one of this members serve on a board in a capacity that represents the council, right? Because you're literally serving
Right.
on this board, that should be a discussion before the council. And I'm sure it'll be, is council okay with Mayor James or council, whoever is serving on this board? I don't think it will require a discussion other than like, because we know what Tri-County is, right? Or I would
Right.
hope that we know, or the MML board, because you represent, well, I guess that's separate because you're not really representing the town of La Plata, but that's separate.
That was going to be my question. So if we serve on MML boards,
I don't think
or
that's representing the town though.
is it?
Well, you know what?
no.
Now it is in the fact that the way that MML is choosing for boards and commissions, they put that, they're trying to make it so it's fair and balanced. So not everybody from district, whatever, is on the legislative committee. But when you're running for a member at large and serving on the board, that's actually an election. So that does bring up a good point. Does council have a say in you running for the
So-
MML
so
board?
can I-
of
Well, maybe
directors?
those are outside, right? Because it's another organization,
That
remember?
has nothing to do with the council of the town. of
But
Plata, yeah.
what about the one I'm thinking of though is we usually have met when we're at an MML event, but it's the Southern Maryland
Chapter.
chapter.
MMA. Yeah,
That's MMA.
that's SMMA, Southern Maryland Municipal Association.
Right.
That's us.
As town
Sure.
representatives talking with other municipal elected people in their capacity and talking about things that, maybe we want to do as a group, right?
Yeah, I think, so maybe to keep it clean is if we serve on any board in our official capacity as a council, as an elected official, that should be brought before the council for consideration, right? But if I serve on a board as a community member, go ahead.
With the problem with that language though is it's none of this council's business what board that board picks as their members other than, so maybe what I'm going to suggest to you is we should be informing the council that we've been
Well,
selected. to
no,
serve
because
in
Southern
various
Maryland, we
roles.
all are members of Southern Maryland Municipal
The
Association.
the
But
three
it
of
was
us
an
are.
election.
The 3 of us got elected onto a.
But we could only be members of that organization because we sit on the town council.
That's my point. But
So-
this council couldn't disprove you or I of being on that board.
Well, we could say no council member should be a member of that organization. Right, that's going to, I think where we're getting at is.
That's what the purpose of reporting it would be. If the council had some problem that you joined up with some crazy fringe group, then maybe that's an issue.
In your capacity.
In your
as an
capacity.
elected
Yeah, no, but
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think, I think as if you are
Yeah, yeah.
serving on any board in your official capacity as a member of the council, it should be for consideration. Like I can tell you right now what they do, and I'm just using county because it's close to us as Arlington. the commissioner president don't get to say, I'm gonna go sit on the Tri-County board. There's a vote of the Board of Commissioners, right? Now, you see what I'm saying? Like they don't, once you on that board, whatever your position on that board is, if they elect you as chair, if they elect you as vice chair, that is different, right? They're how they operate in their bylaws. But once you approve this on the board as a council member or whoever, then you're on the board. If they make you the chair of the Tri-County board, which I don't know if that's possible by their bylaws, then so be it, right? But
The example that you're using, and I have to do some more homework on this, but I believe the Tri-County Council will go, okay, now it's Charles County's time to have, and I'm not talking about municipalities because we're brand new into this. It's Charles County's time. All right, commissioners, who's it?
Okay.
Who do you want to serve? So then absolutely, because it is Charles County
Yeah,
or
I heard you.
Calvert
I
County.
think we're getting into the mechanics or the operational mechanics.
I think
Let
we
me
are
make
too.
this simpler though. Who authorized you as the town member council to serve on Tri-County?
It was the municipalities.
No. So you get to another municipality get to choose who represents the town of Little Plato on the board.
No, it was because it was a brand new position that they have never had before. And I championed the legislation to go up. They said, you're it first. Now, the next year, once my term is done, they will have,
Do you see what I'm saying now?
I see what you're saying.
You're a member of the council sitting on a legislative board, essentially, right? That was not approved by the body of the council. So essentially, when you go to this Tri-County board, you are speaking for, obviously advocating for the greater Tri-County
Right.
area, but really, if we say go advocate for, or you are sitting there as the mayor or the council member of the town of Little Plato, who authorized you to do such thing, right?
Yeah.
So I think that there needs to be, and it's great if somebody tap you, it's fine. It's just an agenda item for awareness and like, okay, do council agree to have Councilman Johnson sit on the board as the town representative as the elected official?
Can we put that,
I don't know how you put it.
could we put that as an agenda item so that we can do research on how things like that are done? Because I think we're just kind of spitballing right now.
No, I
And-
would disagree. It's not spitball. I would agree that it's a common practice among
Well-
elected bodies. That ain't spitball.
Well, I think that there is more to that because we need to define what are the different
Quasi, well, I don't know what the word would be, but obviously most of the organizations that we are participating in are some type of governmental entity, right?
So MML Legislative Committee. It's not for the town of La Plata. We individually apply.
Right. Yeah. I'm not considering, Councilman Gutenberg brought that into the conversation. I disagree that serving on an MML board has anything to do with you being a member of the town council, other than you got to be elected to serve on their organization.
Yeah, so I think the distinction as I'm listening to you is that you're making is that if a board is composed of positions that are specifically reserved for a member of this council,
Right.
Yes.
then you want this council to select who is nominate forward
yeah.
for them. Yeah,
And I
yeah.
don't disagree with that.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
MML board has
Yeah.
nothing to do, other than you can only be elected from ML if you are a member, if you're elected or appointed
Right.
official.
Yeah, and we don't want to get.
Yeah,
into
that's
that. Yeah.
different. This is something that's specifically reserved for an elected official of the town of La Plata.
And I would have to see what the language is that Tri-County has. If they say it's
I got
for,
nothing to do with that. Yeah, because we could just say you don't serve on Tri-County board.
no.
Remember.
As if it says municipality or if it says mayor. I don't know what it says,
Yeah, not my
Um,
concern.
but it is because it brings up because you brought up Tri-County Council. If
Oh, yeah.
Tri-County Council, as I sit on there right now, is the language that they have a representative from the town of La Plata, which absolutely, I agree with you. It should say, okay, guys, there were the five of us who wants to,
Yeah, 'cause I
who
would-
wants to do it.
Yeah, I would argue that's not a ceremonial role, serving on that board.
But if you've got to look at their language.
Well,
If it
I'm
says-
talking about governing the five of us, because we get to choose what our members, essentially, right? If we wanted to, we would choose, if we don't, as members, we don't serve on any, because we just don't want to be good partners, right?
Right? Well, I
Right,
guess,
like, but that's not the case here. And I'm not criticizing you per se for
Absolutely.
this instance, but council should be made aware and council should be able to nominate who's going to represent the town on a seat that is reserved for the elected official of the town of La Plata.
Absolutely. I agree with that. We have to see what their bylaws say. If it says council member only, if it says
I
my
think you're
name.
missing. Think you're
No,
missing
no,
the
no,
point.
no.
This is
If it is the
everything. The Charles County and the town of La Plata decided to create a water board, and 3 members from the town council and 3 members from the county commission there.
then we do. We need to have a discussion
Yeah,
on
so
that.
I think that I will ask for council to have staff, because we're not adopting these rules and procedures tonight, I don't believe, to fine tune language that before a member of the council serves on a board that is reserved for the elected official of the town of La Plata, it is brought before the council for consideration.
Well, I have a question for the attorney because I read, paragraph A, and I think it says exactly what you're saying. That's the way I read it.
Okay.
So I don't know. Todd, what do you, I think it reads exactly the way Counselor Johnson's laying it out.
And that, in fact, I read A as even being broader than what Mr. Johnson is saying.
Well, look
Yeah.
at that.
Well, I guess you are right. I was looking at this as the town of La Plata boards and commissions, but I guess you're right so that addresses it. We just haven't practiced it.
That's
per
right.
se.
There's a lot of
Okay.
things we haven't practiced, but we're doing better. All right. Anything else on page 17?
The creation of standing committee.
All right. Page 18.
8-2
Um,
or 8
yeah,
in general.
Section 8, general operating policy. Mm-hmm.
Nothing for 8-1. I would say for 8-2 that we should do better with each other of outside of new business, right? Because that's where we find out that you talk to your 4th graders, and I went to, I don't know, what was that last
ribbon
event?
cutting?
A ribbon cutting, yes. It was a fresh cut cutting, not ribbon cutting. Some type of way to notice each other that this is where we are. I mean, I don't know if that's too much maintenance or how do we want to do that, but because we do a good job of it in new business. You certainly do. But I mean, I guess how strict do we want to be, or do we just want to keep it moving and let it play out the way it plays out?
I think that what each council member feels is important for their, for our residents to know. I think it's, ribbon cutting is very important. I think that showing up to a Girl Scout meeting may be important, maybe not. But I mean, it's what you feel important as your role as an elected official. That's what we should let the public know.
No, this is nothing with the public. This is about,
But advance.
this is about a notice amongst each other.
Well, and I think we do that, I do, saying upcoming, I have A, B, and C
Yeah,
doing.
there's no need to nitpick. I was just wondering how strict we wanted to be with it.
Yeah,
Back to the strict word.
because it changes.
Not very strict.
Not very strict. All right, good. Moving on. Anything with 8485?
Yes, let's talk. Let's have a conversation.
You know, you've been so quiet tonight. I would love a conversation. We're getting punchy now.
Let's talk about the official documents issued by the town of La Plata, or by the town council, excuse me. Legislation, action required, so ordinance. I think that is, self-explanatory. We got to follow that by law. I'm gonna take this piece of paper right here. And it says resolution introduced by, and all these say by Mayor Janine E. James by request. That assumes that Mayor James submitted this piece of legislation to the council. When you read, I want to keep going. Where is it? It was one where it should be labeled as Councilman Gutenberg, save me. Yeah, I believe there's language in there that says that it should, like, if I, like, the agenda item I proposed for resign to run, Mayor
Absolutely
James may
should
not
say.
agree with that ordinance, but she might still sign it because it don't indicate your agreements, but it should be introduced by the council member that did it. I believe
That's
there's
absolutely
language-
right.
Okay.
Absolutely right. And that has happened in the past when my buddy Finnegan went and introduced a DAR.
DRRA.
Yes, thank you. It's a little late.
Plan
DRRA.
stuff.
And it said introduced by. So if you introduce it, it should, you should be the author of that. Am I
Not
correct?
the author of the language, but the
Yeah.
supporting
Yep.
member that put forward the legislation.
Yeah, okay, good. So good call on that.
And then do we, I know before, like if one of us asks for an official proclamation or citation or
Yeah.
certificate of recognition, is that to be voted on by council, or how are we managing that? 'Cause I'm trying to look for language where it says that council must agree to a certificate of such sort. I don't believe I see that, and there's a lot of letters on this word in this document.
All right, going on page 19. I mean, if you want to go just so we're still in order, do we have any, under 8.5, do you have any questions on that? I do, ordinance are signed by
No,
the
that
town council. How about that? Instead of mayor and the
that
town
just should be.
council.
It's
There
not
you
two.
go.
It's not two separate forms of.
All right. That's pretty clear because ordinances, that's straight from code. Emergency ordinances are extreme, are extenuating circumstances, again, signed by town council. Resolution, a motion is used by town council to indicate approval or denial of a procedural action. Adopted during a regular meeting. Any questions on that one?
No.
All right, proclamations.
There's an example that we're at the last sentence is saying may be requested by mayor or by town council, town staff, or a member of the community.
Yep.
But it don't require consensus to give that proclamation, right? The way the language is written.
So you're requesting it for whatever. I see what you're saying. You could request it for something that is very obscure. Does council approve that? I think they do.
I think the term requested implies that it's requested of the council. It's not requested of staff.
So resolutions are adopted, okay.
Well, proclamations, right?
Proclamation. Proclamations may be requested by the mayor, town council, town staff, or members of the community. So we have had a proclamation requested to make Thanksgiving a special day for somebody. It was a proclamation request by
Well,
exactly.
Well, yeah, who decides that? Right?
this evening during reports, I'm going to bring up a proclamation request. So if I can go ahead and introduce that now here, we can walk through it. So the county, Charles County, communicated with town staff and they're requesting the town make a proclamation for Bike to Work Day. I
Mhm.
think it's a day, and I have it in my notes. Okay. So the town is in receipt of a request from an external entity asking the town to make a proclamation. So here's what I was going to do. I was going to bring it up tonight at reports and say, is there any objection to this? Otherwise, I'll prepare it for your May 12th meeting and then you'll have a proclamation. If there's pushback, then we won't, right? That's how I was going to handle it. So I'll stop right there. And now you can reinterpret this paragraph with a real example.
So is the practice is for any official document of the council, there should be a consensus or a motion if it warrants? Is that what we're going to go with?
For proclamation, maybe, and I'll give you an example that happened in 2017, 2018, when I thought it was, of course, I was very new and proclamation came in for, I think it's called Choice School Choice, where it included, people could go to any school and it was a proclamation that comes up every year. And I had a member of council who was very much opposed to that because his mom worked for the public schools. And out of respect for this council member, we did not do that. But it was a conversation. I didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It's a proclamation, great. But that council member had a very strong stance on not doing a proclamation there.
But let me ask you a question. In that example, did the body get an opportunity to vote, or did that one was deference just paid to the one person?
No, we did ask for the rest of the body, but the council member was very articulate why they would not.
So the
support
request
that.
is to the council. That's the only
It
question
is.
we have here. Okay.
So official ceremony.
citations, certificate of regulation, everything should be requested to the council and we, however we want to handle it in a consensus manner, say yes or no.
Here comes the sticky situation. So we had a
Actually-
proclamation tonight.
But what he just said, like, that's a perfect example of a consent agenda, right? Just bundle
Right.
them all up and we don't have to have,
Right, well,
15
For-
discussions. Yeah.
what happens if you didn't agree with Arbor Day today? We had that there. We didn't take a consensus on it to say, I mean, we saw the agenda on Friday, and if we had a really hard time with that going, I hate trees.
Yeah, you pull it
You
off
know,
consent agenda and then you
But it
just
wasn't
address
on
it.
consent.
No,
It
right.
was an,
It's already,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
already before you.
and so it was a robust conversation and a little uncomfortable about choice schools. When it's sitting in front of you, that would be a perfect example of consent for a proclamation such as something
But I
like
think
that.
we're missing what I.
Yeah, how does it reword what
Any
you're
of,
saying?
no, I worded it perfectly fine. Anyone can request it. What is who is subjectively approving?
That's what we're saying. So where does it go? Does it go on consent? Does it go?
No,
Not
that's my
consent.
point again.
Either way, it's
It
like,
may not be an agenda item or
right.
like, what process is council going to establish? Like the certificate of recognition. I don't know, the 100th birthday party that you go to. You just found out Tuesday, you call a special meeting to have it on the agenda to talk about it?
If I.
Please.
If we can all hearken back to, I can't think of the young man's name
You
now.
email.
Oh, yes, Domino,
Yeah.
Domino's kids, Benjamin
Benjamin.
Coombs.
Coombs. Yes.
Okay. I would love to be able to work with this council to send something out via email and have you reply to me individually with your position, and then I would report back out that, I've received a consensus from council that you would like to move forward with that. With Benjamin Coombs, that worked. I sent you the article in the paper. I said that Councilor Johnson had a request to do, I think it was a citation.
Something.
Right? It's in this section. And everybody came back and said, yes, let's do it. And then we scheduled it and it came and it was awesome. And it was here and it was easy. And I think that also affords council the opportunity to maybe avoid an uncomfortable conversation on the dais. Because then it could be, if we could get to the point where we could just, communicate through me and say, hey, I've got a hard problem with the choice schools proclamation and here's why. And I'll say, okay, and then I can communicate that back to the requester. And then maybe the two of you could have that conversation about why or why not. And then we come back. Frankly, it's been these first 10 months, 11 months have been so much tension on the council that we're all so mired into the strict interpretation of our rules and procedure that, frankly, I did the email consensus to you with Benjamin Coombs. I want to do that today because we've gotten so, into the strict interpretation. I mean, that was really new in my tenure. And I'm like, well, here's how I do these things. Right. And it worked. I would love to get back to that point.
I do have two questions, and it may be a little bit off track, but I know I thought about it when Mayor James was giving her example, and this is for you, Attorney Hans. So if there's a proclamation or some type of recognition, and one of us has a moral objection to it, we're not going to sign it. Is that okay, as far as you see it? Is there any, because we say, nope, we don't. Like in that example, that if the council would have said this is a consensus, but that person says, nope, I have a moral objection or whatever objection, is that fine? That's the
Yeah.
first question I have.
I'm going to ask you, I'm going to answer directly if I can on this thing, okay? So first of all, I think in addressing Mr. Johnson's is, and I think, and again, his comments as I'm interpreting them as who really makes the decisions with regard to proclamations, an individual or is it the council, such as, on section B, the last sentence, proclamations are signed by the mayor and town council. Okay. And then on number 1, it says to announce actions taken by the town council. Again, that indicates, and then under number 2, document issued by the town council under a ceremonial proclamation. So, to me, again, I'm interpreting the question as being, yes, it has to be a council action, okay? But to answer your question directly, okay, generally, nobody can force you to sign anything. Okay, especially with a proclamation, if you say, no, I have a moral objection to this and I'm not doing it, I'm not going to stand in your way and saying, no, you have to do it. Okay, and because you're not going to do it. Now, legislation's different, okay, because that's a vote and that's the law, everybody vote. But, a proclamation like that, if you were to say, I'm not signing because I think it's wrong, I'm not going to stand in your way at all.
And thank you. And my second question was, and I only noticed this because I only saw it in one paragraph. So for the certificate of recognitions, I'm coming up, on paragraph D. The question is, and I'm asking this in all sincerity, should that be signed off by the mayor or mayor pro tem? In other words, if I want to give a certificate of recognition to somebody in my neighborhood or somebody's doing a party and everything,
Yeah.
why can't I just sign off on it myself?
Or have no signature?
Hmm?
Or have no signature or?
Just sign off.
I
mean, you would have to give you would give a professional courtesy to everybody. Of course, I would assume you have to look at it, make sure it's not violating any rules. But I don't see why the mayor or the mayor pro tem would have to sign. If there's somebody.
I have a problem with that one too.
Yeah,
I think
in that example, though, you're talking, I think what you're saying is like you want to go give somebody a thing that says, look, for me, from Councilman so-and-so, this is a certificate. But that's different than saying you want to give a certificate that's from the town and all of the council. Am I making that distinction
because
right?
this goes back to what I was saying. I can't remember now. I'm going to botch up the thing, but it goes back to the bigger question on a previous topic, where what is our boundaries? And I gave the example of we're elected at whole, but then we're sitting here talking about doing things in an individual capacity. So if Greg Sampson says, hey, I want to do a certificate, it says it's from Greg Sampson from Ward 3, recognizing somebody in Ward 3. I don't know why that would have to go. I could see why I would go. I would make the town manager, where I could see why I would be staffed by the attorney, but I don't know why the mayor or the mayor pro tem would have to sign off on it.
Yeah,
Same thing if you wanted to do something, because there's no, as long as it's legal, and the town manager and everybody's weird. So that's the only thing I'm
I
asking.
mean, we can make that decision. I agree that I think all the documents shall be asked for consensus. Obviously, if it requires a resolution or something to vote, but like the proclamation before it goes on the agenda, I think like Mr. Stevens said, he would love to email any objection to this, or if you're asking for a certificate for whatever, is there any objection to it, right? Because it may be, we might not want the town seal on something, right? That as your official capacity, but it don't mean that a certain signature has to be on it. The council member that requested it could sign it, right?
Yeah, what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
and I'll just use myself as an example. If I gave somebody something, a certificate of recognition on the town seal, what difference does it really make? As long as it's legal and everybody has a courtesy to know in advance.
That's
to
a
voice
great
objection.
question
Because otherwise I could say, I don't agree with the mayor signing
Yep.
off on this, or I don't agree with this council. You could get into
that
why-
happened
Yeah, I
in
think
one of
as
the
long as
councils.
there's a process on notification and a consensus, if the council member
I'm
signs it,
asking, does there need to be a consensus on
Mhm.
that?
if it's
To
an
me, it should
official
be
document.
legal in the town manager is what I'm saying. That's what I'm really asking. Because like I said,
That did happen.
yeah,
And so anytime you use the town seal, you're saying council is it's a council decision.
that's why you put
are-
your signature on it.
That's the town seal, because we talked about this with letterhead. So I put just Mayor Janine James, I don't have this, but Mayor Janine James, I have the town seal. It is assumed that I'm speaking for council, even though it just says Mayor Janine James. But with a certificate, it is more impactful in steeplechase if you are giving someone a certificate of recognition. And I have changed this here. You can see my red here. I don't think it should be signed by the mayor or the presiding person. I don't think that. I think that it should be signed by council. It could be digital signatures, or if the council decides, Greg, you've got this. This is just you because it's more impactful. They're going to look at the other names and go, who are these people?
Let me give a more, I guess, controversial take, just so I can get the left and right limit. Let's suppose, and I'm not doing anything like this, but just let's suppose there was some piece of legislation in the General Assembly during the session, and I supported it. And I just wrote a letter and said, I'm Councilman Sampson, but it's not on letterhead. Right? Is that any different than if it's on letterhead?
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. And if so, what is the difference?
Yes, it is because it comes up when you have a letter of support. It will say Councilman Sampson, Town of La Plata.
Yeah, but I'm saying if I write that letter and say I'm Councilman Sampson
What's the difference?
and I'm supporting this, it doesn't, I mean,
It
let
is-
me rephrase it this way. If I send an email and say I'm Councilman Sampson and I'm sending it from my La Plata email and I'm sending it to my state senator saying I support this legislation. I think it's good for La Plata. It's good for Southern Maryland.
Do you want to?
I mean, what's the,
No, and I can, I was waiting for that.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know,
So-
under the law, there's something called a parent authority. Okay, and in other words, when you do not have actual authority to do something, which is your example of what you're doing, actual authority from the town, but a parent authority is when, in essence, you're holding yourself out to actually have others think or represent to others that indeed you may or may not have the authority, okay? And to whether that can be binding or not. The problem with the seal is it does give something as a parent authority. And what's the difference? Because the seal does indicate that you are taking town action, where the letter just indicating your name is nothing coming
So-
from you.
so I can write as many letters as I want to anybody, as long as there's no seal endorsing anything.
Okay,
But
or your caption could be, no, this is, Mr. Sampson from Ward.
No, but if I
blah,
want to
blah,
say
blah.
town,
Use that as the big caption and that becomes political.
no, if I want to say Ward 3 Councilman,
Mhm.
no letterhead, but I just type up on my Microsoft computer at home and send it out.
Send a
Yeah,
million of them.
yeah,
Yep, okay.
I mean, what's the difference between a representative of US Congress sending a letter to congratulation with the Congress letterhead on it? There's, as long as you say, like, the letter should never say, I'm speaking on behalf of the council and I support this position. Of course, unless the council gate. But if I have a letterhead, I want to write a letter to whoever and say, thank you for your work on that legislation. Or when I go sit at the Board of Commissioners just as a public resident, like, I don't know where, I mean, because when someone email you, right, as the mayor, because we think that that's such an inflated title around here, what does, not Janine, but the title mayor, and you respond via email, is that not inherent authority that you have something, that you have the ability to do something as the mayor?
Because it's never an action that I have taken.
you're not taking that-
It is responding to just like you would to a constituent. You are putting your councilman in front of it. I am not speaking for the town. They're asking me about a dead deer in front of Washington Square. Yes, I will contact the town attorney. Thank you for contacting me. Sincerely, Mayor James. That's no action, but when I am sitting there putting an endorsement, let's go real controversial
Sign
here.
that endorsement.
Pro-life, pro-choice. I'm not going to pick one of them, but the rest of the council is not
Yeah,
in
that's why
compliance.
that,
And I put Mayor James and I am sending a letter, not on letterhead, but I sign it Mayor James,
Yeah.
Town of La Plata, for one of them.
you're Mayor James for the town of La Plata. That's
No,
spelled-
it
that's-
would be,
Now,
it
if it say-
should be.
If it say we the council.
No. It should be, this is where you're going to split hairs because of the apparent authority. If it says Janine James, resident of the town of La Plata, now I've just taken, there is no association with the town and I can write pro-life, pro-choice, whatever it is. But the minute you put a title on anything, as our attorney just said, it's apparent.
So let's get local. Delegate Davis sent out an email last night. General Assembly, Delegate Davis, 28.
Yep.
B. There was still apparent authority as one delegate. There's none. Now, if we send a letter, and
You-
this is where we police ourselves. Like, I send a letter, let's talk about me, that council had not took action. I say, we the town council, that's different. right?
Do
But if I
you
say
know that
I,
he didn't have the backing of the rest of the delegates and the delegates say, send this out?
well,
I don't
think,
know what the
hold on, well, I
email
think
is.
that's what we're getting at. We have to do the rules of procedure. I think that's what we're getting at. If there's,
Well, I think that's a slippery slope
I don't,
because
I,
if I send something out and put my title on it, it is inferred that the rest of the council
No,
supports
no,
what I.
it's just like the
Then-
resolution saying,
then
how
how
do
do
the
you
town
use it?
council?
Every email
how do we
has to
use
be
that
audited.
email?
Yeah.
Well, you're not taking action.
I
on
have
it.
the
You-
town logo
Real
on my
quick,
email.
real quick, because the example Councilman Sampson used was not taking action, it was writing a letter of support, right? So let's go with HB 1142 real quick. And let's say, heaven forbid, the council voted against it, but Councilman Gutenberg introduced it, did an emergency action, and I'm not speaking for him, using a hypothetical here, personally felt, I'm so compelled, I get the council didn't, I'm still going to write a letter. And I'm going to write a letter saying, I, Councilman Gutenberg, support
Personally
HB 1142. What's the problem there, Mr. Pons?
None. I mean,
Thank-
no-
yeah,
no-
yeah,
no
I-
letterhead, no
I
letterhead,
agree.
this is coming
But where
from-
does the
he's a
letter here
person.
come from?
So,
Where
so,
does
so,
the-
so real quick,
Using
wait,
his title.
wait, wait,
He's using
wait,
his
wait,
title.
real quick. So we agree that there's no problem as long as there's no letterhead. We can establish that.
And what,
Okay.
how did you describe it?
Just a simple email from Councilman Gutenberg in this
And I-
example.
and I
Now,
am the council, and I'm on the council, you can represent that.
absolutely. Okay, now let me go a step further real quick. Let's say he does put a letterhead on it. What's the difference?
Well, because it's a action and support.
So just real quick, because again, like, I think you brought up a great example with the delegation that we have here, but let's go a level up, right? So we get letters all the time from folks that currently are in Congress or are senators, and they're using letterheads. Do I think that 100 senators got together and supported Van Hollen's letter to me?
Approved letterhead.
But that's
That
what
is the
we're,
difference. They
So,
have
so that, okay,
approved-
so you're,
That is very different.
so,
We-
okay, so this gets,
This has all been discussed.
yes.
This is the
Got it.
letterhead you will use. You
For
will not
this.
deviate from that.
So real quick, so I get that there's a town seal letterhead that implies, right, or we all vote on that states it's town action. Could we have individual letterheads just to solve
that
this
the town
issue?
supply with our name on, like, you know, because
That's what I'm asking,
You see
yep.
them professionally, in the left-hand corner
Absolutely.
is council member, whatever, and if we,
Yeah.
in the right-hand corner is the commission you serve on, but I think there might be difference if all of them are
Correct.
listed.
So this is where I'm getting at. Could individual council members have individual letterheads?
Let's look at it and we'll
Supply
discuss
by-
what
Okay.
it says.
Yeah,
Let's
that's
look
what
at
it
it. Let's talk about what it says.
Perfect. Thank you. That was my question. Thank
Yeah.
you.
It's directly linked to the letterhead. The letterhead is the same question. So
Because it has a seal on it.
yeah,
Here's my-
but you know, I'll throw in signature blocks on your on your emails. Like there's so many areas where it's just yeah. I
Yeah,
think
we-
if there's
we-
a simple policy and what it
Respectfully,
is, you
yeah,
can do
I
it,
would,
then I think it should be.
So I have language that I have crafted with my friend on certificate of recognition. Certificate of recognitions or town seals may be issued to recognize outstanding achievements or milestone occasions, including but not limited to grand opening of a business, business anniversaries, significant birthdays, retirements, or similar events. The town council, and this is where I'll explain in a second. The town council hereby authorize the administrative issuance of such certificates on council's behalf, including the use of digital or facsimile signatures. This authorization shall apply only to certificates of recognition issued in accordance with this section. Certificates issued administratively shall be immediately reported to the town council and also included in the official record at regular meetings. So where I'm going with this, we have a birthday for 100th birthday. I asked all of you if you were okay with that. That should be something that it comes in through the town manager, and the town manager says, okay, this is in the category that, yeah, okay, council, we have this, and we're doing a digital signature instead of hunting everyone down. Where you're coming from, you give someone the Domino's person. None of us wanted to do Domino's person, but you wanted to do the Domino's person, and you really, because he's your neighbor. And that's not true though. He's your neighbor and you wanted to give that. I have no problem with your signature only with the support of council. I have no problem with that because it's more impactful if you know the person and it's you.
But I think what we heard though is right, like town attorney will look at it, but if we had an issued letterhead with a basic rule of how you use it, then I don't want to hear every time you're giving a kid with a lemonade stand an individual certificate, right? I don't want to know. It's too much, right? And so
Does that get us in trouble?
I don't
well,
think
no,
it
I don't
does.
think it does. I watched. I
I-
seen
I-
delegates.
Respectfully, if someone wants to sue us,
Yeah.
we gotta be responsible. Then that's a risk we have to take as elected officials for
Yeah.
any decisions we make. However, because I agree with Councilman Sampson, or Councilman, both of you actually. Sorry, not to get the names specific, make it easy. Both of you. I don't know what we need to do to make it clear that, and not hung up on the letterhead, but my official position, if I go before any HOA or whatever it is, it's an apparent, I got invited because of who I am, first of all, right? They reached out to me because who I am, right? As a
So-
council member, not,
Yeah,
no
the
matter what
council
it is,
member.
no matter what it is.
Right?
They didn't reach out to me about their sidewalk because TJ live on St. Mary's Avenue and the resident live in Agriculture. That didn't happen, right? They reached out because they assume I'm someone who can probably forward an email or make a phone call to get something done, right? The letterhead, and I don't know what we need to do to make this clear to staff with a consensus. I don't know what the legal analysis is. If there's a letterhead that says, the same, whatever that it is, right? It's a standardized letterhead issued by the town, left-hand corner, just one member's name, right? Whatever it is. We don't have to figure out the semantics of it. What is the difference with the letterhead that the town has now with all our names on it, that we have no idea what's being sent out on it?
We should have an idea of what's
Well,
being
I
sent
guarantee
out.
you, everything that get mailed out don't come to count. Right? It's general operations, general government operations, right? I guarantee you, we don't. Well, I know we don't. We don't know what's being mailed out with our name on it. But we're members of the council, and our name is on the letterhead. I would assume, right? But we're not going to ask Chuck to come send us. That's operations, like
I
Oh,
go
My
ahead.
name's not on it.
I'm struggling to think of something I would send out that you're not aware of. I mean,
No, I'm talking. So the town, so we got an email. Some residents got emails about a water leak, right? And all our names was on that letterhead, right? Or something, right? Like
Just the town seal,
It's
maybe.
town business.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
it's different.
that, the variance for the solar panels were sent out to, and that was on, I assume letterhead. I didn't get one. But I would assume,
okay.
yeah.
Let me not
it
go
was.
too far. So thanks for correcting. That's not the same thing. What direction do you need, or have you heard us clear about the conversation regarding letterheads?
Okay, well, here, I'll recap what I have heard. Okay. Is that I need to prepare individual letterheads for each of the counselors, get them vetted through Todd and get them out to you. So that's easy. We'll take care of that. I need to learn more about apparent authority. I got that note for myself, but I am not at all clear on where we landed with D. I think, so if we can go back, we started on page 20 and we were there and then we jumped. And so I would like to cycle back. Back on page 20 under B, we were going to remove the mayor and town council signing things and just make it the council.
Right,
Proclamations are going to be signed by the town council. But I'm not at all clear on where we ended with certificates of recognition, if those are going to be signed by individual counselors or.
Don't we have to wait until
No,
we
I
get
mean,
the opinion
Can I
back?
ask
or-
why? Because the
It's
mayor
different.
signs it by herself today.
That's true.
Can I ask why?
That's true.
Certificate
true.
is to be signed by the mayor or mayor pro tem.
yeah, I
So
don't,
what's no, but I'm saying, but like,
Yeah.
what's the apparent authority?
No, you're right.
So what's the difference
point.
between allowing a member to sign it? Well, I mean,
going to official citation and certificate of recognitions. The other ones are,
town council.
I 100% believe that town council has to know all about that. But we get a request from Boy Scout Eagle Court of Honor. Is that something that we can put the rules of procedure that when it comes through, that's a digital signature
I
for that? Or that is, again,
I think
right
you're
now
missing
it's
the-
mayor.
I think we're missing the point of the question that
No.
was before us first.
about individual signatures. on
Well,
this.
I think this plays into it because this has been a struggle for the last 10 years on what, right now it says mayor or mayor pro tem. So in my absence, the mayor pro tem would sign. And that's not fair as to Councilman
Well,
Sampson's point, saying if he disagrees with something, I've just signed it.
yeah, but in your role as mayor, you are ceremonial head of government. So why is that not just covered by that? That's in that respect, mayor is different, right? Am I wrong?
No,
Yeah, but I think
ceremonial
to
kind of
address
things like that?
Councilman Sampson, like if he wanted to, like,
Yes.
to go through the process the way it's laid out today, why can't he sign it as the requesting member?
I think he can. I think that's what we're going to find out when we do individual, if there's an individual letterhead with some boundaries around it, right? Whatever those are that, I mean, state delegates do this all the time. That's a great example. I mean, they don't go back to that body. I mean,
because-
actually, I remember having a conversation with someone at MML. We
We
met a
talked to the
state
senator
senator.
from the.
Yeah, and she told us how that went. It was
She
kind
sends
of a
an
fun-
email and say it's ready for pickup.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
they just deliver it, and nobody else gets talked to except for the staff that just sends the response to the email. So I do believe that there is a mechanism to do it.
but I think we went full circle.
Yeah.
And C, where it says mayor or mayor pro tem for official citations, that's exactly what it is. It is because it's ceremonial is what it is. And so having a milestone birthday, if this council, because it is only pertinent to this council, if this council wants their names on all of the official citations, instead of just having the mayor sign it, then I'm fine with that.
Let me just say, just to clarify, where I was coming from, because I think we got sidetracked, and I think I'm part of the reason we got sidetracked. All I was asking for was a certificate of recognition, because I see that as a lower level.
Right.
The official citation, my personal belief, has to be signed by the mayor, because we're saying officially on the behalf of the town. This is how we as a body are recognizing you.
Okay, take
I
a
make
pause there.
distinction.
Is that what everyone thinks on this one? So we're not
section C.
changing C.
See, I'm good with
All
as
right,
written.
See, all right,
And do we
Good.
need mayor pro tem?
no.
Well, I guess if some, yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Presiding officer. Presiding officer.
Well, presiding
mayor.
officer is not ceremonial. Just keep it the way
Okay,
it is. Just
mayor
not
or mayor
confusing
pro
the way.
Please-
All right,
please do
so
not
we're good
change
with
the
C.
language, C.
Moving on.
10 more minutes.
Mr. Stevens, you've got that? We're okay with C. All right, now go with D,
In my mind, D was a lower level.
right?
And so my thought was, if you're just giving out a certificate, anybody on the council should be able to do that. And we should simply just make sure it's legal. We're not violating some rule, or something like that. And we should be able to give it out. We should give a courtesy to everybody on the council, And
Mr.
that's all I was saying on that.
Mr.
No,
Collins, does
no,
that
no.
give you heartache?
Not at all, because basically the question is that really you're addressing is whether that is covered under D, or what I was talking about is, in essence, we create an E. And the E is that if you want to send out something from you to your district, to somebody in your district, that you can do that. Okay, that's what I was talking about, and that would you would have authority to do, because that in essence is almost political in nature. Okay, but the problem with D, D still is almost apparent that it is indeed a town function. Okay, and I can appreciate the fact that it's a lower level, that you're wanting to do it where you could do it, but I'm saying, well, the problem is that's a town function, and whether the town, you or the mayor do it, no, this is going to be E, with in essence, you having your letterhead saying this is coming only from
So
me.
I think that what you just said, and looking again at D, I think this is my proposed solution, because the way this is written, it says D, certificate of recognition, and then it says a certificate of recognition, yada, yada, yada. But then it goes into proclamations maybe. So I think just separating those out and then having an E, like you said, would solve the problem.
Can I,
Proclamation
can I
should be
ask a
underneath
question? I don't want to go too far, right? Resolution and ordinances in the code. Certificate of recognition is something this council chooses to do. It's not a legislative function by code or by charter. We choose to have a certificate of recognition. So I don't see where the harm, and no disrespect, Mr.
No,
Potts.
no.
I don't see where the problem is that an individual council member
I agree.
can't sign it. Like it's not dictated by code. We are choosing to do this by the rules of procedures.
So to clear up D, if proclamation shouldn't be in there.
Yeah.
Good. So that should be struck because,
Yeah, I just noticed that. I
yeah,
think that's part of the
that
problem.
should, because that's already here. It's under B.
Yeah.
So that's a great catch there. And then when you have, they've spelt out certificate of recognition, a grand opening of a business. Is that ceremonial? Yes. Do you want to be, so when you look at a certificate for grand opening and it only says on behalf of the town council and it's signed by mayor, whoever, is that not showing your support? So if we define it, and we are getting into the nitty gritty where we say is provided to a local individual, that could be yours. I mean, that could be just by
Yeah, I
a council
agree.
member.
I agree.
But
with that.
anything to do with businesses or recognitions for grand opening, business anniversary, or
I agree
similar
with your position.
But
Yeah.
why not birthdays, right?
birthdays,
I'm just, yeah,
like, okay, talk this out. At 100 years
I-
that we just requested,
I
Mrs.
per-
Young, do you think that should have been signed by, it was ceremonial by the mayor only or mayor and council?
I've, so because of where it's listed, and I don't agree, or how about this? Councilman Sampson, I agree that with a certificate of recognition, the individual council member can sign. That's,
Yeah.
I'm not going, because we're going to wordsmith, like, we could have this conversation for the next 45 minutes. I agree that an individual
Yep.
council member can sign.
I agree that an individual can, well, of course
But-
I agree, but I would like to say this.
Thank goodness.
There is a
otherwise
point-
we would've been- But
there
I
is a-
think
there
it
is a
needs to be
point-
Sub-paragraph in there for local.
No, I do understand what you're saying. There are certain things that is ceremonial in nature. I would agree that the grand opening of a business
Yes,
is
sir.
more the venue of the mayor
Sure,
on behalf of, that to me would be a common sense type thing.
but a birthday is
A
not.
birthday,
It's not.
I mean, I don't need to know if the mayor wants to give a certificate to a birthday, just like Councilman Gutenberg doesn't care if I give a certificate to somebody with a lemonade stand.
Right.
So to me, those are two different things.
So if we clean up C and we say certificate of recognition or town seal is provided to
You mean D?
D, sorry, sorry, guys, business or organization to get rid of local individual, okay? Such as grand opening, businesses, whatever, that is signed by mayor and council. Digital signature.
You added something in there.
No, I didn't.
Yes.
Well,
What are
I
you
just
talking
want
about now?
clarification. And then a sub thing that addresses your local individual. That it can be by a
What-
member
I
of.
think Mr.
No, I
has the
think-
right answer. Just do it as an E or something like that.
Me signing
No,
the
I think
grand
not-
opening.
It's not about your
Yes.
signature. That's ceremonial.
Just me
Yeah,
and
that's
not.
ceremonial.
Yes.
council?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's ceremonial.
Okay.
It's your lane.
But
All right,
we can
then.
take certificates, birthday is not ceremonial.
Correct.
And I think staff can go back and decide what, from this
breaks the
conversation, what goes underneath a certificate of recognition for an individual council member to sign.
I was trying
That does
to
not
give you
include, and what class do you
There
teach
you
at
go.
the University of Maryland? So I don't take it, please.
So,
Do you
You
even
and I would get-
qualify? Do
Yeah,
you
I
even
would.
qualify? There you
Yes.
go.
so do we need to take a consensus or do we feel pretty comfortable?
No, I'd like to speak back.
Yep, okay.
Yeah.
That's-
I think I am. Okay.
We're good
Okay.
with C.
Let's do it.
So basically, we got D, we're striking the last sentence. Okay, and then we're adding after achievement by mayor or mayor pro tem. As far as signing.
We're striking the
talking about C
proclamation
right now.
because that's in the wrong
We're
area.
talking about C? I thought we were talking about D.
Oh,
D.
D, okay.
Certificate
Then,
of
D.
yeah, then we don't want,
We don't want proclamations may be
Yep.
requested
yep,
by,
take that
because
out.
that's already in, under proclamations B. So that's just repetitive. The only,
The only issue we're trying to address is who signs a certificate.
Yeah.
That's really the only issue.
Oh, I thought
And
it was
I-
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, we're saying.
Yeah, we're saying we don't want that.
Yeah.
So I
we don't
think if
want
we take out for D, if we take out local individual and keep everything the same except taking that duplicit language out.
that. No.
Wait a minute. Then it says that that's the ceremonial, because that's the business, grand opening and all that. But now you need to have language that says council can individually do a certificate of recognition for local individuals, because otherwise you have right here,
I understand.
only,
Grand opening can be only for official citation.
wait, it's,
I mean, the intent is if Councilman Sampson wants to say congratulations for winning the 7th grade spelling bee, TJ, here's your certificate of recognition. He can request it and sign it.
okay, so D shall be stricken from the record, and all of that, business, organization, outstanding achievements, grand openings and all that should go up to C to keep it all under official citation.
Yes.
Because that's, and then certificate of recognition shall be worded such that members of the town council may,
We just got rid of D though.
no, we just put D into,
I think what you're trying to say, Mayor James, if you may,
please,
all we need to do is the part that is ceremonial, business, organization, recognize outstanding achievements, all that stuff can go up to C.
yep,
Leave D, leave the very, up to where it says local individual.
right.
And then something that just says can be signed by, the local councilman or something like that. That's all we,
Yes,
And then I had down here for local individuals only, individual council persons may sign the recognition.
yes, because that's really all we're doing.
yes.
Yep.
It's exhausting. All right. Mr. Stevens, as clear as mud?
No, I think what we just recapped is what I've heard. So I think I can make those changes and capture it accurately. I am confident.
Okay. So official citation signed by mayor or mayor pro tem, and it is C and D combined with the exception of a local individual, and that becomes
I
D.
believe, yes, that's.
Okay. Oh my goodness, that was exhausting.
I know.
All right. And then, are we good with 8.6 and 8.7?
The town may adopt his own. Yes.
Amend the rules of procedure, especially. Yep. Good.
And with that,
Can I ask before
No.
we start the next document? I
Can we-
want to correct a mistake I made earlier. I should never have agreed to power your iPad. I'm fixing that. It's our only hope.
if I had died, we would have been done. With the approval of council, I would like to take a 5-minute recess or 6 minutes. And we'll
Here,
come back,
here.
at 8:30, if that's okay.
9:30.
9:30?
Yes.
Oh, 9:30. Oh my gosh. All right. Thank you. Madam Town Clerk, we are taking a 6-minute recess.
So noted.
Chuck, is there a secret ban?
Welcome back.
They're calling it meeting back to order at 9:31. So, Mr. Stevens, I'm looking to you. This is on the agenda as legislation further down for the acceptance, for the adoption of rules of procedure. The way that it has been discussed tonight with lots of edits.
Mhm.
Do I still need to take a consensus to move this forward or, because we don't have it in the form that it is?
I think Counselor Johnson. would
Yeah,
like to speak to
we would
this.
just, I actually have a question about because this is already on the agenda item, right? It's already, and under the rules, once the agenda is adopted, under no circumstances should it be changed or added. Can I ask a question? Because it's a practice here. Why do we ask for consensus to move something forward that's already on the agenda? I know that's a common practice here, but I don't see it anywhere else. And I don't know the reason why.
It's administrative or anything else. I mean, no other reason than that. I mean, technically, the question is, this is the first reading on this rules of procedure that we did tonight, or?
No, this is a resolution, so it could be, yeah.
So, yeah, to answer your question directly, it's more administrative than anything else. If you wanted to say, no, I don't want that particular verbiage to be used.
So when we get to 5.2, I'm asking, do the mayor still address it and we just don't take action and we move on to 5.3? Is that the appropriate thing? Because we're not removing it from the agenda.
What we've done in the, that doesn't mean that it's.
So what we've done in the past is say, is there a consensus to move this forward? After this conversation, and we had a lot of changes, this is not ready to be adopted because we don't know what it's going to look like. So to follow procedure, I'm going to say, is there a consensus to move this forward to legislation?
But the agenda item is already on the agenda and they got to be addressed.
Well, it has to, and when we get to that part, and the reason why they put that on there, because if we did pass it whole, the public has had an opportunity to look at the resolution. If we passed it just as this and had no
So
changes,
let's just play double advocate. I can get to 5.2, make a motion that we adopt the minutes, or the minutes, the resolution with the adoptions made tonight. Right. But I know staff got to go back and do work, but because it's on the item, I don't know if we can, like, the rule clearly state, unless we suspend the rule, that under no circumstances, once the agenda is approved, should anything be added or subtracted from the agenda.
you're not subtracting it. You are saying you're not.
So you just want to skip 5.2 and
No, is there a motion to accept 5.2 as,
I think that's the correct way.
yeah,
Yeah.
but we have to bring it to,
But why, if it's already on the agenda? I never.
I see
understood
where you're
that.
going at.
That's-
I don't
Why do you
know.
need a consensus to move something that's already on the agenda?
Mr. Stevens, do you know why?
No, I think Mr. Brown's answered it. I think it's just.
Is that administrative?
Would you rather have the verbiage of, I guess, well, one, it's not ready because we don't know what the language is going to be for the changes. So in essence, would you want to, the only things would be, you can't really move to adopt subject to changes which will be reviewed in the future, and you have a vote on that, or you can continue the resolution until you can actually see the language of the resolution that's being presented. So in other words, I think, as far as a verbiage, since there have been changes that are being made to continue this resolution instead of moving forward on it.
So when I ask, do I have a motion to adopt resolution? And there is no motion. I will say as presented, there is no motion on that. Does that kill that resolution forevermore? Or do I use the words, as you just said, based on the conversation we have legislation here. Council is of the will of the council to continue this once we receive a clean copy.
I think this would make Mr. Johnson.
No, yeah, I think my question is not about what decision we make when we get to 5.2. My question is, we are on 4.4 now, and 5.2 is later. Why do we need a consensus for something that's already on the agenda to move forward?
I see what
We just
you're
don't take
saying.
action on it.
Yeah.
I never understood, like, is there consensus to move this resolution or ordinance forward? It's already on the agenda.
That's
You just either you take action or you don't.
all right. So I will not do consensus there. And ask about that.
I'll try not to make anything else complicated tonight.
You got that. All right. So next on the agenda is code of conduct. All right. So, oops, there we go. All right. We are going to go through how many pages do we have? 16 pages. All right. All right, before we start, I will open the floor for any comments on code of conduct, and then we will go in,
I'll go first if you don't mind.
please.
All right, so my feeling on this is there's a lot of solutions in here looking for problems, right? And I think a lot of the problems that this thing's trying to address we don't have. There are a couple of things in here that are good that I think we should discuss plucking out. I certainly don't want to go through every single paragraph of this for the following reason. I find that the things that are related to decorum are just an over expansion on what's already in chapter 13. If we feel like we need to beef up chapter 13, which deals directly with decorum, then fine. But I don't think this is the document that does it, and I think it would introduce confusion to do so. The things that let me just address generally the things that I would deal with that are in here really quick. One, I mean, I think there's some language in here that doesn't really occur anywhere else related to direction to town staff, right? And so I think we could find another home for that, if that's important to us to codify somewhere. For interaction, it may just be, an expansion in 13, in chapter 13 of code, existing code. For the thing that I think is most useful in here is the policy on harassment. And the reason why I think that one's important is because we got specific guidance from special counsel that is an area where we have a gap, and we were advised to do something about that. We took a series of actions to address an issue in closed session, and this is like the last remaining thing. And so I think, though, that it's not good enough to have it in a code of conduct that is adopted by resolution. You just make it pull it out of here. It's a standalone ordinance, and deal with all of that way. The rest of it, I've never been a fan of doing stuff with censure. We've talked about that before. And so I don't really want to think through, all of the bones of this in that way. And one last thing I'll say on it is that there's so much language in here. It's just off-putting, the amount of additional language that's here. And it makes me go, well, do I have to go and look in 13? Do I have to look in rule of procedures, or now this new thing? And there's so many things of overlap. It's just too much. So I think we should just do the selective things in there that are meaningful. And that's it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so one, thank you, Mr. Pons, Mr. Stevens, staff for putting this together too. Thank you, Councilman Gutenberg, for your comments. Yeah, I mean, I'll be vulnerable. I was a huge proponent of pushing this forward personally. I really want a code of conduct. And then I kind of read through this. I agree with Councilman Gutenberg's comments that maybe we just beef up section 13. But yeah, I mean, I want to be clear with new information that's been presented, and frankly, how we've been acting now versus how the council was maybe conducting ourselves earlier. I think, again, this is looking for a problem instead of addressing one. So I'm very comfortable with what we talked about with rules of procedure. I'm comfortable with what our charter has. While I may have a personal disagreement, I do think language like censure is important. I'm okay doing kind of what you talked about here, Councilman Gutenberg, just going through the high levels and seeing if there's something we could pull out into a more appropriate venue. But yeah, like as somebody who is a proponent, I just want to be clear to anybody that's watching this. Yes, I was in favor of adopting a code of conduct. Now reading through this, I actually think it's duplicating efforts, and we've already kind of addressed a lot of these issues. So I just want to be clear to the council and let you guys know where I stand there going into this conversation.
Councilman Johnson?
Thank you. My one and only comment on this document, in a few sentences is, I don't support it. And I respect the fact that when an action needs to be taken, it has to be brought by a member of the council. However, this document does a whole lot of managing where I don't think the council asked for or was the intent of the conversation. And it's been a long time coming. It was a long time ago that we asked for this. I think rules of procedure, section 8-7, the last section, gives the council the ability to cover situations that are not adequately addressed anywhere, right? So if we needed to do censure for whatever reason and whatever it is, again, govern ourselves. I am a fan of pulling the anti-harassment out tonight. And I agree with Councilman Gutenberg's comment, codify it, right? So that, if we keep it in the code of conduct, the next council can, or we can next month say suspend the code of conduct and then it don't apply, right? But if we codify it, that is how the council is going to be held accountable on anti-harassment. So I have no other comments other than when we do get to 5.3, I will make a motion not to adopt that resolution as presented to ensure it don't come back before council.
All right, Councilman Sampson?
I support Councilman Gutenberg's proposal. I don't think we need the code of conduct. I think we just pull out the highlights, beef up section 13. I think that's appropriate. That's all I have.
All right, and my comments are, I agree. I think that where we were 11 months and 2 days ago is not where we are today. I think we have all seen some growth. I would like to adopt the code of civility because it's not only for us, but it is for every town member, person that is working for the town. And it just reinforces that we are to promote respect, professionalism, and orderly conduct in all town business. It's just a reminder to us that we are to be civil. And sometimes we need a little nudge, all of us. And then the anti-harassment policy, I think based on all the conversation we had today, yes. Again, that holds us accountable for our actions, whether intentional or not. We have to think about our actions before we act on them. So, council, do we need to go very quickly through the code of conduct and get a consensus on striking what we want to strike? Or should we just have a consensus of if people are in favor of code of civility and anti-harassment? How would you like to proceed? Council Gutenberg?
I kind of like the idea of just pulling out those two and maybe give some refining direction there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilman Sampson?
I support Councilman Gutenberg.
Councilman Johnson?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
fine. Those two things.
All right. So, Mr. Stevens, we are going to look at 2A. And does anyone have, so we're on page 2. Does anyone have any additions,
Yes.
subtractions, edits on?
Go ahead, please.
We're not going to keep this. Should that be part of the decorum chapter and code? I mean, how else would you enforce this if it's supposed to be for members of the public?
I think that this becomes an ordinance not an ordinance, a resolution.
Well, resolution is not enforceable. That's just the intent.
Well,
Ordinance is enforceable.
but there's nothing to enforce.
What the decorum thing?
Actually, I was going to actually ask about it in this way. So when I look at this and with the way you said it, I like the way you said it, Madam Mayor. And what I would wonder if we could do is use that as the core of a thing that gets added to all boards and commissions rule of procedures, including our own. Maybe. I don't know. I'm throwing it out, just thinking on the fly.
Right,
Like
right.
that's a thought, or maybe it's a standalone resolution that just we all refer to. I don't know. I don't know what the right
I
answer
mean,
is.
if
It's
you,
late.
you look, I mean, I look at it, no, I agree. No, I see what you're saying, but
Yeah.
I look at it as decorum, right? Like you,
It
as
is.
the presiding officer in the meeting, you are able to enforce decorum by code, right? You can't enforce code. Well, I guess you could call code of civility decorum also, right? However you subjectively do it. But are we using this to address how we treat each other?
No.
Or are we asking for, this is, before you come before a public body in the town of La Plata, you are to abide by the code of civility?
I think it's all inclusive. And to your point too, all the boards and commissions and committees should adhere to the code of
Yeah.
civility. And it's just a nice reminder that
Yeah.
people, come on, we're all going to act good. So it doesn't need to necessarily, well, it would be a resolution. It would be a resolution because there's no enforcement. It's just a reminder, hey, our code of civility says be nice.
I think it's okay if it's aspirational.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I think personally, I think the code of decorum, which is enforceable, covers this, right? You have decorum in the meeting.
But that is for
No.
the meetings, but it
No,
does
it's
not,
for
but it does not go for employees. It does not go for,
the town
those-
code goes for everyone that's in the chambers. We want to enforce this into the general public?
no, when you're in a council meeting. you're
Exactly.
in a
So
board
decorum
meeting.
is
Yeah, this is a
it's for
little
when
bit-
you're in
This is
chambers.
a little bit
This is a
bigger.
feel good little section.
is,
Okay,
it
All right,
is.
I got you.
It's
I have no objection to how y'all decide to handle it.
Okay. Are we, does anybody have any corrections, additions, edits for code of civility from A to all the way to B?
So if I can clarify them, what I think I've heard is that we want to pull this out of this document, the code of conduct, and include it within the rules of procedure. Is that what I've heard?
I think a standalone
I
resolution
think it's a standalone resolution.
Standalone?
or standalone
Right.
legislation, whatever y'all decide. to
I
do
think
best.
resolution. Ordinance means it's got to be law, and what are you going to do if you are
What do you want
naughty?
to do? You order their sergeant at arms. You order the.
Yeah, the sergeant of arms.
So,
That's
so
what
we're
the code
afraid of
said. I mean,
censure, but we got the sergeant of
But-
arms.
Again, are we looking for a problem? Are we too heavy-handed on this?
I'm not here to do feel good stuff.
Yeah, but I think a resolution is, we
Yeah.
can always change it to an ordinance, but I think a resolution is.
Yeah.
As long as they come out this document, because I'll be making a motion.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull this out. We're gonna draft a standalone resolution for council to consider. It'll be called the Code of Civility. Okay,
All right,
understood.
good. All right, page 3,
3.
and we're pulling things out, so we're looking at going all the way to page 7. Do you have anything from 3 to 7 that
For what?
we're going to the anti-harassment
I thought
policy?
we.
Yeah, I thought we just made
I thought we
a
agreed on just, we're not,
Yeah, we're just
I
gonna-
didn't think that we were going through.
straight to anti-harassment.
Right, I
Yeah,
just want to
okay.
make sure. We're going from B to F, we're not doing anything with, we're going straight to G and talking about anti-harassment policy. Is that,
Okay, so section G of, okay,
Page
page
seven.
7.
yep,
not
page 7?
Okay.
Okay, we're all together here? All right, looking at page 7, and this one is a little bit more robust, and it goes from page 7 to page 14. I'm sorry, page 13, to the bottom of 13, 7 to 13. Are there any edits on the anti-harassment policy?
Following the receipt of a complaint, the director should meet with the complainant as soon as possible. Pursue the complainant shall. The director should formally document the form the complainant while legal effort.
I did not have any edits.
What is the?
I just have a question on one thing.
Go ahead, Councilman Sam.
I mean, so on number 8, false claims. What was can you give can someone give an example of that? Of what is that? I didn't,
Weaponizing is probably a better word.
For what?
If an elected official who knowingly and intentionally makes a materially false statement. And I'm not saying this has happened here. It's happened in the world. You are accused of misconduct, or you're accusing someone of misconduct because you don't like them. And it's not true. You're weaponizing something. That's what would be making a false claim just because you are trying to get
So
them
this would be
in
a,
trouble.
this would be, make sure I'm straight. This would be an elected official knowingly lying that somebody is harassing them or retaliating against them.
Right.
Yeah, I think
And
that
then-
kind of contradicts what the point of this was.
To answer questions about their conduct.
Okay,
Okay. So it's about, okay.
okay.
Because, and let me tell you the big picture on that, okay? It's the, so many times in criminal cases, it's not, they can't prove the offense, it's the cover-up. Okay, that's, you see it so many times with Congress and everything else. You can't prove the offense, but it's the cover-up that becomes what the offense is. So in essence, what this is at least opens the door for saying, okay, whether it's, if there's an anti-harassment or there's harassment of, something that happens and you can't actually prove it, don't be lying about it, because that becomes the offense itself.
May I ask a question? So we're going to pull this out, obviously,
Mhm.
and codify it. It says the director shall investigate. I would, if it's a claim against a member of the council, it should be a third party investigator, similar to past practice.
Where exactly are you reading?
Sorry, so it's under investigation process. So F and G maybe. So assignment of investigator. And then G, if we can, there's a lot of language in there. As long as we just identify, as the will of council, that a third party entity will conduct.
I think it covers it, Counselor. So it says in F, assignment of investigator, if the director determines that a full investigation is warranted, the director shall appoint one or more impartial qualified investigators to investigate the allegations. So the director wouldn't be doing the investigation. It would be a third party.
Okay, so impartial just means somebody that's not part of town staff.
I guess depending on the allegation, if you read the next sentence, it says investigators may be employees of the town or other attorneys or professionals retained by.
Well, that's what I've said, not employees of the town. Or unless, of course, it's a criminal nature and
Right.
whatever. That's
Right.
something separate from this, but
Right.
no employees of the town should be investigating a member of
But
the
If
let me
you,
finish.
well, you're saying police are part of the,
Well, criminal investigation is something totally different. This is about a harassment issue, right? Now, if something come criminal of it, that's between whoever the impartial investigator is and law enforcement. We're talking about the mere allegation of a harassment in the workplace, right? And no employee should be investigating a member of the council.
And so then you'd have to bring somebody else in.
I think there is a conflict. The town attorney is
Employed by council.
yeah, right. That's already a conflict, right?
If you want to add it there, or you want to add somebody else, third party
Well,
investigator.
that's what I'm saying. I don't, because it says, I think when we went down, you said maybe an employee or someone.
the investigators may be.
Yeah, I
employees
think
of
it
the
needs to
town
be
or-
like what we did similar, right? And it costs, of course, any investigation is going to cost money. It's an unplanned expenditure. Be responsible, be an adult, but personally, I don't think anyone at town hall should be investigating a council member.
I think so. Counselor Johnson, if I'm hearing you correctly, I think we can fix this by changing that sentence and rewriting it so that the investigators frankly
Right.
would never be employees of the town.
Now, how y'all receive the
Right.
complaint is different.
Right, but
Right.
this is the
The
investigation.
investigation phase.
I think we can tweak that sentence and meet the intent easily.
The investigator is to be a third party and non-employee or affiliated with the town.
Perfect, I think.
Good.
Yes, yeah. How
You're all
y'all
good with
receive the
that?
complaint and go through the administrative process, that's appropriate, I believe.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other tweaks?
training, failure. All right, and does this stop at section, number 10, right? So G10. All right, got it.
Yep, it stops on page 13. At 10. Any other? All right, so we're good with the anti-harassment policy with that one tweak. And is that an ordinance or is that a resolution?
Yes.
Please.
I thought that, yeah, paragraph J, statute of limitations was really good. Should I include that in the anti?
No.
I don't think that would apply.
I don't
Like legally, how could that apply? Yeah,
It's harassment.
Investigation. right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, you're right.
I think that's more like censorship of
Right.
something somebody did.
Yeah.
I would recommend an ordinance so that way we can't flip flop where we want to abide by it or not. And if it's in the code of how council investigations are handled by council against council members for the allegation of harassment, this is it. You don't deviate. And we don't say, oh, we suspend that rule or we suspend that resolution or we don't follow that resolution. It is code and staff got to follow it. I will recommend that
I
because it
think
could put us in a
Yes,
weird situation.
Do I have a consensus that it's an ordinance
yes.
with the one, we only have one tweak on that?
Yes.
Okay,
I mean, I don't know if they
all right.
have any objection, but yeah.
So we're good with that. Any questions, Mr. Stevens, or
No,
things? All
thank you.
right. And then the rest of the code of conduct, we are going to scrap. So we've got the two that we pulled from there. We good? This took 21 pages and good for, I need to start that conversation.
You're welcome.
Paul, thank you. All right. Moving on to the last governance document is resign to run. So I have, it's a little red on here. I think this is a great start on this. And thank you, Mr. Pounds, for looking at that. But I do have a lot of edits to it. It's only very short, but it's I pretty much looked at the whole thing. I took Florida's resign to run and compared it to this ordinance. And I think this is a good start, but I think that it needs a lot more work. I will open it up to the floor first before I go through my recommendations, if that would be okay. Anybody have any
Yeah.
comments? Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, just a couple of questions for you, Mr. Pons. So first question is, when I first reviewed this, and I think we had a agenda item about it, was looped together with a couple of things and they got separated out. In your professional opinion, let me know left and right limit. Does this meet or violate the First Amendment?
First Amendment,
Mm-hmm.
freedom of speech.
Yeah, like, so I guess my concern, well, not my concern, a concern I've heard, I will share, I'm in favor of this, but a concern I've heard from some folks that have read through this is you may be violating the ability for somebody who's in a nonpartisan office to express speech outside for a different position. I understand there's states that have tested this. I'm just asking this question overall. Does this put us in any risk whatsoever when it comes to the First
I
Amendment?
am unaware of any type of
Okay.
cases that would in essence, because this doesn't restrict speech.
Okay,
Okay, and you can say, or freedom of association, freedom of religion,
okay,
I mean, especially freedom of speech. This is just for saying that indeed, if you file this application for another candidate, you can say whatever you want to. Okay, this is just indeed, you're not going to stay in your position.
okay. Totally agreed for the record. Just want to make sure I had that clear. Second question for you. This may be a dumb one, but we talked about MML and SMMA and all that stuff. I understand you don't necessarily file with a board of electors for that, but clearly this document would not be violated if somebody were to run for MML chair or whatever, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
This is for an elected position.
Yep. And I know those two questions seem super simple and dumb, but I've actually received questions on them, so I just want to make sure I got them on the record. Thank you.
Well, like, yeah, the document says any office filed before Board of Elections or Board of Supervisor elections. I would just remind council that in the charter, council's to be the judge of the qualifications of the members. So we shall be the judges of elections. And so if council decides, I mean, it's no different that you got to be a certain age to serve in the United States Congress for one of the chambers, right? They decided that, right?
I
We
agree.
can, what I'm getting at, like, we can decide how old you have to be to serve on council, right? And I believe it says an age in there that you got to be 18, right?
It does.
So there is no different than we can dictate our qualifications. And those qualifications are, if you're elected to public office, you should fulfill your duties of that elected office.
And for the
Um,
record, I do agree. Just
No,
to be clear.
I agree. I'm more so just bringing back conversation from October why I believe this is appropriate. I do have a few questions and maybe a slight concern with the ordinance, section 1, that if any current official elected or otherwise of the town of Plata files a certificate of candidacy within any board other than for re-election to the same office. So 2029 rolls around and one of the 4 council members want to run for mayor. Does that mean they shall resign from their current office? Are those within the same entity?
That's what it says. I mean, if you, again, that's what it says as it's written right now. But if you want to say other than council, I mean, we could, add that in there too. But as it says here, right
So,
right
okay.
now,
So that does do it then.
you only says your current position.
Okay, and I respect that. I think that's how I.
But if you want to change it, that's completely up to you.
Oh, and then the last in line 37, the official shall resign, right? But officials can protest that resignation, right? You don't have to resign. The language in there, the council is authorized to immediately remove that individual from office through a majority vote.
Mhm.
So there's a remedy. Obviously, the intent of this ordinance is for the to assure that we don't politicize the council meetings, kind of back to the conversation earlier. So I understand it have to be done through a vote. I guess my major concern is section 1, which I guess that's what we asked for, right? Resign to run. So yeah, that's all I have. But I appreciate we finally got it. It's short and sweet and easy to read. So
You want to go?
Yeah, I have questions. So, let me, a couple of things, but let me go first with you, Todd. Is there an issue with Maryland election law that if you're putting, and I'm going back to a conversation that we had when one of our first meetings, we just had a one-on-one conversation, and I think the concern that I had been reading about was around case law and extra legal qualifications, right? Like us adding these things to it. And one of the reasons why I'm asking about this is because no other municipality or county that I'm aware of in Maryland has done this. And so I believe we can do it. What I'm asking is if we do it, what are we exposing ourselves to it in terms of challenges, and like what would be the town's, and I know you can't tell me like how much that would cost to litigate something like that, right? I've tried that with you before. I know I already know that answer, right? It depends. So, but I mean, just in general, like.
Well, I mean, I think if I may paraphrase,
Sure.
Can you do it or should you do it?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you do it? I think you have broad police powers in making any decisions or regulations that you think is the best interest of the town. So can you do it? I think you could. And whether somebody else has done it before. And here's ultimately my key in doing this. If I'm standing up before a judge, either the judges here or the appellate court judges, can I look at them with a serious face and say, yes, the town of La Plata had the power to do it. This is what they decided was in the best interest of their public, and this is what they decided to do within their ordinance. And they had, and by the way, Judge, I've said this many times, and so far I've only had one judge threaten to throw something at me. Okay, that basically, Judge, you don't have the authority to say right or wrong. This is a legislative body and a legislative decision. Okay, your only authority is to determine if this is legal,
yeah.
and this is 100% legal.
Okay. All right. So then,
And then whether you should do it, which was the second part, challenges. I mean, I could definitely, and I'll answer your question directly. I could definitely see a situation where we do, a candidate could possibly go to the circuit court and then possibly could take it to one level of appeal. You never know, they may take it to one level, a second level of appeal. But to go through that entire process, you're probably looking at 3 to 4 years. Okay, so
Right.
unless they got some type of court to issue an injunction. But then again, the injunction is almost impossible for the judge because the judge is like, okay, well, who am I going to sit? I have a seat that's empty. Now what do I do? Okay, so it's sort of like, the courts are, puts a court in a binding position too, because they don't know what to do because they are interfering with government. And so that's where it ends up being that way.
Okay. So, all right, that makes sense. And then, where I was headed with this is then what we haven't really talked about is like, what is our legitimate interest in doing this? And then I do want to kind of talk about that as a group, and I'm concerned about the language in here because it allows us to do something similar to allowing people to go more than 3 minutes in a public speaking concept. And here's what I mean by that is we vote to have somebody removed if they don't comply, but we may not, right? And so it sets us up to be tempted to inconsistently apply the standard. And then beyond that, or and we haven't gotten to this part yet, but when we describe whatever the legitimate interest is, doesn't that apply to all our boards and commissions? And like, do we have to be like really consistent with this, especially because we're the first ones trying it?
Well, it's interesting the way you do that, because in essence, what you're asking, whether to be consistent, I mean, that's, you would want to be consistent with all of the members, in the town. Okay, there's no doubt about it. But, with regard to, the vote, you can't say that you're automatically terminated or resigned. Okay. I mean, if as soon as you elected in there, your comment was, can you say, well, you're automatically resigned from office, or you're automatically resigned or you're automatically terminated from the position. That would be I would be really hesitant in trying to put that as an automatic condition, because ultimately it's the council who makes that decision in the best interest of the town.
Okay.
However, what you said is 100% correct, in that it creates an inconsistent verdict of a decision as to, well, what happens if you decide not to? Or this person, you decide, no, you're gone, this person's not gone. I mean,
right.
That's why you're making the big bucks.
Okay. So yeah, I noticed. So then my question is, right, then why are we doing this? Because what you just said is, if we're making the decision of who's eligible to serve in the best interest of the town, and we already have that power today, what does this do? If in other words, whatever we describe to be the thing that we're trying to fix, or the legitimate interest in why, and there are legitimate reasons why you would want to do this, right? And so like I was worried about when we first talked about this, if we had multiple members of the council involved in partisan elections that were going for similar offices or something, right? And like that would the chaos that my perception was that would bring to just daily function in business was the concern. That's a legitimate concern, right? But what I'm saying is like, if that was to happen in a hypothetical future scenario, we could deal with that. I guess I'm asking is, could we deal with that without having something like this? Is there a mechanism?
In other words, your question is, let's suppose that the, hyperpartisan occurred without them running for office.
Well,
Okay,
let's say the trigger is still they're running for partisan office somewhere, like national office, whatever, right? And there's two people doing that, and it just turns into chaos. And we decide, so it's decorum, right? That and potentially attendance or just general good function. Do we have the ability by charter to deal with that in a way that would address the problem today?
Not that I know of.
No. Okay.
And I think your scenario is very, very real, especially with Steny Seat, being up. I mean,
Yeah.
that has the potential. I haven't seen it so far for being, it's going to be, a huge fight. So, and as far as the national seat, I think that's a classic example of what you're talking about.
Okay.
And whether that could turn partisan or political. And then this does not only applies to council, but as you see the way I wrote it, again, this is my thinking of what you would want to maybe want to do. Any current official, elected or otherwise.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Stevens. Okay. If he decides to run for office, hey, he is a town official. I mean, I'm a town official.
Mhm.
It includes everybody.
So,
Okay?
Yeah.
I think that's great. I think the charter gives us the ability to determine how we do the qualifications. I think to actually
Isn't
remove
that-
someone from.
Isn't that different than what our council just said though?
No, what I'm saying is,
We-
but we got to do it. We will have to have an ordinance because it have to be through code. Like this is being placed in the chapter 17.
Oh,
So the
right,
charter
right,
is the preemptive. The code is spelling out what the qualifications are, and part of that qualifications will be
Right.
you can't run for political office. You have to be 18 years old to hold on. So the code will give us the authority to remove someone. Like I said, I think
Okay,
the intent was. Go ahead.
Well, so then in a scenario where somebody, like we have 3 people running for office right now, let's say one of us was just running for office right now, whatever it is that pops up. And attendance was good. It was not creating a distraction on the council. We can choose not to force that as an issue. We would take a vote. Like, I guess this would compel us to take a vote,
It's authorized.
but the vote could be no.
Leave it. No, I agree. Like I have,
And
look,
that,
I got
that
concerns
is the
with
scenario.
That's the way it's written.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll tell you, as the request of this agenda item, it was very relevant to what you brought up. Today I have problems with the language, but there should, I think a broader conversation. I think this issue has come and passed. They're not up for election again until 2031. So the next council could deal with that when they deal with it.
But there could even be a vacancy in a special election. So
There's
that
a-
happens.
Sure,
There's a
I
general
guess you're right.
between-
So, but I guess the broader question is, and when we get to this item, because I'm not in support of the way it's drafted, and I don't want staff to go back and rework it, so I'll probably make a motion to not introduce it. But
Okay.
I think the broader question is, if you look in charters or codes across the state, particularly Annapolis, they do, and this is a far stretch, but I don't think we will be addressing this anywhere in our term, is expulsion from bodies, right? And what triggers that? Misconduct in office. There should, because currently today there is no remedy for council to remove a member from office, whether it be misconduct, other than if you go get charged as a felon.
Felony, yeah.
Right. So, but if you continue to get harassment complaints that are substantiated, what is the remedy? Right. So there's no remedy, right? But so I think a broader conversation that's not tonight is possibly exploring some type of expulsion charter amendment or code to address just stuff broader, not necessarily the election. And the way it is, and I appreciate the amount of work that you all worked on it. I know there was some questions about the constitutionality. I never had that question because the charter granted that authority, but I get case law is a real thing in the country. So, but the way it's written today, I'm not a fan of it either.
Are you done?
Yeah, I think it's I think then there's clearly some language changes that probably need to occur based on this discussion, right? And then just to make it clear, because it's not literally resign to run. It's keep your cool or resign to run.
Yeah, well, I'm prepared to, obviously council got me a decision. I'm prepared when we get to 5.1 to make a motion for not introduction. I just can't vote against my motion, but I mean, I guess, because this is here, the way it's written, I mean, I don't know if we're going to go down, I think, worse than a rules of procedure conversation about the wordsmithing of,
Go ahead, Councilman Sampson.
Yeah, first I'd like to say, I think, Todd, I think this is a good job. And I think one of the things that we have to keep in mind when we're looking at something like this is that the first thing is we can't really look to other states or whatever, because every state is sovereign. We have to look at Maryland election laws. Based on Maryland election laws, that is the only thing that matters for this particular type of legislation. So for this particular legislation, based on Maryland State Constitution laws, I think this does what we originally wanted it to do based on, and I think also it addressed the original problem that we were trying to solve. The original problem we were trying to solve is to protect the council from partisanship within elections. That is what we're actually trying to solve. I think the way this is written, I think based on Maryland state law, which is the only thing that matters, I think this does that. I think we just need to keep that in mind because we're going to go back and say we need to change the language. I mean, I don't see that big of a change because we're constrained by state election laws. So it's not like we can go so far left and right. So I think we just need to be cognizant that we might be asking staff or Todd to do something that, one, they may not be able to do, and two, may generate or cause a whole lot of work that could expose us to liability because there's already left and right parameters, set up. And so that's the only thing I would just ask to be mindful of, is that there is a whole set of laws from the Maryland Supreme Court, the appellate courts, case laws, election laws, and everything that's constraining us. And I would also just have to consider that we don't consider other states because they're not relevant to this.
Yeah.
They have their own laws, their own constitutions. And so it's like an apples to oranges comparison.
Yeah, I respect that. I would just say for section 1, because you brought back a point, I would just ask, the intent of this was to address the council, not other boards or commissions. So I think it should refer strictly to the council if we decide to keep it. Because that, to be correct, that was to address a particular issue regarding this body. And I would, if we decide to move forward, section 1 should make it clear that it's the members of the town council, whether appointed through a vacancy or elected.
And the only other thing I would add, and this is in support of what you're saying, is that when we start talking about boards and all that other stuff, they're not elected officials.
Right.
Once again, we're talking about election laws. They're not elected officials. And so I'm leery because I think legally we could get into an area, that could, although I think it's minimal, I think it could expose us. Because like I said, there's a very nuanced thing. They are appointed, they're not elected, and we're talking elected election law. So that's the only thing I would just keep in mind.
Good point on that. I did have quite a few tweaks on this, but listening to my colleagues here, it seems like we have some work to be done here. I believe that this ordinance needs definitions. So what is a candidate? What is an elected official? What is filing? What is resignation? All of these things, and I have it written here. Right as this is, it opens us up to a lot of interpretation. Also, when talking about this, why are we doing this, right? And then mandatory resignation for candidacy. It's as Councilman Sampson said, we do need to look at Maryland state law specifically. And there's something that is missing here is the phrase that it is irrevocable. So let's just say that I decide to run for Congressman Hoyer's position, and then I file and I am all in. And then I look and I go, holy cow, there are 36 other people running. I've already put my application and I paid the $250 or whatever it is. I am with the Board of Elections. And then I come to my senses and go, you are a small fish in a big pond. And I am going to withdraw my application or I'm withdrawing running.
That's a
But I've already put in there. And according to this resign to run, the council can say, come on, we welcome you back. If you do this, it needs to have terms like irrevocable. When you make that decision, which is not an overnight decision, when you decide to run for another office, then you've got to weigh the pros and the cons. So things like that, I have a lot, but
because of the hour, I'm not going to go through all of this because it sounds like this needs to be tweaked anyways, but do we go with the planning commission, the planning commission is a little bit different in that they're receiving a stipend and they're not elected, they are appointed, but they have to adhere by the state law on that. Whereas some of the other commissions, I mean, they're following obviously law, but planning commission is unique in itself. So if somebody is running for an elected position that is with the board of elections, are they treated differently than someone who is on Parks and Rec? That's not, because they're all appointed, but they're not elected. So and I've heard the consensus here. Oh, I've heard many. I don't know if there's a consensus that this isn't ready for prime time yet. And there's a lot of work to be done. So for me, I don't think that this will be.
To give it prime time, can we go consensus of what was asked? Because it's just section 1, give staff direction that this section 1 applies strictly to the members of the town council.
I've got so much to do on that, so I'm not, I have.
Yeah, I know, but that would be following how we did the other 2 documents tonight.
Okay, then let's go through this then. So for the purpose of resign to run, it should, in my opinion, I'm requesting that it says, where it says seeking candidacy through Board of Elections for a position other than re-election to the same office, that needs to be changed to the same office, because if you're running for mayor and you're council, or you're running from mayor to council, that is not the same office. That is it could be worded to the same, I don't know, if it's town council, you're better at that than I am. So and then to resign from their current position from the town, and further for the purpose of protecting the integrity of town government, avoiding conflicts of interest, and ensuring that officials devote their full attention to the duties of their office and all matters there. Because we don't define why we're doing this. And the reason why we're doing this is because we collectively had a conversation saying that if a member of council is running for a different office, they may not be devoting all of their time and energy into serving the local residents. So a sentence in there needs to be put in there to define why we're doing this, because otherwise.
Is there?
Can I
Yes.
just clarify real quick, though? That sounds like something that would be more in the whereases, but
Correct.
not here.
Correct.
Okay,
You're correct.
so it's,
Because it wouldn't be in the language itself. You're correct.
All right,
Okay.
So we need to add some whereases.
But is that a consensus of what's being asked?
well, let me go through all of this and then we'll go through.
Is that just still section 1?
I'm going to section 1 now. Section 1, be it enacted by the town of, the council of the town of La Plata. I believe there needs to be a little bit more information that holding an elected, and now I've heard that we don't want to go with appointed, although that's where we originally started off with. If you're appointed to a board, commission, or committee, and you're running for a election through the Board of Elections, that you have to resign. Are we not doing that anymore?
Well, yeah, I think I asked for consensus. We never got an answer on it. I asked that section 1 only apply to members of the town council,
All right.
whether you're elected or appointed to fill the vacancy. Just put members of the town council.
Okay. Is there a consensus to only? So for the boards, commissions, and committees, we are fine with
Section
that.
1 applies to
Okay.
members of the town council.
Only the town council, yes.
All right.
And also it doesn't apply to council members who may run for mayor or a mayor running
Correct.
for county council.
Yeah, some type of language that you could run for.
Yeah, any
Oh,
position.
Say different to the town council.
Yeah, council to council. If that's
Okay.
mayor to Ward 2 or whatever, fine.
So any elected official of the town of La Plata who files a certificate of candidacy for any federal, state, county, or municipal public office other than re-election for.
Doesn't
town
need
council.
municipal.
I'm sorry.
It wouldn't need municipal. That would confuse our current
Okay.
positions, I think. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because we should be able
You
to
have to
remove
live
that.
in your.
Yeah.
Where the term of the office sought overlaps in whole or part. This is where we have to look at it. So if our terms are all done on, in May, and I don't know if this would ever happen, it could be a special election in May. And, there's a special election for federal, state. We finish in May, but we had to file in March for this elected position. And we may have, I mean, we filed for that. Does that mean that we resign in March for something that's not going to overlap our current position?
Yeah, I think the ordinance is a chance you got to decide what's more important to you as an individual.
Well, the reason why we are looking at that is because we're saying a candidate would devote more time to becoming, for an election that is not a municipal election. So if it's never going to, it's going to be a clean cut. So that March deadline and your office is done in May, think about how that impacts the council. Because now you have to have someone appointed to fill that vacancy. Because, you have to think.
Yeah, but
I
think
that's more of an administrative function if the council even want to hold, depending on how we do it. But, the point of this is for you to be loyal to the seat that you are sitting in currently.
It is, but if you're
Agreed.
not going to enforce it, if you think that your council member who is going to run for state senator is going to do an amazing job for La Plata because they are all in it and we're going to get a lot of love and attention and they have a really good job, a really good chance of that. And you say, all right, we're not going to make you resign.
Well, that goes back to the question earlier about agenda items and how the political damage you could do for yourself ethically, whether or not
Yeah.
you're going to hold yourself accountable to the ordinance that was passed, right? I think that's, that the council should be responsible and follow the orders that it placed in the thing. But if for some reason the council don't, and you're up for election, like you said in May,
Yep.
that's when the citizens get to say, he's slimy, I don't want him in there.
If they're paying attention. And that's one of those things that if you really feel that one of the council members being elevated to a different position or running for county commissioner, that they can really make an impactful,
That's not the intent of this ordinance, though.
but
Wow.
it's not the intent, but you have to think of unintended consequences. So the council may say, good for you, go ahead, and they may not ask them to resign because it would be at their discretion.
Yeah, I don't
That's
think
no
that's
difference than
any,
raising taxes or not raising taxes, in my opinion.
yeah, and I don't think it's any different than any other ordinance we have, which we can or cannot enact every year, right? Like we have ordinances passed that establish all these different types of funds and grants, and don't quote me on the exact language there, and we may or may not action them. I think the social pressure is kind of the answer there, right? If somebody's going to run
Like the tourism.
for commissioner and this council decides, just for example, in 2028 or 2029, whatever it ends up being, now, yeah, we like Councilman Sampson. Good luck, man, and best of luck. The social pressure is now on us to justify that to the residents. Like that I think ends up being kind of the corrective action there. If we end up not acting an ordinance that we passed, I would argue that's pretty bad and somebody should run against me if I don't act
Yeah, it's
on
not
it.
like this year enacted a tourism bill and then we don't fund it.
Bingo, exactly. Yeah, 100%.
Why enact
Yep,
it?
100%.
But that's my prime example. We have an ordinance
That we
that we
passed.
just did.
Yep.
And we say, oh, no, it was just to make the mayor feel good. We're not funding it.
Yeah, then I think a resident would rightfully send an email or give a phone call, like, what are you doing?
If they're paying attention.
But I think,
But I
I think,
think
yeah,
that
but
we
I think
have
that's a
to-
pretty, and if I may, I think that's, I'm trying, it's 10:30. I'm not trying to be insulting, but I think that's not crediting the residents enough. I mean, we all get emails every week from folks that are paying attention.
We do.
Yeah.
But in the end, it is up to the five of us. And if we really like the person and we think that they're going to do better in this position
Sure.
to put La Plata on the map even more, then we may not even, it's squishy language.
Yeah,
So-
I'm not in support of changing it.
Yeah.
I'm not in support of changing it.
Well, okay, I'm not done yet.
And then, so we're not doing that on there. Okay, any such resignation shall be irrevocable upon filing. If you're committing, you're done. Then, when it comes to elections,
Isn't that the, so I know you got a lot, so we don't, irrevocable isn't, I mean, that's the point of once either you resigned, we accept your resignation because you're responsible, or if we take an action, the action is taken.
Yeah,
You
by
already-
definition, a resignation
Yeah.
is not revocable. I
Yeah, I
think you
don't-
can't go, I take
would-
it back.
I file on April 1st.
Okay.
And by this, I think it says we have 10, maybe it was on the other one. There is no, there's no time. So it says I have to resign. Okay, so when I have to resign, when do I have to resign?
It says immediately. It literally says shall immediately resign from the current
Immediately,
position.
what is immediately?
Immediately has a definition, meaning time of. If I file my certificate of candidacy, then I must immediately resign.
What would a reasonable person mean?
Yeah. Next business day, sure. Yeah. End of day, next
So-
business day.
I file on Friday at 4 o'clock. I file on there's holidays in there. I have filed, legally filed.
If you
There's
fail to
holidays
take
in
immediate
there
action,
and all of that.
the council can take.
And then I decide, oh man, we're off on Monday. I decide Tuesday, what the heck did I do? I have already filed. I have filed legally with the state, the Board of Elections. Now, do I have to resign, or can I pull back going, oh, what a mistake I've made?
By this ordinance, yeah, you have
And
to
if you
resign.
don't, there's a remedy for council to address that.
Correct.
And if we got to call a special meeting, we call a
We'll do it.
special meeting.
So what can council do?
And call us, that official shall immediately resign from the current position with the town, or the town council is hereby authorized to immediately remove that individual from office or position by majority vote. So we find out that you went 4 days, we're not waiting no more. Let's call a special meeting to address this item. The addressed item.
Okay, that goes against the charter. The
How?
only way to remove an elected,
The charter don't say anything about that.
it most certainly does. The only way to remove an elected official is by a
That's
recall.
that's for a specific, we want to recall you. That's a citizen
That
action.
that
That's
is,
not-
they elected us. We have no authority as
So
council. sitting
so
right-
can members of the council, can members of the House of Representatives be expelled from council?
I don't care about them.
Can members of the General Assembly be expelled from council?
I don't care about them. We're talking about local, we're talking about our charter and our,
But the charter allows a recall process.
Recall,
This
yes.
ordinance is defining a qualification to be a member on the town council. So the members might, with your example of when Mr. Norris ran, I don't think he was 18, people supported him, right? But the law said you have to be 18 to
right.
run. So that's the council deciding the qualification of the members that sit on that body, right? Once you're on the body, if you do something that the citizens don't like, it's a 20%, they have an option to
They do,
recall.
we're
But
talking.
we're
the
not
same
talking
thing.
about citizens. This is kind of like changing the charter
Okay.
amendments. This is particularly governing the council.
So giving the body, the council, to remove an elected, a duly
Mhm.
elected
Yep.
official is fraught with danger. If you don't like the term immediately, so immediately resigning, I may have gotten in a car crash and I'm in a coma.
Well, I think
And
that's
I
when the
can't-
reasonable conversation
Now,
comes up.
immediately is immediately. So how?
Yeah.
I
I will
think we'll
offer
vote on it,
I will
yeah.
offer, there's an appeal process in the state of Maryland through the judiciary, and I would encourage, and hopefully if that's the case, that member who feel rightfully done files for an injunction or appeal through the circuit court.
We're giving council more authority than we are allowed through
what?
the charter. Hold on, we are elected through an election process. So imagine this, 4 people don't like the sitting person that has filed, wants to, then makes a mistake and go, oh my gosh, I'll never win any seat, and wants to pull that back.
Yeah, don't file. The ordinance is in place.
Well, was a moment of confidence.
Yeah, well,
and-
you should stand 10 toes deep in it.
Well, you should have, but all of a sudden you see everybody coming in. Or if I was the maverick that went and filed first and I didn't think anybody else was going to file and I have 36 people filing. Who are we as a council to eject, to say, you're done? That's why we have,
We are the judges of the qualifications of our members.
Yes.
That's what we are.
we may be the
Charter
judges, but
3-5.
we don't have the authority. Now, that is going to be where our attorney comes in. That we can't just willy-nilly make up rules unless we can't willy-nilly make up rules unless we change the charter or change the code to give us the authority to remove a sitting.
We're changing the code now through this ordinance.
Yeah, well,
The
it's,
charter grants us the authority to control our qualifications. That's in code.
yeah, well, in any case, I go on to section 17 where it says elections. We have not defined what is a certificate of candidacy.
To file to.
Well, a certificate of,
Well, it's not here. So
Wait.
any reasonable person who doesn't have any municipal or legal knowledge doesn't know what that is. So
No,
we
If
can
it affects an elected member, you will know what that is because we're not
Certificate of
addressing
candidacy
the
means
community.
Any document or form filed with local, state, or federal election authority for the purpose of qualifying as a candidate for public office. It needs to be spelled out.
Why?
Because it's just, otherwise,
This is not affecting members of the public. This is affecting.
it most certainly is affecting members
But
of the
if you-
public because you're going to
But
oust
if you,
someone.
because we have to police. I'm not getting into the ousting part. This ordinance governs members of the council. To get on the council, you have to file a certificate of candidacy. So you know what a certificate of candidacy is.
This is not to educate members of council. An ordinance is for the people that we work for.
Mhm.
We work for them. That is for them, not for our, Knowledge.
I don't agree with going through and getting 35 pages of definitions. The word immediately means immediately to a reasonable.
there's only 5. And actually 4 because, what is filing? What do you mean by filing?
I mean, that's getting into if there should be a comma or a period.
What do you mean by resignation?
What does a reasonable person mean? Believes resignation mean?
You can't, what is reasonable?
What a reasonable person mean?
Right.
That thing on
And then
trial? I mean, seriously.
mandatory
Just-
resignation
just-
for candidacy. I'm not done. Then it
you
goes
guys are allowed to
through,
talk for
I
30
have,
minutes.
I gave you the courtesy of going through yours. I tell you, I took time for this.
Well, I have a question on your definition of certificate of candidacy. We have a legal expert here. I think there is a clear definition, just doing a quick review on the Maryland State elections page. Does certificate of candidacy need a specific definition or does it legally stand on its own?
Well, I mean, the mayor is going through and she's, making her comments, which I think she has the floor, but that's the reason I put in certificate of candidacy form.
Correct.
Okay, so it's.
But what I'm saying is
okay.
there's an ontological definition of what that is. There is nothing to be debated on what a certificate of candidacy form is if it exists. Like that's my point that I think
Like, if
Councilman
you make a
Johnson's
Facebook post
making.
Saying you're running, that's not a certificate.
Correct, but there is actually a certificate of candidacy that you get from the board.
To run
Correct.
for office, well, then.
Thank
that was
you.
your attention and that gives the intent of the
And
ordinance.
spell it out. It's not a hard thing.
So do we have to spell out what section 1 means? B, what's the definition of B? What's the definition of it? What's the definition of enacted? I mean, what are we talking about? But my
Well,
point
that's
is there's an ontological definition
Okay,
as to what
if you
certificate of
would-
candidacy form
Again,
is.
I gave you of going through your, and this, I waited till the end to hear everybody's, and I am going through mine as well. So mandatory resignation for candidacy. Again, mandatory resignation. So you go through and you talk about where it should be filed. It should be, such resignation shall be filed with the town clerk prior to or simultaneously with the filing of the certificate of candidacy. It's spelled out there, so it's immediately can be interpreted
many different ways. This spells it out. The resignation shall be irrevocable upon filing and shall be effective upon the date of filing of the certificate of candidacy unless an earlier date is specified. So it spells out the minute you sign with the board, you are also resigning from council. An elected official who fails to submit the required resignation shall be deemed to have resigned their office, resulting in the vacancy to be filed in accordance with the charter of the town of La Plata. So there's a lot there. You can't use vague words immediately. Immediately to me may not be the same to Councilman Gutenberg. It spells it out here. So while this is and I may not sound like it, but I do support resign to run. I think that is when you take the time to run for an elected position, you shall do it from A to Z and not divert. I have always thought that, but I don't think that the way this is worded now is robust enough to be an ordinance that is forevermore.
Sure.
Are we looking for
Okay.
consensus?
That's good.
'Cause I don't-
Email that to me just.
Well,
so I can get comments.
well, hold on. Well, that's between you and the mayor. Are you asking for consensus on those friendly amendments to this ordinance?
No, I'm not. I'm asking because we're not.
Well, you can't tell us we can't take action tonight because it's on the agenda. So whatever action council chooses, we've given a consensus of if we want staff to go back to make edits to a particular section and bring this back. But don't say we can't take action.
I
That's
didn't
your-
say we couldn't take
Okay,
action.
correct. I said that. But are you offering action
Yes,
for
I would like
consensus?
these, I would like.
You're not in
the-
favor of the one scope?
Okay, excuse me. I didn't even get out what I was asking for, so I know you're tired, but hang on. I would like these changes to be reviewed by council and in consideration and edit if need be, but I think that this ordinance needs to be more robust than what it is here. So, any other comments? All right, so, Mr. Stevens.
Okay, so what I've heard was in the opening paragraph, we definitely want to make sure that we address the language so that if a sitting council member wants to run for reelection within town council, whether it's a mayor or a different ward seat, they can do that. This would not apply to that scenario. Down in section 1, we want to clarify the language that this applies only to members of town council, whether they're elected or appointed, but only members of the town council. Those are the things that I believe there was general consensus and support on. Then the commentary and that the mayor just went through, I am unclear if there is support for that.
And Chuck, if I could ask it, and one thing I didn't get a clarification either. So it would not apply to council running for council or positions in council, but then I wrote down notes of council running for other positions. Would that apply to council such as running for, county, state, or federal positions? I never got I wrote that down, but I never got in your notes, did you catch it or?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that
This is to prevent.
designs the prevention of that. Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so as I said, I would like more clarification on resignation, when it should be filed. Immediately is too vague. And I have language that supports such resignation shall be filed with the town clerk prior to or simultaneously with the filing of the certificate of candidacy. So right there, your immediately that defines immediately. Again, irrevocable. It may be silly to say that, and shall be effective upon the date of filing of the certificate of candidacy unless there is an earlier date that is specified. If you don't have irrevocable, I changed my mind when I wake up Monday and I've already filed on Friday. Why do we put council in a position like that when I made an error? So the words irrevocable are crystal clear. You file, you're done. and it defines immediately. So I do think that some of those terms are very loose and open for interpretation. And I would respectfully ask council to consider the inclusion of at least those two. Is there a consensus to include at least those two?
What's the two? I'm sorry.
The two are one, it defines immediately, such resignation shall be filed with the town clerk prior to or simultaneously with the filing of the certificate of candidacy. So if I go over to the Board of Elections tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I shall give a resignation to the town clerk, or it could be town manager, whatever it is. That's clear. That's what that's immediately.
What are you proposing immediately mean? What time frame do you have in your thought process with that?
As soon as I have filed with, before I file with it, or the same time. So I'm leaving here. I give the town clerk or the town manager, whichever one we decide, my resignation, and I go over to the Board of Election and I file for whatever seat. That's immediate. Or I come over to the Board of Elections and I come back going, here's my certificate.
Wow.
So, I mean, it's immediate. We're talking immediate versus,
You could say just next business day or same business day, something like that makes it.
okay, we can,
I mean, it's, you can schedule an email to be sent at 9:05 when you walk out the door. I don't think we need to define the word. I mean, I thought you was asking for, I thought you was asking for something that Gutenberg just said, like within
We can-
next business day.
well, you have to define immediately. Immediately is vague. Immediately is, your immediate is different than someone else's. So if you say within 24 hours, within one business day, then you have immediate. So language like that. And the other one is, again, the resignation shall be irrevocable upon filing and shall be effective upon the date of filing of the certificate of candidacy.
Yeah, so I'll put myself out on the limb. I'm fine with both because I think they're already in there. So I'm good with both if that moves us forward. I just want to speak for myself. I am firmly in favor of this. If that means that we have to put in irrevocable when we know this is irrevocable, fine by me.
But I think that's, I'm a no, not to trigger this conversation anymore and not to put you on the spot, Mr. Stevens. But when it comes to your contract, you can have the opportunity for a public hearing, the way it's written in charter, right? You may call for a public hearing. Would council be interested in, because I don't think we're adopting this tonight because you gotta go back and do something. Will we be because I'm not interested in defining the word immediately or irrevocable, but to strengthen some type of public input when this does take place, would a public hearing option satisfy your concern with the public not having input?
Yes.
Yeah, but just real quick, that's not what was asked, right? Because
No.
I agree with that too.
Oh, I
Yeah,
said no. I
yeah.
said no. I was clear.
Mhm,
I
yeah.
said I don't support those two.
Okay. So we don't.
Well,
and-
real quick, I am in favor, and this is going to be tough because this is a nuanced question. I'm in favor of going ahead and moving this forward if it requires those two options. I'm also in favor of a public hearing. I'm indifferent as long as this somehow gets presented forward. I know that's awful. I don't know if I'm making sense at 10:47 p.m., but I already think the definitions are in there. But if that's what moves us forward, fine. And if it means that we go to a public hearing, fine.
So on the, so we're looking for consensus for, and I've heard Councilman Johnson already, and I'll just reiterate for the definition, of resignation, when you're resigning, irrevocable, and adding public hearing.
Then the answer to that is no, because I would like the public hearing. Right?
No,
So
it's adding all three.
to a public hearing. That's
No,
where the confusion
When
is
we're
right now.
talking
Sorry.
Resign to run.
Yes, because you asked for two things, right? The irrevocable phrase and the what the definition of immediately is. Is
Right.
that what I'm voting on right now, or am I voting on something else?
No, you're voting on that,
Okay.
and if we want to include, or public hearing, or we can somehow add in a public hearing. The public needs
That's-
to weigh in on
The
this.
number being expelled, if you would, should have the option for a public hearing.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Not, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to put myself,
Being expelled.
Yeah,
No, I
that's-
think that, well, if council is going to expel
That was my
a member,
intent. Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
if they're going to expel a member, it should go to a public hearing, just like they do for planning commission in order to get,
Removed from-
if you are to be removed from, the planning commission, you have the right to a public hearing.
if 3 or plus come back no, what happens? I just want to be very clear of
I
the
don't
outcome
know.
here.
There's no consensus.
So it's dead.
Did we just move forward?
That's what I'm
with
saying.
the-
Is it dead or,
Oh, no.
okay. All right. Well, I'm going to vote yes on the 3 things you just offered.
All right,
Thank you.
Councilman Sampson.
Next business day, irrevocable in the public hearing.
Correct.
Okay, yes.
Councilman Gutenberg.
Yes.
All right. Councilman Johnson, you're.
Not to, but when you say, did we define the time frame for Mr. Stevens, or are we allowing him to figure that out? Or are we going with next business day?
I think if
I
I
don't
may
wanna put
interject
it-
there.
Yeah.
So this is an ordinance. It's going to be law. It's going to be in a code. What I would recommend to council is that I believe Todd has heard the conversation. I believe he has captured your intent. He's been scribbling notes. I would let the lawyer craft the legal language
Okay.
to achieve this.
And well, why don't we just throw another wrench in it?
Okay.
You know, because here's, basically the word we wrote down was simultaneous. So what happens if it's not simultaneous, or if it's a hearing, then all of a sudden, what type of hearing is it? I mean, or when is the hearing going to be taking place? That is the reason I sort of intentionally left the word immediately, because that gives you a little bit more flexibility for the council to actually hold a hearing in the near future. But let's see if we can put it together, and then you guys can look at it again. I mean, I think it's.
I do like the addition, Councilman Johnson, of a public hearing, because we do that for the planning commission when there's a removal on there. And so we should not be held to anything else. All right. Any other questions on this? All right, going on. We are not done yet. All right, we are at.
Sorry, did you vote? I don't know if I called it or not.
Oh, yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Resigned to run, ordinance 26-03. We just had that conversation. Do I have a motion to adopt 26-03 as presented? Hearing none, it fails. Resolution 26-21, revision of town council rules of procedure. Do I have a motion to accept resolution 26-21 as presented this evening?
Point of inquiry, just real quick. If this won't come back forward because we don't take action on it, right? Like, just, if we don't say anything, like if I make a motion to not adopt that, that's appropriate too.
You usually wouldn't make a negative motion. I think just letting it fail for lack of a second is the cleanest way. And then,
Right, but does 5.1 come back?
yeah, it's all going to come back because I've got
Well-
clear direction from council.
Resigned to run, just.
Right, but 5.2 will not come back because we gave direction that oh no, that's rule of procedure, excuse me. 5.3 will not come back because we said no, but if there's no action, but I guess you understand the intent that it's not to come back
Yeah.
for the agenda. Okay,
I'm going to come back with a code of civility and
separate from that. Okay,
Separate.
okay, all right.
All right, so hearing no motion for resolution 26-21, that fails. Resolution 26-22, code of conduct. Do I have a motion to accept code of conduct as presented this evening? Hearing none, that fails as well. Going on to new business. All right, town manager's operational report.
Okay, and I've got a couple of things for you this evening, council. So first of all, I believe you're all aware that the county commissioners asked that I come speak to them at an upcoming county commissioner meeting about the Maryland 6 pedestrian safety improvement project out here on Charles Street. I'm just letting council know that I have no objection to attending a a county commissioner meeting and presenting. It is a little bit of a balancing act because that is not a town project. It's occurring within the town, but it is a state project. But I'm confident that I can go in and speak to the county commissioners, answer any questions that they have, and represent the town. I also think it's important that the county commissioners get to know me, for lack of a better term, just see my face. They've heard my name now. I've been here almost a year. And we are going to be entering into negotiations with them over a water contract sooner rather than later, we hope. And I just think having them know, put a face with a name, there's more to gain than risk of me going in there. I'm confident that I can talk to them and not bring discredit to the town. So if any counselor has any objection to that, please get with me offline and let me know. Happy to talk to you about that. Earlier in this meeting, we talked about the Bike to Work Day proclamation. The town staff received a request from the county today for the town to take a proclamation. The Bike to Work Day is May 15th. It's going to run from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Benefits are air quality, reduced traffic, better health and fitness, and reduced parking. Would council like for me to prepare a proclamation for you to consider during your May 12th meeting?
Is there a consensus, Councilman McCormick?
Yeah.
Councilman Gutenberg?
Yes.
Councilman Sampson?
Yeah.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Yes, as well.
And then the last thing, this is an update. Saturday, April the 25th. It's going to be Celebrate La Plata Day. It'll be noon to 4 p.m. It'll be right here at Town Hall. There are a lot of events going on. There's going to be new this year. There's a dance-a-thon. I won't go into details about it, but we can maybe send the flyer, maybe send this document out to council later this week. We'll have our usual retail craft and vendors. We'll have bands, of course. We'll have the food vendors. We are tying the Maryland 250 celebration into this, and this is something new, so I do want to bring this to your attention. So there is going to be a bit of a reenactment and an encampment out here on the field adjacent to the parking lot. And there will be some firing of muskets. And so I definitely want council to know that that is being planned as part of tying in the Maryland 250 celebration. We've thought through this as staff. We're going to do the best we can to get the messaging out to the community. We're working with law enforcement. We don't want to scare anybody. And we'll also internally deconflict with other events and make sure that participants know the periods when the muskets are going to fire. So we are thinking through that, but definitely wanted to bring that to your attention this evening. There's going to be a historic photo area. We're going to have Daughters of the Revolution with a craft booth. We're going to have living history interpreter. Then we're also going to have our inflatables, mechanical bull, the game truck, the face painted tattoos, and all the other things that make town events so awesome. But that was new and different. I just wanted to call that to your attention in case it's got to be new and different. So there may be a citizen that takes issue with it after the fact. You may hear about it. I didn't want council to say, Chuck, we didn't even know this was going on. What are you? Let you know if you have any hard please go offline. That's all I have for you. I report with the rest of my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Gutenberg, Councilman McCormick.
I'll keep it short because we had a long meeting, but first, happy Easter and happy Divine Mercy Sunday. Second, Director Phipps, I see you back there. I have your email with the reports regarding some actions that have been taken in the town and all that I want to call out, but I'm going to wait until the next meeting to do that since it's late. So I'll save all that for next Tuesday. Thank you.
Councilman Gutenberg.
All right. Yeah, so just real quick, had a ribbon cutting at a reinvestment that happened at the corner of 301 and Route 6. That's the new gas station that was rebuilt. So that's a pretty nice facility with a 24/7 kitchen. It was fun going down there for the ribbon cutting, and it was just nice to see what was going on down there. So it was a big community event. You had the drum corps from the marching band was down there, and the Dash In company, the Wills Group, gave some charitable contributions. It was just, it was good to see, and it was nice seeing everybody just talk and just kind of be excited down at that event. But the bigger news really is I'm really pleased, and I'm sure you already all know, the Planning Commission was able to unanimously pass our recommendation for the APFO for the section for school seats and water and sewer. So really looking forward to that coming forward, and it's just been an outstanding job by staff and everybody involved. So really looking forward to keeping that move forward and bringing it in here.
Thank you very much. Councilman Sampson.
Nothing.
Councilman Johnson.
I was not able to attend the last Park and Recs meeting last week. But I see that construction will begin in early May, or deconstruction of the playground will begin in early May. I also attended the ribbon cutting with Councilman Gutenberg, and it was a good event for about an hour. And not only was it a ribbon cutting, welcoming new business, but the Wills Group gave back $20,000 to various community partners that support our residents in the town.
Thank you. And thank you both for attending that. In my absence, I was up in Annapolis at the If I Were Mayor contest up at the State House, where they recognized 11 fourth graders that their essays rose to the top, and boy, were they well written. I encourage you to go online and just look at the ceremony. It was pretty awesome to think what a 9-year-old really finds important in life. And it did deal with food insecurities. It did deal with civility. It wasn't the potholes like we usually have. I also had an opportunity since our last meeting to visit ANS and talk with their 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders there about the role of local government. I was a moderator for Women to Watch for Southern Maryland, so that was a lot of fun to have some amazing women on a panel that were able to tell their story and how they became very influential in Southern Maryland. Angel Watch was another one that I attended up in Waldorf, and it is put on by 2 members of that board is they're residents of Southern Maryland. So that was pretty neat to see too. And opening day of Farmers Market was last Saturday. So I encourage everyone to make sure that you put Saturdays on your calendar now for the Farmers Market. It was hopping. And then the annual Hospital Foundation Gala was over the weekend, where I was able to attend, and there was a lot of money raised that weekend to help our hospital. And with that closes my report, but we're not done yet. We have a reason to go into closed session. So if I have someone who can make a motion to go into closed session, please.
Yes, make a motion to go into closed session under statutory authority 305B7 to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice. The topic of the closed session is Maryland Department of Environment litigation. The reason for the closure is for discussion, which involves communications regarding litigation not appropriate for public disclosure.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I will do a roll call. If you are in favor of going into closed session for said reason, please indicate by saying aye. I will have the town clerk do a roll call, Madam Town Clerk. If you are opposed to going into closed session, please indicate in the negative.
Councilman Gutenberg,
Aye.
Councilman McCormick,
Aye.
Councilman Sampson,
Aye.
Councilman Johnson,
Yes.
Mayor James,
Aye.
motion passes.
Thank you very much. And this regular meeting is adjourned at 11:04 p.m. I was off. I had 10:30. Oh my gosh, thank you.
Somewhere.